Good morning. Good morning, everyone, colleagues. So as we decided, let's start today's session earlier than yesterday. So please have a seat. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Good morning, everyone. So I hope you had a good sleep yesterday. So today is the final day. So we have a lot of items to be decided. So I think it was already, today's timetable was sent by the secretariat already, but let me check the order for today. First, we will discuss agenda item 5, guidelines on preventing potential and addressing actual and perceived conflict of interest, followed by item 6, rules of procedure. Then item 12, strategy and result framework. Then item 8, provision of technical assistance. Then that will be continued beyond the break as scheduled. Then after that, we will have item 4, secretariat recruitment. Then item 13, resource mobilization strategy. Then item 9, guidelines for managing funding. Then we have a lunch break. Then after that, we'll have a information session, annual high-level dialogue, and Santiago network events. Then item 11, we need a decision on annual report. Then the remaining one is date and venue of the next meeting and any other business, then closure. So today, as you see, there are lots of important items to be decided. So I sincerely ask your cooperation for smooth operation of the agenda. Co-chairs will make our efforts to reach agreement as much as possible. So now, let me start with agenda 5, continuation on guidelines on preventing potential and addressing actual and perceived conflict of interest. I would now like to turn to the first item for approval, item 5, guidelines on preventing potential and addressing actual and perceived conflicts of interest. I'd like to invite members to consider the revised guidelines circulated to members yesterday for review. We invite the UNFCCC Secretariat to provide a brief overview of the changes and confirm the outstanding matters for finalization and approval. So in this context, I now open the floor for comments. Okay, before opening floor, I'd like to ask UNFCCC Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. A revised version was sent on 4th of September. Taking into account your comments and inputs, the major changes. You want it up? So while the revised version will be projected by the Secretariat on the screen, I can highlight the major changes made to the previous versions. The definition of covered individuals has been changed to experts, so to limit it to the experts member to the Santiago network. The several shall has been changed to will, with the exception of those shall referring to mandatory requirement for the host as for its MOU with the governing body or bodies. In the section on the host, so preventing conflict of interest for the host and preventing conflict of interest for the secretariat, there's a proposal to delete some paragraphs that are not new provision, but simply recalling relevant paragraphs from decisions of the COPCMA in order to streamline the text and make it more readable. We have replaced with conflict of interest all the instances where there was a reference to a violation of breach to the conflict of interest guidelines. We have identified 3 areas where an alignment should be made between these guidelines and the guidelines for technical assistance. And this is the paragraph relating to the situation where the host is responding to a request for technical assistance. Then there's a paragraph with a disclosure requirement for members when providing technical support to the secretariat, and another requirements of a disclosure for the member when it has supported the proponent in developing the technical assistance request. In addition, there are some sections of the revised version where a decision of the board or the advisory board is required, and this is in relation to the number of the members of the committee, 4 versus 6, the need to having a chair to support the conduct of business of the committee, and lastly, the approach to take with regard to the working procedure of the committee. There are 2 options in the documents. One, leaving the document as it is, so detailing in the guidelines working modalities and possible actions the committee may take. The other option would be to ask the committee as its first task to develop draft modalities and procedures for its work for consideration and approval by the advisory board. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianluca. Now floor is open. I see the Camilla first, then followed by Sierra and Angela.
Thank you, co-chair. I had originally raised my flag to ask for a presentation because we just opened the floor, but happy to come in briefly. I'm happy to see progress on this. I had a couple of comments that came up when we were discussing the guidelines in line with the decisions in the responding to technical assistance guidance. And I think that the paragraph has changed slightly, but it's what is paragraph 40. Members offering technical assistance in response to a request will disclose any potential actual and perceived conflict of interest, including any technical support that they may have provided to the secretariat in relation to that country or to the country in question. One of the things we felt was missing, because here the sentence is slightly different than when I had seen it. It should also apply to disclose on support that they may have provided in preparing the request. And so it's support that they may have provided the secretariat in relation to the country or to the proponents of the request in preparation of said request. Yep. Yep. But it still speaks. Like I can see it's been changed.
Is the current Can you go
current
down?
40.
Can you go down? Okay, is the 43 members may provide technical support for the development of technical assistance requests. Members may be eligible to respond to the request for technical assistance they provided, they supported, if they disclose the technical support they provided. It's a bit, this is what you are asking for. So,
Yep. Okay, I realize there seems to be a newer version
Exactly.
of the online
no, following
document.
the discussion, sorry.
Happy to have that one shared, please. I think that does solve that that issue, and thank you for having added it. And in terms of the committee, I'm more in favor of tasking it to do its own terms of reference than sort of going through all these details now. I find it a bit short. I think I meant more in ways of working, but that we should still keep at least some instructions as to what should be contained in those terms of reference. If we are to shorten it to that, which may just be, I think, a shorter version of then 52, 53, 54, kind of saying this is what those terms of reference should include as well. And with that, I think I feel comfortable with this conflict of interest guide.
All right, thank you very much. By the way, I also haven't read the latest document, so could you kindly share or resend this version to us? Right. Anyway, let's continue the discussion, but while the new document is coming, Sarah, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. And it's helpful to see this new text for this issue on the screen. I wanted to come in on kind of the open question around the committee. I guess I'm flexible here on whether people are more comfortable having it spelled out now or delaying doing that work, but I do think that some of the content in paragraphs 42 through 46 in terms of, you know, the actions the committee may take and it's really, and the actions the advisory board can take are really quite helpful. And so I wouldn't want to see those removed. And so in some case, maybe I'm not totally sure what people are uncomfortable with in terms of this being too specific. If it's just the election of the chair is the concern. Personally, I think I would be happy to accept it kind of as is, but again, have flexibility if there are specific issues that people are uncomfortable with too much detail being provided here. But recognizing the time, it would be really helpful to see if there are textual proposals for what that alternate would be, because I don't think 49 is a replacement to 49 through 53 is the best.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you so much, Secretariat, and thanks for the presentation. Just very brief on paragraph 43, and although I don't have right now the text, just to react to the presentation, I think I can go along with this proposal. I think it's more clear now what we are trying to achieve here. And in terms of the committee, I think in terms of your presentation, I would like to support the idea to give a mandate to the committee to develop their own terms of reference for consideration by the advisory board. I think it is the best way to deal with it, considering that we have now some time constraints to go into that kind of detail in the document. Yeah, those are my main two comments, and I do appreciate if you can share with us the text as soon as possible just to review it in detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the document is already sent. Okay. Let's wait to see. All right, by the way, this paragraph 43 we can see on the screen is only change on the context. So yes, according to the secretariat, but members want to check the document. So after reading, I hope that we can approve. All right. Has anyone received this? Rashid?
I got the meaning of this phrase, but I still not comfortable with that because members who may or who provide technical support yes should be eligible, but I prefer to do it. Disclosure should be mandatory. Okay, once members may provide technical support for the development of technical assistance request, members should or disclose the technical support they provide in order to be eligible extra. Okay? Did you get? For me, it's not an option. It's mandatory to disclose the technical support they provided in order to be eligible. Okay? That's one.
All right, thank you very much, Rachid. So, Gianluca, Secretary.
Just a point of order, Chair. Are we looking at the same document, the one that was sent to us just now? I don't think so. What we have is not a Google Doc, and some of the numbers are different.
Let me check. All right, please resend the right version. Everyone, thank you very much for your patience. For observers, the latest document can be accessed on the website according to the secretariat. This is for your information. Thank you. Sorry, Camila.
Well, happy. I mean,
Sorry, members, could you kindly back to the seat?
being mindful of time and trying to sort this as quickly as possible, I think I'm aware now. I don't think we were working on this version. We were working on the online version, but with the small drafting group, we've made some edits and color coded them to sort the issue. And so, and hopefully it's agreeable to all of the membership. Basically, it keeps the majority of the text as it is. It just removes reference to the election of a chair, includes a provision that it will develop terms of reference that will further detail the modalities of working of this. So we don't lose some of the detail, and all of this, of course, subject to the approval of the advisory board. I think, yeah, I see a lot of people in the online version, so you can see the document in the online version. The other item that was left sort of in brackets, because then we would have removed the references to the chair, which were in brackets, because that can be a decision of the committee in its terms of reference, and also then it can be aligned to further decisions of the advisory board as to how it would like to form committees. It's not that it cannot have a chair, it's just hopefully next year we will have a broader decision on how we form and select and organize committees, and like that, we're just making sure that there's homogeneity there. The other bracket was on 4 or 6 members, which we needed to clear in order to approve this. I don't think we've discussed this. I had mentioned that to have a preference for 4, I was thinking this should be a quicker, slimmer body that any case, all of the actions comes back to the advisory board, so it might make it simpler to operate, but in the hands of the board for that. And then the other item that I wanted to flag on that paragraph, the paragraph that Gianluca shared, that is the latest version, because the OB&E's guideline, the response to technical assistant guidelines also spoke quite clearly that when a request is submitted by a member of the network, that member will not be eligible to respond to that request. This isn't exactly covered here, so we could just add it as an extra paragraph to say that members that submit a request for technical assistance are not eligible to respond to said request, and that is aligned with the language we have on our other guidelines. And I think with that, I'd be happy to approve these guidelines here.
Thank you very much for suggestion. Sierra.
Yeah, I think I was essentially going to propose exactly what Camila did. I don't know, Gianluca, if you can see our color coding, because we're in a different, it's a Google Doc, but it was the one that was sent to us on the 4th. So I don't know if you can open it and see that, or if it would be helpful to kind of read out what we would suggest the text look like. But I'm at the disposal of you and the advisory board on what would be best. But maybe just a point of clarification for the color coding is that the red would be deleted and the green would be kept. Hopefully that is intuitive, but just in case.
Alpha process.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, thank to the committee for the hard work, and it took some time, but the product that you produce is a very good one. And I think the outstanding issues are normal, subject to debate, because it's about numbers and how we see our work being implemented in a effective, pragmatic, and particularly in an easy way. I think we had at this meeting some days where we did not have quorum. I guess some people said we have a situation in the Santiago network in which two members, if it's correct, two members have been nominated and are not here. One of them never show up. And I think I'm not having a strong view on any number, but I think we need to be pragmatic. We need to make pragmatic because we are on a very, very tiny road to become ineffective. So that schedules meeting or intersession discussion will not be conducive to decision, even board meetings. So that's why I think we have 16 members, 10 is 2/3. Huh?
Thank you, Co-Chair. If I may, the discussion here on membership is not on the quorum, it's on the size of the committee for conflict of interest. I propose to keep it at 4 rather than 6, precisely considering that we have issues with quorum and that there will be a lot of intersessional work and that this might be sensitive information. So perhaps the committee, to properly work and be nimble and share information, might benefit for being smaller. It will, however, note that as it's set out now, what the committee does is set forth recommendations to the advisory board. So as it's written now, any actual decision by the committee would be approved or endorsed or sent over to the advisory board. So it would still be a full board decision to take any action. But given the nature of this committee, my sense was that perhaps 4 is more adequate. And hopefully with those additions and in whatever version of the document we're working, we would be ready to endorse this document and move on to rules of procedure, which is also a very important document.
Thank you, Camila, for clarification. All right, sorry for your inconvenience. The documents somehow not be shared, but the points of discussion is pretty much limited. One is a number of committee. I hope there is no objection to set as full. I think that other points is the yellow highlighted. Yeah, it's currently para 34. That it made a comments on the second sentence. I heard that she. Where's it?
Chair, if I may ask, which document are we all supposed to look at now?
So fortunately, the document is not
Oh,
shared, so we are
screen.
discussing electronically on the screen. Sorry for that. It's, yeah, before that, I want to clarify. So Ratchet, the sentence inserted now, is this aligned with your comment?
What I suggest, that's for the second phrase, members shall disclose the technical support they provided in order to be eligible to respond to request for technical assistance they supported. Shall disclose. Hmm? No shall. Why? You should, must. Why
All
not?
right. Yeah, thank you very much for your clarification. With secretariat will reflect. Hmm. Hmm. I see Sierra, or Stella is the first. Thank you.
Thank you. Just looking at the changes, I think the first sentence that now is striked out would stay. And then the second one that Rashid just read out would be there. Thanks.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. Sierra?
Yes, thank you for these efforts to clarify these remaining points. I think what is on the screen kind of reflects the agreement in the room, and so I would also move to agree to this document now, if others are amenable to that.
Thank you. Clarify the version with input by Rachid. All right, thank you very much. So members, may I ask to confirm this version, this amendment? If there's no flag objection? Okay. Okay. Now, this is decided. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much for your cooperation. Now I'd like to go to the next agenda item, hand over my co-chair to chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's rule of procedure of the advisory board. I would like now to turn to item 6, rule of procedure of the advisory board. Thanks once again to the small group for updating the draft rule of procedures to incorporate the feedback from the advisory board. A revised version was circulated to members by Sarah on behalf of the group. I will ask if any member of the group wishes to provide an update on the changes made. Sarah, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. And I will trust that they did make it to everyone. I'm not sure if I had met my email to be the distribution of the final version to everyone. I know I sent it to you co-chairs and secretariat. I can speak to the changes made, and I don't know if it's helpful to have those projected. But in response to the
Thank you, Sarah. I think please let's project it because most of the members have not seen the last version. Okay, it's all online now. Just indicate the page or the section. You can continue, please.
I don't have the Google Doc version, but on my version, paragraph 9. In response to the question about whether the same rule about replacements applies to representatives, we did add representatives here, indicating that if they resign, they can be replaced. In paragraph 10, there was a request to have this be more aligned with the process in paragraph 9, where it would be the constituency and not the party that would have an opportunity to select the temporary replacement. And so that is now reflected in paragraph 10. Moving down to paragraph 35 on quorum. We did have a lengthy discussion about what the appropriate number for quorum is, recognizing that a higher quorum provides more comfort to assure that all regions are represented, and that decisions are made with necessary representation, but also the concerns that you raised, Alpha, about having a number that is actually workable and doesn't pose too significant of challenges to actually moving the work forward. And so as a group, we came to the decision of proposing 10. And sorry, there's also a change to paragraph 34. And here in request to making sure that observers are also notified, we have added that into the paragraph. I believe that is, no. And then one more change was made to paragraph 49, where we deleted the sentence referring to representatives do not vote. So we understand that removing the sentence doesn't actually change the process, but this language isn't needed either. And so hopefully this provides some comfort to all. And that is the total of the changes.
Thank you very much. I now open the floor. Thank you. Hello, Tete.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I missed you all yesterday. Just to also still ask the advisory board to consider para 13, I still feel that we need to be explicit about the reference to having co-chairs from developing and developed countries. I understand that some other bodies do not have this explicit, but we have it in the WIM XCOM, so I suppose we should also be copying that model for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Tete. Leila.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you, Sarah, for presenting the changes. I'm happy with the document as is. A brief response to Tetet on that point. There is a difference between XCOM and the Santiago Network Advisory Board. The XCOM is based, the composition is based on annexes, so Annex 1 and non-Annex 1. And therefore there is a differentiation, while the advisory board is based on regional representation. So there is no justification to add a language of differentiation and bifurcation, and that was the reason why that was not agreeable to all of us. Thank you.
Anyone want to take a floor? Samuel.
Good morning, everyone. I want to express my sincere gratitude to everyone for accommodating the proposals we made to this rules of procedure. I know from the development process to even the evaluation of tests and all, and we are so accommodating. So for me personally, I think I'm okay with these documents. Apart from any other reservation, I think this document is okay for me. Thank you.
Anyone would like to take the floor? I'm so much looking forward to, but often if I do that, people come reverting to me. So thank you. I would like to give a next agenda item to my co-chair.
Thank you very much. The next one is about result framework. I'd like to invite members to consider the indicative Santiago Network results framework as contained in documents SNAB/2024/3/10 10.lev2. We heard from the interim secretariats that this is important for the proposals that will be annexed to continuation agreement with donors. By the way, I want to check if everybody received the right person by email. I hope so. All right. Okay. No. Not. May I clarify, Secretariat?
Good morning, everyone. The document was shared with you this morning, both the track change version, the Google version of the final document for endorsement, and a PDF version.
Thank
We'll be
you.
referring to the Google version today.
All right. Anyway, yeah, it was sent early this morning. So by the way, I would like to ask Secretariat to present the point of change. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good morning, everyone. As you recall from our previous, your previous discussion on this topic, there were only a few minor changes that were requested, and those have been made. You can see them in the track change version that was circulated, but I can go through them very briefly. There are just a couple. In the opening paragraph, the word positive was deleted with respect to the impacts to keep it neutral. There was some editorial change to correct the reference to the figure and table.
Sorry, it was disappeared on the screen. Could you show up on the screen again? Thank you.
There we go. So you can see in paragraph 1 there, just some editorial changes because we had removed the figure 1, and so that was cleaned up in terms of the reference. It was removed. The table was changed to a table. Then in the main changes had to do with objective 3 and outcome 3 that Leona had suggested. And the wording was adjusted to facilitate access to action and support as the intro to that, both in the objective and then in outcome 3. Similar language was inserted. And in the outcome, it's to deliver, but so it's just the wording associated with an outcome. Also, the reference to the types of technical assistance was adjusted, so it's not limited to that list that was in the annex to the technical assistance guidelines. And I believe that's it. I just wanted to point out to the members and especially to Leona that the term scaled up is still in output 3.1, if that's acceptable. Yes, it's output, so it's not in the indicator, but it's in the output. But the overall heading, both in the objective and the outcome, have been adjusted. Thank you, Co-Chair. Those were the only.
Thank you very much for the hard work, Secretariat. So now, floor is open. Alpha.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, thank for reflecting the amendment proposed. As I indicated yesterday, I personally realized when I was reading this document in the train, perhaps the environment gave me the inspiration, but I have a feeling there are some missing parts, and I explained some of them yesterday. So it is my understanding that perhaps when we have our strategy to adjust that, I give you an example because the outcome 3 and the output might be we can work on better corresponding output to the outcome. I understand that the changes were made to be in line, but that's why I indicated yesterday any changes in the outcome will have implication for the output and ultimately on the key performance indicators. So from my end, nothing to add, and I'm happy to go with. What I'd like to perhaps, if possible, to get a decision point that make sure when the strategy is developed and we have and there's a need of adjustment that we can revise it, because otherwise the sequence is a bit weird, and secondly I think those are our best intention. The reality, the ground will tell us what is very pertinent to do. So I'm happy with the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Is there any? All right. So, yeah, there is some proposal by Alpha to include in his comment to be included in the action point. It's a decision point, sorry, but except for that, so this decision point proposal, could you ask to clarify?
Co-chair, as he's checking that text, I would just point out that the section 4 of the current document does include provision for review of the framework, and that would include as the strategy is developed. So it's anticipated that this is an only initial iteration of the results framework that can be adjusted by the advisory board going forward.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, in response to the comment by Camila, the decision point reads, the results framework will be revised if needed once the Santiago network strategy is developed, period. Is it clear to you? Okay, repeat. Yeah, please ask to read out. Animesh, yes.
So we'll add the decision point for the approval of the interim result framework, and add a line, the results framework will be revised if needed once the Santiago network strategy is developed. The full decision text will be shared as draft with all the members.
Thank you. Is it fine, everyone? Okay, so it is decided. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to hand over to my co-chair to the next agenda item.
Again, I'd like to introduce agenda item 8, provision of technical assistance. I would now like to invite members to consider the document the revised, okay, let me read. I'd like to invite the members to consider the revised guideline and procedure for responding to requests for technical assistance for finalization and approval. Based on additional feedback from the advisory board, the guidelines were updated and circulated by email last night. It is imperative that we adopt this guideline today because it is the basis on which the Santiago Network Secretariat can respond to requests for technical assistance. I would now like to request the Secretariat to project the latest changes for adoption of this.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So all the comments that we had received have been shared as a tracked version as well as a clean version with all the members last night. What I would do is to quickly run through the tracked version so that all of us can see the changes that have been made. And I'll then give it back to the co-chair. So I'm just sharing my screen. Okay. So as I explained in the comments for the definitions, we had expanded the definition and also referred to the proponents. We had received a suggestion on the chat from some of the observers to add children and youth. So this is for consideration because it was missed at a few places. So that has been added. That is for your approval. Same here. So it was there at few places and missed at a few. So it has been consistently added in line with the preambular paragraph of the Paris Agreement level. All shalls have been changed to wills. And the 2.3 section was already considered. So all the subsequent changes, including the texts we received over the last version, have been incorporated. So this was, for example, Samuel's comment and edits in terms of national, regional, local level to be reflected in section 2.3. In the context of the endorsement of decisions on a no objection basis, this paragraph had been proposed earlier under another section, and that has been put back under section 2.2, wherein the Santiago Network Secretariat will systematically track all requests that have been sent and are being processed at each advisory board meeting and report on the status of technical assistance requests, including those that did not receive endorsement from the national liaison. Coach, do you want me to stop or should I?
Yeah. I think you want to react on that. So, Sarah, you have the floor by
Yeah, thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you, Animesh, for presenting the changes. Last night, Alpha and I huddled briefly to address the issue we were discussing yesterday and agreed that on this final paragraph, something that could address our concerns would be restating this to be the Santiago Network Secretariat will systematically track all such requests and regularly update the advisory board on the status of technical assistance requests, recognizing that biannually at each advisory board may not be sufficient. And we even discussed that it would be great to have those in the weekly reports that we receive from the interim secretariat, but recognizing we are going to be changing some practices moving forward, not wanting to prescribe that specifically.
Sorry, just to clarify, then in that case, if we add regularly update the advisory board on the status of requests, this second line then can be removed.
I mean, at the board meeting, we can also.
Okay. So both, regularly update as well as report on the board meetings.
I think I had proposed the Santiago Network Secretary would systematically track all such requests and, right, and regularly update the advisory board on the status of technical assistance request, including, so you can remove, I would suggest just removing that, yeah. Including requests that did not receive endorsement from the national liaison.
Hello, Angela, please.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and thanks to the Secretariat for those amendments. I also had the opportunity to discuss with other colleagues the concerns that we expressed yesterday. We understand that it's difficult to reach an agreement in terms of having, just our national processes implemented or considered by the Secretariat, and the liaison will be the main way to deal with it. So I also discussed with them that perhaps it's going to be difficult, at least from my side, to have a response in 14 days if we decide to establish a national committee who will be reviewing or looking at the proposals. Particularly, we have different entities at national level involved in the process. So I would like to kindly suggest to have at least 30 days to allow us to analyze the proposals with sufficient time and also to give a response to the Secretariat. And in terms of the proposal that was made by Sierra and Alpha, I can support and I can go along with it in order to move forward and finalize this document, which is a priority for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. I think it was, okay, Samuel is the next, followed by Stella.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the updates, and I think the guideline looks good, as we all may see. And I just wanted to refer to Angela's comment about the duration for response. I would want to say that for the no objection is 14 days and no response. But then once this is received and there's response from your team, for instance, requesting for further time to analyze the test, I think that could be considered if I'm not mistaken rather. If, for instance, a request, the liaison person reaches out to your team or to you, to whoever, I'm just giving an instance, and then you request that more time should be allocated for review of these documents based on your own discretion, I think that could be or that should be accepted. But on the grounds of no response from your team at all, and then since we also have updates, periodic updates of the technical assistance requested, and those that are in progress that has not been responded to by the liaison, and those updates are there, I think that would be on the grounds where the no objection, basis comes in, since there is no response, is considered as endorsed. I stand to be corrected. Thank you.
Stella.
Yes, thank you, co-chair, and thanks, Sierra, for reading out the suggestion. I think it addresses the concern that Alpha was raising, but also in part perhaps the concerns that Angela you were raising in a way as well, in terms of making sure that there is enough time for the liaison or for the person that is responsible to provide an answer if an answer is needed. So I think for consistency, we could also at the end of the sentence where it says from national liaison add or the focal point, just for consistency of language with the text above. And in terms of the length of the period when the country can provide a comment or stay silent for no objection, it is valid point, but we have to also strike a balance between what is the right length in terms of responding quickly to those technical assistance requests, and also not having a situation where an extension can be requested and then another extension can be requested, and that we are not really processing those in a timely manner. I'm happy to extend the 14 days. I do recognize that it's perhaps too short. Maybe 30 days would be too long in my perspective. Maybe we can land somewhere in the middle of that, like 3 weeks or something. But I think it's just, it really is an important matter, and we shouldn't be waiting forever before we can extend, before we can start providing technical assistance. And we have been discussing the challenges that Angela, you have raised yesterday at the meeting. And I think there is a lot that perhaps not us as advisory board, but the countries can be doing in terms of making sure that the email doesn't just go to one person, and that this person is maybe on mission and is not able to respond within a short period. We should be encouraging countries to perhaps having several people receiving this information. The secretariat would of course send a reminder if there is no response, just making sure that first of all the request is shared and is received, that the country has enough time to process it, so that all those, we can try to find best practices and encourage those best practices to ensure that the process is respected, but also that it doesn't block us from processing those requests in a timely manner. So 2 suggestions from my side on the language to align it, the national liaison or the national focal point, and also to extend the 14 days to, perhaps my suggestion would be 21 days, but happy to hear others on that point as well. Thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to react. First of all, thank you. Thank you for the suggestion, Sarah, and which I do support. I think one point that Angela was making all the time is as nationally appropriate. So it is a national system that determine actually how they engage with the Santiago network. I think this is a valid point. The process that the country feels better help respond to loss and damage should be supported. I think also I recognize the 14 days as being very, very tight. And I do understand, I can understand the proposal made by Angela on the 30 days. I think 21 might be a good balance, perhaps. The decision that Sarah mentioned, if you want, you can put 21 working days, then you have your 30 days. But I mean, what I'm trying to say is the most important point is that the decision engage us as a member from developing countries to keep track of particularly those that have not response, and try to help facilitate. So the network is also we facilitating actions on the ground. So I will stop there. Thanks. Like to give the floor to David. Okay.
So I'm very glad to feel this kind of convergence and also this kind of supports. So also I want to thank Stella about her understanding. And I totally agree with Angela. So 14 days is realistic, especially that, we have a busy climate agenda. And also we have a lot of commitments at national and at international level, national level, local level. And as developing countries, we are very committed and we try to do our best in order to reach the objectives of Paris Agreement. But unfortunately, we are still developing countries who are facing many constraints, including human resources. We have small team. Also, in order to mobilize partners regarding requests, so it will take time. That's why I found the idea in terms of duration, the 20 working days is an appropriate duration as deadline. And yes, sometimes it's better to go slowly but surely. Thank you.
Willem,
Thank you. Also to support the idea of the extension of the deadline, although it seems to be agreed already. It seems better to me to define a deadline from the beginning, a realistic deadline for many of our countries. I think that a maximum of 30 days is not going to make the process any less streamlined, but I can support the proposal that is on screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Belen. Now, Leona.
Hello, thank you very much. I think 21 days is a good compromise because we're all aware that the mechanisms may take some time that the countries are setting up. We learned about that yesterday of what Colombia, for example, is trying to do here. So I think 21 days is a good compromise there. Because at the same time, we also want this network to be responsive and we don't want to prolong the response for too long. And I also, in that vein, think that it shouldn't ideally be the case that the national liaison responds and then has another extension and another extension, because then we can never really know when the response can take place. So I think it's ideal to have the 21 days, or it's a good compromise at least. And as we also discussed yesterday, the national liaison or the national focal point is kind of like the interlocutor between the Santiago Network Secretariat and whichever mechanism the country sets up. So the language as is now has the door open to whatever a certain country wishes, so how it wishes to proceed in granting this non-objection.
Thank you. Seeing no ED, please. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So good morning, everyone. It's the first time taking floor. Oh, I'm just trying to be from the other side as an government if I receive this kind of request. So what I have to do, the work I will do to study this. Maybe if I need to go to my to the expert, to the scientist at the university, and then back before giving my my approval for this non-objection for this technical assistance, what is needed. I know in Senegal it can go very fast. Maybe in some countries that can be a bit slow. Maybe 3 weeks 21 days is good, but maybe the proposal from Alpha also is very interesting that we have maybe a bit more time to go to the university, come back, or to interroge some scientists to know if we can, what are the proposals, what is the engagement coming from the government, etc. Maybe somehow 14 to 21 days. But I prefer maybe to give 2 or 3 more days extension if that's my proposal. I know how it's going with government. So that's why I'm putting that on the table.
Thank you, Edie. Seeing no one, I will propose that if you are agreeable with that, to make 21 working days, then I think that is relatively a good compromise, if you don't mind. And secondly, on this agenda item, I would like, since it is a very important agenda item, to allow the observer to make 2 statements, pretty short, to reflect on your view on the document. What Sarah you want? Yeah, Sarah.
Yeah, sorry. I recognize the need to have a longer time frame. I am pretty flexible on where we set that. Although just recognizing, as everyone has said, we are trying to balance the practicalities of a government review, which I also work in government and recognize that can be challenging to get people's attention. And especially if you need to actually have a meeting, that can be quite challenging. But also the need to make sure that we are processing requests in a timely way. And in fact, one of our key performance indicators that we just agreed to is the average time taken to process the technical assistance request. And so we don't want to have such a lengthy process that, technical assistance is delayed, recognizing this is just the first step in a pretty long chain of events, including developing the terms of reference and sending it out for proposals and evaluating those proposals and then going into grant making. My point though is just working days I think are a little ambiguous because we have different federal holidays. Are these Geneva working days? I mean, I just don't want there to be something where people come back and say, well, here I've been on holiday and those weren't working days. So like personally, I think if we can avoid working days, that would be better. I know that's a little silly, but if we can just like have a clearly defined timeline that isn't subject to different interpretation, that would be best.
So I don't mind. I think Angela is the main proponent of this proposal. What do you think? As long the US is also not a recipient, we are fine. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Afa, and thank you to everyone for the flexibility and for considering my concern. In the spirit of compromise, I can keep 21 days trying to move forward. Of course, I prefer working days, but I understand that we have different kind of holidays in every country. Colombia is one of the best countries around the world in holidays, so I'm happy to be there. But yeah, but in reality, we want to be efficient on the process and we want to apply for technical assistance as soon as possible and allow communities to get access. So I can go along with it. And I thank you so much for your support and flexibility.
Yeah, thank you. So this is agreed. I will revert to observer, but let's finalize first, finish all the comments. Secretary.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So we have made the edits as just requested in section 2.3. The next set of comments were one thing we have done is that with the adoption of section 2.3, wherever there was a relevance of that section on the endorsement, we have also added those lines in other sections as well to stay consistent with section 2.3. For example, here under review of requests as well. The other set of comments were on section 4.2.2, which were about the selection criteria. So that no further change has been made since the last edits were made. We have removed the requirement on the fiduciary standards, which is now reflected in the managing fund guidelines and subsequently. We've also added a line that this will be further elaborated. And the point on the conflict of interest. So the line here is the same line as in the guideline on conflict of interest. So when a request is submitted by the member of the network, that member will not be eligible to respond to that request. Otherwise, we have referred to the guidelines on conflict of interest in terms of support to development of the request itself. There was also the suggestion on that proponent will be kept informed at various stages and justification will be shared. So those edits have been made. And then finally, based on changes made in section 2.3, in the template form for submission of the requests, necessary changes have also been made. So over to you, back to you, Coach.
Thank you. And Sarah, please.
Yeah, thank you. And sorry, I just haven't had time to also look at the funding guidelines. And in some ways, since it's a matter of like what's here and what's there, I would appreciate a little bit of time to just look back at those and see how those mesh with what we now have in the technical assistance guides. I mean, I think that following our discussion yesterday, one question I have is, right, it was clear that the criteria that will be used to review proposals will be kind of defined based on the term that specific one. But the due diligence evaluation was somewhat separate and somewhat later in the process. I don't think that understanding changed the text here. Maybe that's okay. I just want to maybe get clarity around like, right, if this reads consistently, I guess, with the other document. And so I don't know if the secretariat has a response to that question, but I also would appreciate just the time to go and look at the other one.
Secretary, can you help us ensure that?
So this is something which we wanted to ensure. So we did a cross-check between the two guidelines, and maybe I'll hand over to Ben as well to confirm.
Thank you, Animesh. Yeah, so as I think we were discussing yesterday, there are components of the technical assistance guidelines and the managing funding guidelines that kind of intersect. And so we're trying to ensure that they are coherent as individual documents, whilst also referring to each other. So yes, I think the section 4.2.2 details here the mechanism through which proposals will be reviewed. There is also reference to that in the managing funding guidelines, but this is in the context of what is included here. So the managing funding guidelines, as requested, has included a schematic, which is trying to demonstrate what the overall process is, including what kind of capacity assessment would be undertaken of a member subsequent to it being selected to provide technical assistance. But I think there is a synergy between these two.
Thank you. Any other question? Sarah, please.
I'm sorry, we do have the latest version of the guidelines for managing funding, or are those still to come? Sorry, it's just really hard to track the many, many emails we're receiving from different members of the secretariat.
My proposal will be, as soon we finalize, we can work on this part until we are, the comments are, are agreed. We go straight to the management of funding right now, and then before we adopt this document, I think that will be the best way to ensure consistency across the two documents. Is that agreeable to you? So my plan was to give the chance to the observer for to make some comment on the guidelines. So the floor is open. Anyone would like to take the floor? OBMEs, online. Okay, so you can also, for the next agenda item, have a chance. So if you got to prepare that opportunity. So on that agreement, I now would like to hand out the co-share the next agenda item.
The next one, we are taking up managing funding now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Angela, please.
Sorry for coming late, Co-Chair. As I understand, we adopted this guideline pending the approval of no? Okay. But just to raise one comment, because I'm also trying to look at the decision points of each agenda that we are covering here. And I have to say that, and repeat once again, because I don't see it in the decision points. I understand that the Secretariat said yesterday or before yesterday that these guidelines will be translated and the formats, but I don't see it as part of the decision points. So I have to say that I can only accept the adoption of these guidelines, the technical, the responding for technical assistance, as well as
management.
The management, well, at least this one, I forget the other one, but just in the sense that it is gonna be translated. If that is not agreeable, I cannot accept the adoption of the guideline because we can never apply and it's unfair with us. So just to raise, because I don't see it in the decision points. Thank you.
So I think everybody, and yesterday I questioned that in the budgets, and I forget to react to your proposal yesterday. I think it's not two guidelines. All guidelines needs to be translated. We need to endow the recipient with as much comprehension as possible to better engage and effectively engage with the Santiago network. So I think the Secretariat will reflect that. The understanding was that if there is no comment at this point of time, we go to the funding management document, and then if we don't see any changes, then we adopt the two documents side by side, and I think that will be the highlight of the day. So I'd like to give the floor to my co-chair.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So now I'd like to go to the agenda item 9, guidelines for managing funding provided for technical assistance. First, I'd like to ask you to check if we receive the latest document by email. I think this morning around 8. So anyway, yes, it is also projected. So I would like to ask the Ben to present on the point of change.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So following yesterday's discussion on the guidelines for managing funding, similar to previous iterations of the document, we captured all the comments that were received and had responded them in the separate tracker. and have shared with you an updated version of the document, which has accepted the majority of changes, but still outlines a couple of areas where further discussion is seemed necessary. And in addition to that, we have also highlighted where additional text has been included at the request of some of the advisory board members. So if I could just take a few minutes just to run through those main changes that have been updated. So in terms of
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to say that we would like to see the document with all the track changes, please. So for us, we need to follow up the evolution of the document, and nothing is approved yet. And I think it is best that you draw our attention to the new part, but the track changes needs to be reflected, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. The previous iteration of a document included all the track changes and the suggestions that had been made. And so where those had been discussed in yesterday's session, they have been accepted, so that I could present today a version which is best reflective of what had been agreed. And so I will highlight the key changes if that's okay. So just referring to one of the points of discussion yesterday throughout the document, there was a discussion on the reference to contributors versus donors. The first iteration of this document referred to donors. There was a discussion about contributors, but through speaking to the advisory board members who had different views, I think there was consensus that the use of donors would be clear, and so that has been reflected throughout the document. So there is no reference to contributors in terms of financial contributors. They have been referred to as donors. If I refer to the two paragraphs under which there was quite a lot of discussion, paragraph 7 with regard to the multi-year budgets, that was left as a point that would require further advisory board discussion, and so that has been left as a paragraph for discussion. Similarly, paragraph 8 with regard to the minimum percentage of technical assistance to be provided to vulnerable communities. Again, that was a point of discussion to be left.
Ben, thank you. May I ask you, shall we discuss this part? Paragraph 7 and 8.
It's up to you, Chair.
Okay, all right. Okay, so 7 and 8 is one of the key points of discussion yesterday. So I'd like to open the floor for your comments.
7 and 8.
Could you, all right. Camila, floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair. And aware that there has been a lot of discussion on this. I'm trying to move things forward. I've just put in the all members group an alternate for paragraph 8 that we've discussed. That would read, so instead of how we have it now, it would read: the Santiago Network Advisory Board will continue its consideration of the levels of minimum percentage of technical assistance funded directly by the Santiago Network to be made available to communities particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, for further elaboration and agreement at the next session of the advisory board. And hopefully with this, we could approve this paragraph. Thank you.
Again, sorry, Ben, could you go back to show paragraph 7? Keep it, yeah. Let's. What? I'm sorry. Sorry, I missed it. Yeah. So, all right. Yes. But is it possible to show both? Yeah. All right, okay. So the point is paragraph 8. So do you have any comments on paragraph 8? Leona, floor is yours.
That was faster than I expected, but thank you. And thank you for the alternate proposal. And now I have to find the document again. I think to me, this very much reads like a decision point of this meeting because it's so procedural. And it says about what the advisory board will be doing, whereas this is the guideline where we kind of rather speak of results in the end. So I think this would be, I mean, only reading this for the first time now, but so far I think this could be a great decision point. And we could change 8, because to me it's a bit odd to have the Santiago Network Advisory Board will determine in the guideline to just say the minimum percentage or the levels of minimum percentage will be detailed in an addendum to this document. And then we have the decision point of how to get there. To me, that makes sense in combination.
Thank you. Arapa, please.
I fully align with what Leona said, and thank to Camila for the proposal. I think if that is agreeable to Camila and Angela, we can keep the 8 as it was, and then use the proposal you made as a decision point so that there is clarity on the process. I wanted to work on the 7, but let's finish the 8 first since we have started. Thanks.
Thank you. Stella?
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair, and thanks, Leona, for the suggestion, and Camila for the suggestion. I'm just trying to now read that to see how that works. I think Leona is right that this is a good suggestion for the decision point. Ideally, I don't know if it's now or later when we talk about the decisions. I think we also talked about some kind of preparatory step. Alpha is now gone, but we have been discussing that also, that perhaps there's some interim work between our discussion at the next session. So that could be further elaborated in that point if that's the decision point. And I would like to see either an intersessional call with some inputs or some kind of a preparatory paper presented for the further elaboration at the next meeting. So just making sure we do not lose that bit for the decision. And now reading the para 8, the minimum percentage will be detailed in an addendum. I think that would be fine for me. I would really not like to approve this guideline without that placeholder that we have now on the screen, because the place of this minimum percentage belongs to the guidelines for managing funding as per decision from SHARM. So if we just say that it will be detailed in an addendum to this document, that would be acceptable for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, which is first? Tetet process.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and I would just like to add my voice in support of the points raised by Leona. This proposal for the new paragraph sounds more like a decision point rather than a guideline per se. So I would support putting that as a decision point. Also, the point raised about having intersessional work for us to be able to move closer to have determining that minimum percentage before the next advisory board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela?
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and thanks to Camila for the proposal. I think it's useful and responds to the concerns that I expressed yesterday. I have to say that if we're gonna have this as a decision point, I think we do not need to have it as part of the guideline. We can go along with the proposal in terms of paragraph 9 as a decision point, and perhaps just to solve the concerns expressed by Stella, we could perhaps add at the end some kind of reference that this could be captured in an amended version of the guidelines for managing funding. So we are just highlighting that it's gonna be captured in the guidelines. So we add at the end of paragraph 9 this kind of reference, and with that we can solve that the placement will be this guideline, but we don't know in which format. It's gonna be an amendment, it could be an annex, so we don't want to be micromanaging what's the format of the final outcome. Just to raise that, and with that, I can support to have this as a decision point. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there? Ben, would you? Sorry, Leona, please.
Thank you. I only raised my flag because I wanted to respond to this. I would feel very uncomfortable not having this here, because this is part, as per decision, part of the guideline for managing funding. We're flexible and open to compromise on moving forward on the guideline with simply a placeholder and not more than that. But we need the placeholder, and the decision point is our proposal as an advisory board of how to get there. And also appreciated Stella's suggestion to add a vague proposal for intersessional work, because we don't want to start where we left off in half a year's time.
Thank you. Stella.
Thank you, co-chair, and thanks, Angela, for trying to move us forward, Angela. It seems like there are some discussions between colleagues. Yes, I guess you were discussing the same point at the same time. Yes, thanks for suggesting that. I still would like to see something in this paper that speaks to the minimum percentage. I see that the concern you have is that you don't know if it's an addendum or an annex. We don't have to specify that, but we say in that document that this document is, let's say, not complete until that is further elaborated. So if it is here and, you know, we can leave it vague in which format that will be added, but just that to say that it will be further elaborated because it belongs to those guidelines. I think it's also part of the bigger package because we had that in the recommendations as well. And I would be willing to drop that proposal from the recommendations, but to keep it in the decision and in the guidelines. So that is my take on this now.
Thank you. Angela, do you? All right. All right, so may I go to discussion on paragraph 7 while the internal discussion is going on. So any comment on paragraph 7? Alpha.
Thank you for the proposal. As I indicated a couple of times here, for me, the rationale and the reason for developing a multi-year budget is to show our ambition and to raise money. But I do not see any added value in developing a multi-year indicative budget on the current pledges. And I think I've been saying that a couple of times. in the spirit of compromise, we can work on that and say that multi-year indicative budget will be only developed, only considered here when we have our resource mobilization plan and strategy developed. Otherwise, it is, from my understanding, very dangerous that we are writing here. We are not doing things to accommodate contributor or donors. We very much appreciate that, but this is a network, and the donors with us have agreed to send representative here. So, and as I indicated, if I have to do a multi-year budget to show the 49, I do have some concern, if I'm not to be dramatic, I have some concern with that. And particularly the text, the way it is reflected here, seems that the multi-year budget is developed not for Santiago network's sake, but rather to be annexed to the contribution agreement. So I stand guided. That the way I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the Stella and followed by Sierra.
Yes, thank you. And on that point, thanks, Alpha, for showing openness to work further on that. I think it's clear for me that the advisory board doesn't need to approve a multi-year budget. I hear you being open to discussing that once we have the resource mobilization strategy, and that's fine. I think we can do that, although it's not an obligation. I think the only reason that we need to think here about is what does the secretariat need to move forward with those contribution agreements, and what kind of documentation is needed, and just give them the possibility to engage with the donors to be able to sign those agreements. And perhaps there are, I suggested yesterday, some kind of forecasting, just some kind of narrative that they would be using to present to the donors on how this is supposed to be increasing. Perhaps there are some good practices on taking like financial good practices. I'm not a finance expert. I do not have experience in signing agreements and discussing budgets, but we have already the approved 2025 budget. If the contributions go further than that, perhaps there is some kind of a percentage increase that is planned on a usual common sense basis year by year that can be used as a forecast. And I think that would be just leaving the door open for the secretariat to be able to progress, because it is it is at the heart of the Santiago network to be able to respond to technical assistance requests. So in order to do that, we need to have the resources in the bank as soon as possible. We discussed it at length yesterday, and I think we all want this to happen as quickly as possible, so we do not have any kind of questions about when this money can be turned into contributions and start flowing to technical assistance projects. So I do not know what the best language suggestion would be here. I do understand the multi-year indicative budget is not the right wording, but perhaps we could find something that just gives that flexibility to the secretariat to move forward on the best kind of financial practice manner in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Sierra.
Yeah, I appreciate Stella's very pragmatic comments and support that as a potential way forward for this paragraph. But I also wanted to come in to say that I am not here as a donor representative, nor is anyone at this table, I think. So I think it's inappropriate to suggest that we are here on that basis. We are here as members of the advisory board, and we should all act in the interest of the advisory board. I understand that your personal views is that a multi-year budget is for the donors, but a multi-year budget has real practical benefits for our network. It allows us some ability to prioritize where we want to be spending funds. It provides us some, it reduces some of the uncertainty of how we are going to do the work moving forward. It allows us to engage with a broader set of donors to encourage them to make contributions. So I do need to push back on the assertion that anyone here is because they are donors. We are here representing our region and our interest as advisory board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Alpha.
Yes, thank you. Well understood, Sarah. What I said, I quote, the text look like the multi-year budget is to be developed to please donors. That's what I said. I haven't said that someone is representing donors. To clarify that. Second point, perhaps I need to explain myself why I do not support the approach. The multi-year budget, we have the discussion on the multi-year budget at the second board meeting. I indicated, based on the proposal suggested by the secretariat, that if we have to develop a multi-year budget, it has to be showing, reflecting the ambition that we set as we are serving the advisory board and the Santiago network. So, and I've thought and I said, and I think that my view that there's no added value to develop a multi-year budget based on the 49 million. There's no added value. Everybody knows what is there. And by the way, we have developed all the documents that donors were requesting to sign contract. That's why I'm saying in the spirit of compromise that the multi-year indicative budget will be developed in order to serve the Santiago network once we have our strategy, once we have resource mobilization. And this resource mobilization will inspire the ambition that we should put in the multi-year budget. So I'm not against any multi-year budget. I'm just saying at this point of time, if we have to develop a multi-year budget as a first principle, this, if we are getting in multiple years, we should project us ambitious for the next 5 years. If we do not manage to process all the money, then we know for the better. But I will not subscribe to a multi-year budget that is only around the 49 million. And I think we have indicated that for those reasons. So we could even now have an ambition in terms of multi-year budget that goes far beyond the 49 million. I will subscribe. Thank you. I hope it was understandable.
Thank you. Rachid, the floor is.
I just want to align myself with the intervention of Alpha. So regarding the multi-year indicator budgets, I think that's based on what we have as input, as information, as data, can't allow us to have a precise multi-year indicator budget. And in this regard, in this kind of condition, I think developing this kind of tool will be double-edged weapons. And that's why I think that we should take time in order to have, as mentioned by Alpha, mobilization resource strategy. Also, we need more guarantee, more commitment, and more positive signal from developed countries to transform the pledges to contribution. And we couldn't, yes, is obvious, is a basis. That's this kind of tool, multi-year indicated budget or the planification at medium term and at the long term will help and will enhance the ambition at different level and for different sectors. But I think that we should think twice before developing such kind of instruments that could hurt or jeopardize the Santiago network.
Thank you, Edie, Sierra, and Leona.
Thank you very much, Chair. So my point is maybe I support many of the point already Alpha raised, but if we want to say that we are going to prepare a multi-year budget only on the budget of 45 million we already pledged, for me that cannot work. If during the 5 years we mobilize more funds, are we going to update this multi-year budget? Or are we going to say that maybe we will only work on this indicative we already prepared? So we see that the budget from 2024 and 2025, there is an evolution. So if we mobilize maybe during the third year, more than 100 or 200 million, are we going to, what is changing in the budget? So maybe we can see that if the budget will have an evolution according to the resources mobilized, that can work for me, but not a budget from 5 years only planned with these 49 million that we already mobilized. That's not talking to me. Maybe we need to see the evolution of the mobilization, the budget according to the evolution of the resource mobilization. From that, I think that can it is more understanding for me, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra.
Yeah, thank you, Rashid and Edie, for those views. And I've been listening to try to understand what the concern is. And I think that I would like to propose some text that I hope addresses the points that you're making. So I'll just read it out loud, and then if people are okay with it, I can read it more at dictation speed if needed. And it would be: the Santiago Network Secretariat, in liaisons with the host, may also prepare a multi-year indicative budget, period. Adjustments will be made in accordance with the evolving context, identified needs, availability of resources, and based on advisory board decisions relative to budget and work program, period. And then new paragraph: active mobilization of resources will be part of the Secretariat's responsibilities in accordance with identified trends and anticipated needs for technical assistance. So I think with these edits, it separates the idea that the multi-year indicative budget is in the context of donor contributions necessarily. And it gets to the point that Edie was just making, that this would be updated and adjusted based on the evolving context. And that would reflect kind of the needs of the network and the availability of resources, et cetera. And I think it also is helpful to separate the point around the responsibility of mobilization of resources from the budget. And so hopefully that addresses some of the concerns that were raised about the multi-year budget being done based on $49 million.
Thank you for the suggestion, Leona and Stella.
Thank you. Of course, I'm a bit in a new situation now that we have this textual proposal. Maybe first of all, I just wanted to make us all aware again of the fact that we yesterday approved a budget for 2025, which is in the future. We approved two budgets, one based on very conservative estimate that nothing will happen in future, which is very, very unrealistic. And the other one being an aspirational budget, something we want to see for next year, but that is still pragmatic and realistic. So I think it is definitely possible to have a multi-year indicative budget that is both realistic and also aspirational, all the while knowing that annual budgets are the mandate of the advisory board, and these will be the ones that we are bound by. I think you're about to highlight that now. Yeah. So this is definitely the case. Reading your text for the first time seems to me like this is making sense and trying to respond in text to the fact that, of course, things are changing around us and we have to adjust both the annual budgets as we go and, of course, the multi-year indicative budgets as we go.
Thank you. Stella, followed by Alpha.
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair. And yeah, just to echo, I think what Leona has said right now as well. I think we can make those progression, like look forward based on the assumptions that we have also used for approval of our budget for 2025 yesterday. And of course, it is the ambition of all of us to have that budget grow significantly from year to year and to deliver more and more technical assistance. So I hope we can be pragmatic with that. And thank you, Sierra, for making your proposal. I think it separates, as you said, well, the point of kind of thinking about this multi-year indicative budget and adjusting it. And I think it is to the point that Edie was making. We're adjusting our annual budgets, even those that we have approved already for 2024, and we'll be adjusting the ones we approved for 2025. And the longer term perspective you have, the more you will have to adjust that. And that's the whole idea, that you make those adjustments as your organization grows. And I think we're all very much aware of that. And I'm sure that also from the perspective of the two sides, on the host and the donors collaborating, that is something that is also totally understood, that you make those adjustments on a regular basis. So nothing is fixed. Nothing that we decide is fixed. Everything can be still changed and modified. So I think that concern is addressed here, and then separating the point with the resource mobilization strategy, I think is also a good idea, and kind of clarifies now the concerns that were raised. So I hope we could accept that.
Thank you. Alpha, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I thank you for the proposal, but I'm afraid that I cannot go along for different reasons. First, we've been requested by the COP CMA to work on one budget, on the annual budget, that the mandate we have. But we have shown a lot of flexibility, and that is reflected even in the budget that we approved yesterday. It is a precedent. It is a precedent in terms of approving two budgets subject of exogenous factors that we do not control. And particularly when it comes to budget, that is not a good signal that we should send as a solid, robust institution that is requiring a strong fiduciary requirement by recipient countries. That's the first point. And I think the sentence proposed is actually is not leading us nowhere, because I indicated that if the multi-year budget has to be developed, it has to be informed by the strategies and by the strategy and by the Santiago network strategy and the resource mobilization. So, and the way it is written now, it is confirming and saying that a multi-year budget will be approved. First, the second point is the adjustment that is reflected here is actually a silent consent, and that is reflected in the decision that we took yesterday, that we have the flexibility to adjust, and that's why we approved 2 budgets yesterday. And that's, I think, that is again a sense of compromise and trying to accommodate for the interests of the Santiago network. And please, can you come down? And the third point why I would not support your proposal is that here with your number 8, you are prejudging the resource mobilization. So there's no agreement that the resource mobilization, the full responsibility lies on the secretariat. So, and that is something that will come out of the strategy, that will come out of the resource mobilization. So this sentence is prejudging those documents. Hence, I cannot support it. And I think in the spirit of compromise, we could work on the first sentence. Can you go and make specific comment? The first, the Santiago Network Secretariat liaison with the host will also prepare multi-year budgets once the strategy, the network strategy, come up, please. Once this network strategy and resource mobilization strategy, or the resource mobilization strategy is approved. I'm going fine with the adjustment, because I think, as I indicated, it is a silent consent here, and that is reflected in the decision that we took too. And then we delete the A because it is prejudging a process that we haven't started yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so it's already 11, and so since we started early today, so I'd like to propose a short break for 15 minutes, back to 11:20. Thank you. Hello, colleagues. Shall we resume the session? I kindly ask you to have a seat. All right. So, yeah, let's resume. Alpha, you have a floor.
Okay, it was a legacy flag, but I just wanted to kindly request the board to reflect on the comment I made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Floor is open. Leona?
Thank you. We're still on 7 and 8, right? On the paragraphs that we
Yes,
just.
7.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate that we're engaging on this now. I don't think with the way it is phrased now, it's really helping us in the situation that we are, because it is correct that the network strategy and the resource mobilization strategy will take more time to be developed. And the multi-year indicative budget or some kind of forecast is something that we need earlier than that. But I also get the feeling that there won't be a way for us to agree on this. And I think as important as this is, it's also very important to move ahead with the guidelines for managing funding for all the other reasons that that it is important. So I'm wondering if perhaps in the end it is the best compromise to delete 7 and 8 altogether, because it seems like we cannot land on any language that's really taking us where we need to be at this point in time.
Thank you, Leona, for alternative proposal. Sierra.
Yeah, thank you, Leona. I agree that I don't think your proposal, Alpha, would be agreeable. But I would be happy to, in the interest of time, delete these 2 paragraphs and continue to move forward with this document.
Thank you. Alpha.
Thank you. I think there seems to be an agreement to delete the paragraph. I can go along with, but even though I do not understand why why we want to develop an indicative budget without having an informed decisions, and because of no agreement that this important paragraph is being deleted. So as I indicated, for us, there is a sequence of work. And this sequence of work require before touching the multi-year budget, unless we have, for instance, a multi-year budget for 5 years that is 100 billion at least up, but not based on the 49. That will be also for us not agreeable. So any attempt to have a multi-year indicative budget based on the 49 million will not fly. So in the interest of time, we can delete it, unfortunately.
Thank you. Tete, followed by Stella.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would also like to add my voice in support of the, no, I would like to question no, this base figure of $49 million. I think it's a very low level of ambition for us to be basing our multi-year indicative budget on. No, and I would like to echo what Edie raised earlier, that if during these 5 years we mobilize more funds, then what do we do about this indicative budget that we already have and in principle would approve? So I guess in the spirit of expediency, I would also support the proposal to just delete those paragraphs until we have developed the network strategy and the resource mobilization strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, and Stella.
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair. And I think, Leona, and thank you for your suggestion. I think the very reason for Leona to suggest that was for us not to engage on those discussions right now, because we do not have time to engage. And we feel that we are opening again the discussion on what the budget should be, what is the relevant amount. And the suggestion of deleting would be just to simply avoid us spending time on this, but not to disregard it, but to have this action taken in the future. And we definitely need to address that in the future when we have more time at the next meeting or whenever the advisory board decides is suitable. And we will have something once we get to the annual report recommendations, we will have something there on the resource mobilization strategy, hopefully. And that is the place where we would then address it. But I think deleting it here now is just a way for us, as Leona suggested, to approve the document as once we go through all the other changes, so that we have that, but that we do not leave those decisions hanging. We will have a clear way forward or where we address them. But it's clear to me we will not be able to find an agreement today on what the multi-year indicative budget should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Alpha.
I would like to make one comment and one proposal on the way forward. For my perspective, a multi-year budget based on the 49 million is to confirming what we do not agree, which is that the pledges have been made and there was no understanding that are scattered over years. So and I think it might be even counterproductive, because it means the board has agreed that for the next 5 years they need 49 million. So that's the point. In terms of way forward, I'm fine with deleting this paragraph, but I would like that we have an action point as a decision point which reflects the necessity of or reiterating the necessity of developing the network strategy, the resource mobilization, and it also implies how much are we going to give as a standard amount first cap for the technical assistance. So a type of decision point that said that it is an understanding as part of a management guideline for management guidelines of funding management, that a resource mobilization, a multi-year resource mobilization will be developed once the advisory board approve its strategies, its network strategy and resource mobilization strategies. I think that's a compromise, because I don't want to lose the whole rationale behind this paragraph. It's not by chance that it is in this document, and we are taking heavy lifting in deleting it. So this decision point should be a reminder for us moving forward. I hope that is agreeable to everyone.
Thank you. So may I ask Secretariat to share the draft text with the members? All right, now I see ED followed by, sorry, Camila. Yeah, ED. Proceed.
So thank you, Chair. So I just want to maybe to be clear on my proposal. So I think I cannot support a multi-year budget of 5 years based on only the 49 million we already have on the pledge. So I need maybe to be more clear on my proposal. So if we plan a budget on 49 million, and then in 2025 or 2026 we mobilize more than 75 or 80 millions, we need to remanage the budget and to update the budget based on the new resources we mobilize. And each year until the 5 years end, we will have an evolutive budget, not only an indicative budget, but an evolutive budget linked directly to the resources mobilized. I think if we can have a wording like this, we are happy maybe to move forward. But we need to be very clear that on the fact that the 49 million will not be only the budget the basis of the budget we are planning, so that can be updated and moved. Thank you.
Thank you, Camila.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I think we're going over a lot. It's a pity that's where we're at, but I will agree on moving forward and deleting these paragraphs. I'd like to see sort of the decision point as we are proposing it. But I think I would add it's on the continue the work on the resource mobilization strategy and funding strategy and discussions on the multi-year budget, not just I think it's important that we continue discussing the multi-year budget because this is an important planning document that we need. So happy to see it go from here, but that the decision point on what we continue to discuss also include multi-year budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to ask Animesh to read out the draft decision point.
So what I've captured is as part of the guidelines for managing funding, the advisory board agreed that a multi-year resource mobilization strategy will be developed once the advisory board approves the Santiago network strategy. I just had a technical point of clarification that this decision point, should it be reflected under the current item under discussion, which is under managing fund guidelines, or should this be placed under item 13 on Santiago network resource mobilization strategy? Because the agreement is to develop a resource mobilization strategy.
Thank you. Sarah, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Animesh, for reading out your draft decision language. It sounded a little strange to my ear, but maybe that's just listening versus being able to read it. And given that we have already had discussions around a resource mobilization strategy, I would think it would be appropriate to put there. We'll also hopefully have a discussion about the outline of the Santiago Network strategy at some point today, since that was also an agenda item for our meeting. So maybe it could also go there. I'm pretty flexible there. Yeah, I think some of the language didn't sound quite right about I don't really understand a multi-year resource mobilization. This is suggesting that the resource mobilization strategy is dependent on the strategy. At this meeting, we've already been talking about the resource mobilization strategy, and we've also already been talking about the Santiago Network strategy. And this text would suggest pausing the work on the resource mobilization strategy until the Santiago Network strategy is complete, which I do not agree with. I think that given the discussions we've been having, it would be quite helpful to continue the work on those two in parallel. And so would be happy to see edits to this to make it clear that we are deciding to continue work on these. And it would be great if we could decide to continue work on these in light of the exchanges we're having at this meeting on those agenda items. And I also agree with Camila, although I don't think it's completely necessary, that it would be good for us to continue to have discussions around the multi-year budget, although noting that the very reason we are deleting it from this document is because we aren't deciding right now what that budget is, what it will look like, what it is based on, when it will be developed, right? Because we have different views on that. And we can continue engaging on it at a later date. But we don't need to have further discussions right now about what the top line is, because there's no agreement amongst us to do a multi-year budget.
Thank you. Stella.
Yes, thank you. And yes, similar observations as those that Sierra had made. I also think we should be engaging further on the multi-year budget. So I would like to see it there. It will, the discussions for the moment, we do not have a common understanding, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be engaging on that further. And I think that should be captured as well. And also, I am not quite sure if that is part of the guidelines for managing funding. Maybe you can clarify if that is, but I think it's, if we have that point on the agenda on resource mobilization strategy that we have already started engaging on earlier this week, it should be under those decision points and not as part of the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Alpha.
Yes, I agree with, I think the point are already understood, and I think what is captured now is more, there's no notion of multi-year budgets in the sentence, hence I guess it's best fit for the resource mobilization strategy. So we can move on like that. I don't have any other comments. So what I was saying, perhaps you go back again.
Right. So Camila, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. I wasn't sure what the process was. So on this, I think I agreed with a lot of what has been said. I would say I'm not really sure if it's a multi-year resource mobilization strategy. I think it's the resource mobilization strategy. As part of the guidelines for managing funding, the advisory board agreed that a resource mobilization strategy will be developed together with the Santiago network strategy. And as Alpha said, that the multi-year is a different thing, maybe a new line, and said the advisory board also agreed or further agreed that they will continue their discussions on the multi-year on multi-year budgeting at an upcoming meeting. And I'm happy to have that together here, or to have this decision item as part of the items on the budget, wherever the co-chair sees it's best placed. But I would like to see this as a decision item.
Thank you. Now, do you mean this, Camila, you want to be included in the managing funding decision point? All right. Okay. It is added on the decision point in the shared. Okay. Please check with the Google Doc. All right. Okay. Now, I would like, yes, I'd like to go to the next point of this. All right. Now I'd like to hand over Ben on another.
Co-chair, would the discussion we had was that there was still, did you want to discuss the point on the minimum percentage again, or would you like me to go through the rest of the document?
No. 10. You mean?
Go through the rest of the document. Okay. Okay.
Percentage. So, okay, all right, floor is open. Stella.
Yes, thank you. And we've been trying to find a way forward on this as well, in the sense that we want to have this document approved and hopefully can find a compromise there. So the concern was that we needed to, on the one hand, ensure that there is a way forward for how we are addressing and considering this topic at the next meeting, and that I think we share the understanding that the language that was proposed by Camila, which now is under 8, is a basis for a decision point. I would like to add something to that decision point, but staying on the guidelines for the moment, which would be based on what used to be 9. I think the issue that is really important for me is to ensure that when we adopt those guidelines, there is a placeholder left in it that ensures that we have not only further discussions, but that we will complement those guidelines and make them complete in line with the decision from SHARM at a later stage. And I understand that for Angela, it would be agreeable to have some kind of a placeholder. So perhaps I could read out a suggestion for that placeholder. That would be the new point, I don't know, 9, I guess. Placeholder for inclusion of the outcomes of the discussions on the determination of levels of minimum percentage, and you could copy, I guess, from above, percentage of technical assistance funded directly by the Santiago network to be made available to communities particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. So that would be my suggestion. And then the 10 would go on the decision text, and we could still add the element on the intersessional work just to clarify what is informing our kind of the discussion at the next meeting in the intersessional period.
Thank you. Sierra.
Yeah, I'm happy to move forward with the suggestion that Stella made in this document. I also have some comments on the decision point, but recognizing we'll be talking about the decision points later, would be happy to postpone those comments until we are actually talking about those. But in your hands.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the proposal by Stella? All right, so it is, this part is decided. Thank you very much. So, okay. Okay. Okay, so please check the decision point proposed, sent by Animesh through the Google Doc. Please check. And if there's no objection, let's decide this decision point.
So what we are trying to say is that we continue the whole document. It is our understanding that we will come to the decision point, then we address all of them at once by lifting and then agreeing that. Are you agreeable on that? So.
All right, thank you for the suggestion. Okay, let's go to the next other parts. Please go.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So if I could just move through the rest of the document. So as I was saying at the top of the conversation, we had incorporated the suggested changes of the previous iteration based upon the comments received. I'll just mention a couple of the key points. The replacement of governing body with governing bodies. I think, Idi, with your reference to COP CMA rather than just CMA has been addressed. I think we had, at the request, well, as part of the discussion that we've been having around trying to clarify what the process is through which we would undertake capacity assessments, we've included here an additional schematic, which is actually the sort of standard process through which we would undertake proposal evaluation process within UNOPS. But in addition to that, we had included in the previous iteration of the document some information on how we would be evaluating proposals. And with reference to the comment earlier by Sierra about the alignment between this and the technical assistance guidelines, and I've discussed this with Animesh as well, I think it's important that we don't see any overlap in terms of what is detailed here in terms of the evaluation process and what is detailed in the technical assistance guidelines. So the suggestion is that what's included in the technical assistance guidelines as 4.2.2 details and provides information on what the process would be through which members are selected to provide technical assistance. And where the managing funding guidelines then picks up the process is really when we get to the point that a member has been selected to provide that technical assistance. And at that point, this document under section D talks about the dispersal of funding and the grant management contractual arrangements that we would make with that member. If you refer back to what's included within 4.2.2 in the technical assistance guidelines, the last paragraph of that is that additional guidance regarding the selection process and specific criteria will be prepared as a supplement to this guideline. So what I'm saying is that ultimately we do not want to duplicate any steps of the process between this document and what's included in the technical assistance guidelines. This guideline is very much focused on once a member has been selected, what the process will be to disperse funds to them.
Thank you. Floor is open. Stella, Sierra, and Alpha.
Yeah, thank you. And I might actually need a bit more time to look at it because I see that the diagram that you've inserted. So that's really helpful as we requested yesterday. Then the text was deleted. So perhaps I would need to still have a little bit of a read through and think before engaging. But there was just a small correction, I think, to the figure on top of page 4. The governing bodies, I think it's usually referred to as governing body or bodies. So just to be perfectly consistent with what we, so that, but you know,
Okay.
it might not have come across clearly yesterday and that, but that's how we usually refer to in the decisions, the UNFCCC. But yes, on, I guess, maybe just to clarify for myself, so this, and I think you've said it, this evaluation that is now in the new figure B is only the financial kind of evaluation, only for those proposals that will benefit from the funding from the network. So those previous elements of evaluation that we have been discussing yesterday are in the other document for the responses, managing responses to technical assistance requests. Thanks.
Thank you. Sierra.
Yeah, thank you. I also support the suggested edit to be governing body and bodies or bodies. And then another kind of just minor edit under fund management. I am a little concerned about the members on the Santiago network may receive funding for the provision of technical assistance at the request of a proponent. I don't really think that's the way we're thinking about it, right? I think, right, there's a more nuanced process, and those funding amounts aren't going to be determined by a proponent. So I would suggest just deleting that clause. I think I'm also, the flow chart, I think, does answer a lot of questions. I am a little concerned that it doesn't seem like particularly well aligned, nested with some of the other discussions we've been having. In terms of like comply with formal and eligibility criteria. What are formal criteria? Because we haven't talked about that in our process. You know, I think it is helpful though here that we see that there's a technical evaluation and then there's a financial evaluation. My understanding is also that if there's a technical evaluation and one of the members has funding, then you jump out of this process at that point, right? And then you get back to the other flow charts that we've been talking about. And so again, just thinking about how the flow charts talk to each other, I think would be a little bit helpful. And I guess and right, just some of the language in terms of like, is the prospective member recommended? Is that from? Okay, so yes is kind of like it's goes good. Okay, so I think I'm starting to understand it, but comments on or even explanations around some of the things that are slightly different from what we have been talking about, I think could be helpful.
Thank you, Alpha.
Thank you, and thank you, Ben, for all the effort. And I think with the graphic, it is definitely illustrative. But I also do believe for guidelines documents, we need to have a narrative that explain that further, so that the interpretation will be clear. 2 comments. First, I have seen that specific paragraph, if you scroll down, specific, yes, all these element of grant negotiation, due diligence assessment have been deleted because they are reflected in the graphic. Okay, that's my first question. My second question is, I think, given the recurrent requests by members to check the alignment across the two documents, I think we might consider having a disclaimer so that said that those documents are perhaps mutually not exclusive and they work together, so that and they will be read as a complementary document. I think that will be very good. So my question is, what's about those paragraphs? And secondly, I think I'm not quite sure how we will do that, but the graphic should be also accompanied by the text. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, Ben, could you clarify to that? Okay, Leona.
My comments are not surprisingly along the same lines of the interventions that we've already heard. Indeed, it would be good. I think so far it doesn't do that enough to really refer to the other guideline, and then maybe the technical assistance guideline also referring to that document, not in every other sentence, but where it really makes sense to have this. Even graphics wise, simply, I know that this has been done overnight, so it doesn't have to be final for us to approve, but just to have the different graphics, you know, everything align. Also, as Sierra already asked, the form and eligibility criteria in the other document, we call it selection criteria, I think. Whereas I understand the financial evaluation is not part of that paper, but it's part of this one, which is fine. But I think as much as we can, we need to use the exact same language when we talk about the same things. And I think Sierra had a point where, but I have to find it again in the flow chart, where those that are, it's not a technical evaluation, it's a bidding process or whatever else we call it in the other document with according to selection criteria developed further in the supplement. And then it's not a question whether it's technically compliant, yes or no, but it's more or less like which one is the most suitable. And that's the one we move forward with the financial evaluation. So I think there's still, unfortunately, still some alignment to be improved. Let's put it that way. Thanks.
So thank you. Now I'd like to hand over to Ben to respond.
Thank you all, and you know, perhaps Animesh might also want to complement my response. I think the issue we have, and we've discussed it, I think over the last few days, is that we have two sets of guidelines which are interlinked, and that the process flows in between each of them. I think based upon the text which is included in 4.2.2, which outlines the process through which a member would be selected, but also highlights that further guidance would be provided subsequent to the guidelines. I think actually from our perspective, or at least should I say from my perspective, that makes more sense. So to ensure that there isn't any confusion by stakeholders looking at these documents, perhaps as was originally presented actually in the earlier version of this document, is that we talk in principle under section 4 fund management that about the process through which a member will be selected, and make reference to section 4 of the guidelines for technical assistance. And then perhaps given the discrepancy between the workflows, that we just take out that diagram at this stage, and then we move straight into fund dispersal. And because then what we're saying is any information associated with the selection of a member to provide technical assistance, whether or not finances are not provided, would be covered under the technical assistance guidelines, which then goes beyond that because it talks about implementation in any case. And what is included within this is very much focused on the management of funding. So at the point when a member has been selected and due diligence has been done, the capacity assessment has been done, and it has been decided that that member would be taking forward the provision of technical assistance with funding support, that then these guidelines would be of relevance from fund dispersal onwards. So that's where we talk about the mechanism, the grant management approach, and we go through the different types of agreement, dependent on the type of recipient, whether it's a UN agency or an INGO, etc. And then we talk about what would be the contractual requirements associated with that provision of funding. So eligible expenses, etc. If they were doing sub-grantees, etc., amendments to agreements. So what we're trying to, the recommendation is to try as much as possible to have a stop point within the TA guidelines at the end of 4.2.2, which says this is what we'll then do in terms of provision of funding support. And then obviously the technical assistance guidelines then come back in terms of implementation. But Animesh, does that make sense from your perspective as well? So in response to your query, I think one of the reasons to include this diagram was partly to provide greater clarity on what that process would be in terms of the selection of a member, but it does overlap with the technical assistance guidelines. So maybe the point is that would be further elaborated in the additional guidance documents as is detailed in the last paragraph of 4.2.2.
Thank you for clarification. Sarah. Sorry, Leona is first, perhaps. Okay. Sarah.
Yeah. I appreciate the challenge of deciding where things go, and I guess I can be flexible about what's covered in what document, as long as we have kind of a full understanding that is consistent with each other. And I don't necessarily see there is full consistency yet. But I also just question, like, why not just put this piece around, like, this chart and some of the description of this evaluation into the actual technical assistance guidelines flow, where we've been talking about technicals, like the evaluation process. I guess I'm just like, this part of evaluating proposals doesn't actually seem to be related to providing funding until the grant, right? And so, right, like, based on what you just described, Ben, it sounds like this actually belongs in the other guideline. Again, like, I don't want to like completely throw us off the rails here. I guess I'm in your hands on the best way forward. I'm just still uncomfortable with the lack of consistency here between the two.
Thank you. Leona, followed by Alpha.
Thank you, Ben. And I'm well aware of the complexity that we're creating here, and that it's a challenge to capture all of this. 2 points. First one, I think it would be good, perhaps even as an annex to both documents, to have a very nice, full, complete from start to the finish line flow chart. I mean, that wasn't possible so far because we're still discussing these things, so fully aware of that. But I think ideally, and especially for those who at some point want to understand the process and weren't part of the advisory board, that would be very helpful. And it should be on the website too, and it should be fairly easy to understand, albeit being a complex process. But that, I think, could be even an annex to both documents or a referral to something like that on the website. The second aspect is and as Sarah said, I'm also flexible having it here or there, but I think if so far in the technical assistance guidelines, we agreed on having a supplement on the selection criteria, more like the content or substantial selection criteria. The due diligence to make sure that whoever we give the funding to has the fiduciary capacity would not necessarily be part of that, I thought. So the due diligence, as you proposed, which would go through the UNOPS regular processes, would, to my understanding, still be part of this one. So there would be, for guidelines for managing funding, so there would be a reference for the selection process, maybe to the technical assistance guideline. And once it's decided which proponent or proposal would ideally work with, then this due diligence criteria through UNOPS process kicks in, and the financial evaluation, and then moving forward. I think with the reference to the other guideline, then coming back here on the due diligence and all the financial questions, and having one flow chart that outlines everything, I think that would be helpful to have full consistency with the two guidelines.
Thank you, Alpha.
Thank you. I agree with most of what has been said. And I think normally this document should have a very explanatory part, and the different processes should be annexed so that you go straight and then you follow the flow chart. So, and second point is, I think, as I indicated, perhaps we can think of or request the secretariat, as we are here, to find an introductory para or a conclusion paragraph that said that first the two documents to better understand where we are going, and there are synergies and complementary in order to better understand the operation of the Santiago network. And I also believe that we cannot move, I think we cannot move everything that has been deleted there or move it to the technical guidance, because there are specific funding related matters that does not belong to the technical assistance guidelines, particularly the issue of due diligence, grant negotiation, and financial evaluation of the proposal. So those are my key remarks that I can do that here. So are you keeping that now?
Camila, floor is yours.
Thank you, co-chair. And I'm aware that there's a lot that we're saying on this, and it's because I think it's really important that we set up a process that that allows for OB&Es to respond to technical assistance requests. I think, like the group, I agree with a lot of what has been said, and I am aware that while they are different documents and they need to have different things, of course, it's difficult to advance sort of in parallel. I was very happy to see the flow chart. I think for a short time, it's really good. The thing, apart from some of the questions on what goes where and in which guidelines, to me then arose other questions that I realized I'm not sure we've necessarily discussed or have clarity on. For instance, it's the formation of the evaluation committee, and what I thought was who is in this committee? How is that selected? Is this just the Santiago network? Is this with the hosts, member of the hosts or UNOPS? If that is so, is this already included in the budget as support, or would then support costs increase with the number of technical assistance requests, even if same or does it increase just with budget? Because you can have different scenarios, right? The budget might be the same, but we're approving requests of $500,000 or $1 million, right? And so we're speaking of 5 to 6. That's not the scenario, right? But then would the costs be different if we're approving $110,000 requests? Suddenly, like these are also linked issues or questions that I asked myself when I saw this, and these aren't discussions that we've had. So I'm not sure how comfortable I would feel agreeing to a process that speaks of a committee without having those details. I also think this is really important that we have a decision on this document here, even if as a with the iterations. And I wonder then sort of what minimum or what is indispensable for this section to be here, so that hopefully we can start responding to technical assistance requests that come in the latter or before our next advisory board board meeting. I also think I agree with Alpha in that, I mean, I think I have concerns that I've already expressed last time I spoke on those red paragraphs, but I'm also not entirely sure that they're entirely covered in the other documents. So in keeping it here, in any case, whatever we keep here, I think it's not evaluation of proposals. It's evaluation of or fiduciary or financial evaluation of members or that seeking to receive funds, because it's not the proposal that this would just apply to those members that will be receiving funds. So I think making that clear here would be very good. And in that sense, I do also think that including a glossary, like Alpha asked, would be really useful. And I know I'd feel fine approving it because glossary should be simple. But I think it will be very important for everyone to make sure we're in the same line as to what we're referring to when we're speaking of proposal or requester or member, because sometimes it's not necessarily the same words across guidelines.
Thank you. So now I'd like to ask Ben to respond.
Thank you all, and for that feedback, and it's helpful to have this discussion with you today. I think in response to your last points, it maybe is helpful to continue to have the text here in terms of the specifics associated with the evaluation of members in the from a financial perspective. And so perhaps a way forward would be to continue to keep that text in. Obviously, once it's been reviewed and the advisory board is comfortable with it, noting that it complements what's included within the technical assistance guidelines in terms of the technical assessment of a proposal. With regard to the schematics, I think Leona, I completely agree. It would be good to have some end-to-end process maps or SOPs. I think that's something that we can do subsequent to these guidelines. And whereas these are presented as two separate guidelines, I think those can just be a holistic view, which would enable members and yourselves and other stakeholders to have a clear understanding end-to-end of how this process is managed. Although appreciate that the schematic which was prepared, and this is based upon a our normal UNOPS approach for managing proposals. I think that maybe given the fact that it again overlaps between what's included within the workflows and technical assistance guidelines, that maybe that's actually not helpful to have at this stage, and we should defer having this level of information into those procedures, those end-to-end procedures. So that would be my reflection, that we need to ensure that there is a narrative here, I think to Alpha's point, that kind of provides that detail on what our financial evaluation is, but doesn't confuse what the workflow, which has already been stipulated in the technical assistance, presents, and that the action from today was then that we work on an end-to-end process, which makes that clear. The second point I wanted to just highlight is that within UNOPS, we have our standard of processes through which that we manage the selection of grantees, and we do our capacity assessments, etc. And to points that have been discussed in previous sessions, we don't obviously want to duplicate what's included within the grant support OI or our standard process, but those aren't necessarily fixed, and we'll have flexibility based upon the type of member that we're providing technical funding to. So with regard to the point around definitions, I was actually going to come, or glossary of terms, I was actually going to come back to that as well. So within our own documentation, and it does refer in the decision text to us using our own rules and regulations. Within our financial rules and regulations, there is 13 pages of definitions. And within our grant support OI, there is 3 pages of definitions. So obviously, I wouldn't want to contradict or duplicate those in a document such as this, but I also am mindful that these terms are used slightly differently in the context of the Santiago network, because we are referring to members, which has a specific meaning within the Santiago network. So I completely agree with the suggestion to develop a glossary, but we'll have to obviously cross-reference that with what our standard terms are and make sure there's alignment there. So in summary, taking into consideration the discussions we've just had, and to ensure alignment with the technical assistance guidelines, and particularly the workflows that have been developed, and based upon the comments that have been made, my suggestion would be to remove the schematic from this document for the time being, to use the base, what's included within the technical assistance guidelines as the basis through which that end-to-end process is managed, and then to ensure that the additional details of process flows are developed over the next month or two with reference to our existing processes and procedures, which are already well established. But perhaps I can ask Animesh to complement that, or if you want to disagree with me.
Sorry, just to add that the schematic diagram that Leona, you recommended as well, is already in different sections of chapter 4 of the technical assistance guideline for each of the step. And then we have compiled all of them as a big flow chart in the Annex 3 of the technical assistance guideline. Thank you.
Finish. Okay.
Yes, so I mean, based upon that, we'd be happy over the lunch break to prepare a clean version of this, updating, keeping the text, maybe removing the schematic and making sure it provides the level of information. It still provides some information on what the approach is from a financial evaluation perspective. And then if I may, just to say, I think with regard to the remaining parts of the document, we've addressed the comments that were made. I think one of the only other points was maybe further clarity on the audit process, and we've included some additional text under that last section on audits, and maybe we can speak to that if there's any further questions. But we would be happy to present a clean version of the document based upon the comments that have been received, if that would be agreeable with the advisory board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now see Sierra, followed by Alpha.
Thanks, Ben, for that recommendation moving forward. And I know we also have the paragraph already in the technical assistance guidelines about additional guidance regarding the selection process and specific criteria. In some ways, I could see, right, a updated version of this flow chart going into that additional guidelines. And so I think I could be supportive of that way forward. I think also just in the interest of trying to finalize those technical assistance guidelines, one of my concerns is the way that due diligence is currently reflected there. And how I don't know if it necessarily meshes with the way it's reflected here. And I just want to perhaps before recommending textual changes, make sure that I understand that step 5 of conduct the financial evaluation, right, is kind of described in paragraph 20, and that is about, right, the financial capacity of submitting organizations and kind of the value for money piece. And then that due diligence assessment comes later around, between step 8 or 7 and 8 down to the award crest. Is that correct? Okay. And so based on that, when we get back to the technical assistance guidelines, perhaps it makes more sense to delete the due diligence from where it is currently. I don't know if we need it in that sentence, right? Because right now it suggests that we will be setting criteria for each terms of for each proposal due diligence criteria, and that doesn't seem to mesh with what is being proposed here. And then just have a separate line somewhere that says, refer to the funding guidelines, for further information about, the process of grant making. I think that could be a way forward, and thanks for that clarity. And happy to maybe just talk over lunch about some of the other questions about the specific language in the flow chart.
Thank you, Alpha.
I agree with most what have been said, including what Sarah mentioned. My point is, as indicated yesterday in the informal meeting, I think we need to know how what are those due diligence. We need to know how what are those criteria for evaluation that will be applied in the context of the Santiago network. So, and it was an understanding that the secretariat will draw for us those criteria that will be applied. And I think it will be also important for consistency and to making the guidelines self-explanatory, that those criteria, once we have seen it and have assessed the adequacy in terms of waiving the financial part, but also the accessibility of the resources, because that is run by UNOPS, and it should be so, and it's so decided. But I'm a bit concerned that some issue might be in terms of accessibility and the adequacy, particularly because we are going to work with different stakeholders, organization, bodies, network, individual. So hence, as a decision point, we can request the secretariat to provide those information for the next meeting, so that we have clarity about the financial processes, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, are you okay? Yeah, Ben.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you for those comments. I think we can take that forward, and as you have requested, Alpha will come with further information at the next meeting. And in addition to that, as has been referenced, we really didn't want to duplicate, standard processes for grant management in these guidelines for lots of reasons. We referenced the financial rules and regulations, which are publicly available, and the grant support operational instruction, which is publicly available, but I appreciate further information would be beneficial, and so we can share that with you. And would be happy, as has been suggested, to update these guidelines, look at the specific text with reference to the technical assistance guidelines, and ensure that it's fully aligned. And I think make sure that the language particularly is clear. And maybe, I don't know if it's a necessity, we can have a look, Animesh, whether it makes sense to make references in the technical assistance guidelines to any part of the managing funding guidelines, or vice versa. But happy to move forward on that basis if that's agreeable with the advisory board.
Thank you, Alpha.
Just before we conclude, there is a decision point that will be requesting specific information on those criteria for financial evaluation that will be applicable to the Santiago network. I know you are dealing with a wide range of type of contract and agreement, but what I'm requesting, those that are specific, that will be applied for the Santiago network. We want to have that, because a reference to the document that is heavily for accountant or financial, it is quite difficult for us to grasp, and particularly to look at the whole document and find out what is there. So what I'm asking, first, a decision point saying that that information will be provided, and second, to have an agreed understanding that the secretariat will communicate to us those specific criteria that will be applied in the context of the Santiago network. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This proposal will be shared. Now, Sierra, you want to have a comment? Yes.
Yeah, as with the other agenda items where we've talked about decision points, I don't want to object to the idea of having that decision point, but we can engage on it when we talk about the decision points.
Yeah, sorry, you want, but come back later? What?
Yeah, when we talk about the decision points, we can talk about the textual suggestions there.
Yes,
and
yes, yes,
engage on the text when we're talking about all the decision points.
Yes.
So I
Yeah, that's
will
yes,
reserve any
we will.
comment.
We'll come back after receiving the clear version this afternoon. Thank you. So thank you very much. I think, yeah, I'd like to come back to this agenda item this afternoon. So now, before lunch, we still have a time, so I would like to continue another agenda item. Sorry.
So just to complement my question, thank you for sharing that view. What we wanted to indicate that we have made an intensive discussion on the document, and the secretariat needs to reflect that. And after lunch, we will have a new version and that will be discussed. That's why we need to stop now, because people cannot approve a document that is not entirely addressed now, and then we will come back to that for approval.
Thank you. So go to the next agenda item. Now I'd like to hand over to my co-chair to the next one.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'd like now to resume the discussion on the agenda item 8, provision of technical assistance. At our second meeting, the advisory board requested the interim secretariat to engage with requests for technical assistance that have been received during the period where UNFCCC secretariat was serving as the interim secretariat, and B, to conduct workshop for least developed country and small island developing state. A draft concept note is contained in document SNAB/2024/3/07. In this context, I would like to invite the Interior Secretariat to make a presentation.
It's also there. So this is 112. Okay. A is 112 and B is LDC6.
So the Secretary will make presentation on A first, Vanuatu.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So this is an update in terms of the decision taken at the last second advisory board meeting on engaging with Vanuatu as a country that had submitted its request to the UNFCCC Secretariat when it was serving as the interim secretariat last year. We have had multiple rounds of conversations with the government of Vanuatu on this point. And we have also ensured that we understand the request from them, which includes conducting a national visioning exercise, developing a capacity development package, developing advocacy and communication materials, and then developing a preparation of a funding proposal for further other funding mechanisms. So that is their initial concept on this technical assistance request. What we are doing as of now is that translating and turning their original proposal as they had developed as a concept in line with the template of the technical guidance, guidelines on technical assistance, which is contained in the annex of the guidelines. The idea is that once we have completed that, it is an ongoing process. Once we have completed that, we would also have started receiving the membership from OBNEs, and we would post their request turning into terms of reference on our website. And once that is done, the OBNEs would be invited to respond to that request, and the due process would follow in terms of the selection of the right member. So that's just an update in terms of the engagement with Vanuatu. And very quickly on the workshop for LDCs and SIDS, this was a concept note that had already been shared with the members for intersessional approval. We have received the comments which have been incorporated. The idea behind this workshop on LDC and SIDS, which is in continuation of the regional workshops done last year, is to take stock of the experience, capacity challenges, and needs in the LDCs and SIDS, and in the process through this discussion, develop a roadmap for LDCs and SIDS to enhance capacity to minimize at-risk loss and damage. The first such workshop, what we have done is to cluster the LDCs and SIDS in 3 zones, one in the Pacific, one in Africa, and one in the Caribbean. And the idea is to organize the first LDC SIDS workshop in the Pacific in the week of 23rd September. So this will be 26 to 27 September. And additional such workshops will be planned in 2025. And also wanted to inform that we are benefiting from organizing this workshop back-to-back with another set of workshops that UNDRR and other organizations are also funding. So we are benefiting from co-financing of these workshops for this year. Thank you. Back to you, Coach.
Thank you for the presentation. Now, floor is open for comments. I see Leona and followed by Camila. Sorry, I lost Sierra's first. Camila? So, okay, so may I ask you, Sierra? Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I did review the concept note for the workshops and provided comments in the Google Doc in late August. And I was hoping, Animesh, that you could speak more to the roadmap as an outcome, like who is the roadmap for, like who's taking actions, and also particularly like how that relates to the Santiago network strategy. And, you know, my understanding of some of the secretariat activities is to support the LDCs and SIDS in making technical assistance requests. And so I'm just curious if the roadmap is about that or if more information could just be provided there.
Thank you. Camila.
Thank you, co-chair. And thank you for this update. I'll admit I'm a bit confused. I'm not sure what agenda item we are under, or if you expect decisions or what you expect from us right now. My understanding was that this document had been reviewed and approved intersessionally. So not sure if you expect us to comment on it now. In any case, I will, as the SIDS representative, I will reiterate that we are very happy to see these workshops take place. We feel that this is an important step towards actually operationalizing the Santiago network to make sure it responds to the needs of all developing countries and those particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. And that I very much look forward to engaging in these workshops and have the outcomes then feed into responding to the mandate from the decision that is specifically to support SIDS and LDCs in preparing technical assistance requests.
Thank you very much, comment. Yes, it's up to us to how to proceed. Yeah, thank you for your comment. So not to. So your comments will be incorporated into Chris' updated document later. Thank you. Yeah, it is your comment. You are invited to make comments. That will be. Sorry, my computer. It is document. It's approved already. Then this session is to update the work and then reflect and we receive the feedback from your side. Thank you. And Leona, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm also very happy to see that these are taking shape and looking forward to hear the results. Maybe if not in a form of comment, but then in a form of question. I was wondering why the target audience is mainly governments, since these are Santiago network workshops, and we keep discussing that in addition to governments, we want to reach communities. So I was wondering why that was so specifically outlined as targeting governments. And also, in addition to the question on what the roadmap idea is exactly, I would be super curious to learn from these workshops as well, not only the experience, capacity challenges and needs of LDCs and SITs, but especially the priorities of what we will move forward. I'm sure the capacity challenges and the needs are tremendous, but based on this, it would be very helpful to learn what are now the priorities, what it is that where the support is like would be most efficient, is most requested. That would be very beneficial. And of course, ideally, if these, not only do we learn from these workshops in the end, and this feeds into our processes, but also I hope that these workshops learn from the ones that already took place and what worked good and what didn't, and what other regions developed in terms of priorities, and how LDCs and SITs can maybe learn from that. So I guess that it would be great if there was also some way of mutual learning between the different workshops.
Thank you, Leona. Anyone who would like to take the floor? Edie, please.
Oh, thank you. I will not come again on the workshop because I think Camila said most of the point I wanted to raise. So I just want to come back on the request for technical assistance from Vanuatu. That is a very good steady case that we have here within the Santiago network, and the different step and process, how it is treated by the secretariat. I think it is in the annex, but maybe we need more to see how they are dealing with, and they are trying to give answer and treat this request. I think that is very interesting that we can capitalize if we know all the steps and the procedure. So I really need to know more about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Edie. If you allow, I would like to make a few comments. First, I wanted to say that it will be important that we also document the process for Vanuatu, because it is a typical case of the SITs and as well as the LDC. And I guess there's a lot to learn. I'm also of the view, and if the board agrees, to propose that the secretariat, perhaps at the last meeting next year, to make a compilation of lessons learned and information insight that we are getting from all these workshop, and to filter it and help us have element to inform our decision-making process, our discussion here, so that we are as close as possible from the reality of the ground. Last point that I wanted to say, I'm personally very appreciative from the whole support provided by UNDRR, and particularly also trying in a cost-effective manner to, to take advantage of the meeting and bringing also stakeholders to discuss on the Santiago network. However, I have a portion of caution that I want to indicate. The workshops, as far as Santiago network is concerned, are related to loss and damage, and I think we need to be very clear that first there is a tiny line between disaster risk reduction and loss and damage. And for the latter, for the Santiago network, as far as the Santiago network is concerned, we would like to see actually loss and damage, the whole range of approaches being discussed, and that the demarcation between the two topics or topics, loss and damage and disaster risk reductions, are clear, so that the stakeholders that we are building take not only advantage of the disaster risk reduction, but also knows the difference between the two and really understand the Santiago network. So far from my end. I don't see. Okay, I'd like to ask the secretariat to react on specific comments, queries that were made.
Thanks, co-chairs, and thanks, members. Just very quickly, in terms of the roadmap, which is the primary outcome of these workshops, is to understand the shared capacity gaps across these countries, and hence the need for these workshops. So how different capacities are identified across these LDCs and SIDS, and they can peer learn and share from each other in terms of the shared capacity gaps, and then help better articulate the technical assistance requests and any support that can be further required by the secretariat, as in line with supporting the LDCs and SIDS to develop their proposals to Santiago network. So it's in a way to understand and provide a more synergized approach to capacity gaps and follow-up actions to be developed, and that is what will be compiled in the framework or a roadmap as a primary outcome of the workshop. And then subsequently, once we have completed the 3 workshops, and this is response to your question, Alpha, in terms of the compilation of these lessons to be done at the global level. And those are part of the global knowledge products that are also part of the budget, so that we can compile all of them in the form of the knowledge products. The second part was in terms of the target audience. It's not just the governments, it's also the stakeholders, including OBNEs, who are also invited, besides UN Regional Coordination Mechanism and other networks and coalitions. So we have mentioned the ministries responsible for different portfolios relevant to loss and damage, but also invited different networks and stakeholders in the region. And all of these we are doing, at least in the Pacific as of now. We are working very closely with the regional organizations like SPREP, PIPS, and SPC to coordinate regionally. And where available, the loss and damage contact points and Santiago network liaisons, if have already been identified, are also listed in among the target audience. In terms of the loss and damage, we have ensured that the ministry is responsible for climate and environment and national disaster management offices. Plus, if loss and damage contact point have been invited, are the 3 key ministries or entities who have been invited together with Ministry of Planning and Finance where relevant.
Thank you, Animex. Sarah, you have the floor.
Sorry to ask you to repeat yourself, Animesh, but you were going quite quickly. Could you just state the roadmap? I guess it sounded like maybe it was more of a summary of the inputs. And so maybe I'm just concerned about the word roadmap that typically implies activities. And so maybe there's not implications of activities for any particular stakeholders. But I kind of missed the very beginning of the description of the roadmap. Thanks.
Thank you. And I also have one question to him. Okay, Jidon first.
Yeah, thank you so much, Animesh, for briefing us on the progress made on these workshops. And I'm wondering whether you have managed to bring diverse stakeholders on board, including non-state parties, especially those have already mentioned from whom we are representing indigenous people, youth, children organizations, child-led organization, also human rights organization, whatever. to be part of these workshops. And as part of the learning, I think in next year, 2025, as you are planning to organize this workshop to other regions, I think it's imperative that you bring these stakeholders on board to share their learnings, challenges, and lesson learned with regards to loss and damage landscape issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Gidon. Anyone would like to take a floor? So I have one perhaps request that can be turned into decision points. So I think at the end of this process, it's not only a global stakeholders' views on technical gaps, on technical assistance in the context of loss and damage associated with climate change. But I think it is also not by chance that we have regional workshops. So I will request, if the board is agreeable to the board, that I haven't said anything yet, that we convert for each region a knowledge product. This workshop have a wealth of informations. I remember last year exactly, in the context of the Fund for Loss and Damage, the workshop, the report that was provided, the initial workshops actually identified at that time different stakeholders, very pertinent one, particularly MEP, representative, and etc. So I think for each region you have a pattern that is emerging, and I think as a knowledge product in the context in linking with the Santiago network, we can have those key information or fact sheet about the different region being presented as a knowledge products to the extent possible. Thank you. Sarah, you have the floor.
Yeah, apologies to come back in again, but I also just wanted to seek clarity on, you said that the document was approved intersessionally. I know there was a request for comments intersessionally as well, and I responded to the request and made comments into the document, and so I'm just not sure what was approved. And so it'd be helpful, because I did leave comments in the, I didn't just make textual edits, and so it'd be helpful to understand what was in fact approved. And then Alpha, to your point, perhaps another question is, I know that under the UNFCCC Secretariat, they actually had country pages. I don't know what the status of those are anymore. So Animesh, perhaps you know. But if those already exist, I don't know if we would necessarily need an additional knowledge product, because they're a pretty accessible way for people to go and identify kind of the activities already for each country, including some of the assessments of technical assistance needs out there. So an update on that could be useful before we engage in thinking about new knowledge products.
Yes, just as you speak, I will give you the floor now. As you spoke, you strike my mind, because I do remember the UNFCCC Secretariat indicating that there were budget left for the workshop, and this budget is available for the workshop, and I haven't seen that in the budget. Perhaps were that reflected there, or at which point of time are you going to take the resources that for the Santiago network in that context? Thank you.
Thanks, co-chairs. So just a few initial information. One, the UNFCCC website contains the information and country pages of around 74 countries as of now. It started with a survey done in 2021. Around 24 countries responded to that, and then subsequently was advanced further through the workshops, including last year. The reference to these country pages have actually been made in the Annex 1 of the Technical Assistance Guideline as well, and was one of the ways through which we also provided a scope in terms of the work that to give an indication that what other things could be done in the Santiago network based on those country pages as an example. Just to elaborate also on the budget, we understand from UNFCCC Secretariat that a separate pot of funding was used for the regional workshops last year. So the $7.2 million that have been transferred from UNFCCC Secretariat to UNOPS based on the contributions made so far is explicit. It's not inclusive of that workshop budget. That was from a different budget of UNFCCC Secretariat. To get back on the roadmap, so there's basically, yes, workshop summaries, but a bit action-oriented. So the workshop would inform us what are the shared capacity gaps across LDCs and SIDS in that region, and what are the things that could be done in that region as a matter of priority, building upon the country pages among those 74 countries. So like that's the baseline information, and can we add a few more things, but not ending up with a list of activities per country. That's not the intention. It's more a landscape of capacity gaps and priority actions that could be taken to address those capacity gaps. So to give an indication in terms of our own learning that what kind of capacity gaps exist in the world, especially in LDCs and SIDS. And confirming that in all these workshops will ensure that non-state actors are fully engaged and informed, and that's where the regional organizations have been very helpful because they are the ones who coordinate the regional stakeholder engagements. So it's being done in the Pacific and will be the case with other clusters of LDCs and SIDS as well. I think those were the key points, but back to you, Co-Chair.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. And the comments. So Sierra, your comments that we received in the Google Doc was after the deadline for comments, and we had by then already uploaded the background document 2 weeks before this meeting. So my proposal would be that we incorporate those comments in the document as we have as of now. We didn't want to take that document down once it was already uploaded.
Any other question? So I think we can definitely close.
Action point. Decision.
Okay.
You and the Vice Board takes note and appreciates the progress being made on technical.
So just to give you in the understanding that we are going to address all decisions point, but to give you a sense of how the decision points for this agenda item will look like, we will, the advisory board, take notes of the support provided by the Secretariat to Vanuatu and encourage further engagement to expedite the submission, the official submission of the TA. The second point is we take note and express our appreciation to UNDRR for the organization of the workshop for LDCs. Any other point, or under the understanding we will go back to that just to give you. Yes, please introduce yourself and then, yeah.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Alvaro Rojas. I work at the United Nations University. We are supporting UNFCCC in processing the outcomes of the Santiago Network workshop from 2023. I was not part of it, but I understand Yusuf talked about it from UNFCCC on the first meeting. Though I just thought it could be pertinent at the moment, just maybe to give a short update on that, if that is okay with you. We're currently working on building a database that processes the input of all of the countries that participated on them. We received 171 inputs. that is countries reporting on events that happened in like flood, drought, tropical storms, and other within their territory, and they reported which measures and instruments were used in that specific context. And then what we're doing is, unfortunately, the information that we received wasn't very homogeneous. So the work we're doing now is gut feeling using an API that uses AI to process, to look through a large number of documents to fill in the information that we're missing. And we're hoping, and we're working on a report that just shows trends on this information that we found, including technical assistant needs that were expressed there. So it was also, we're looking to a larger number of countries than those that actually were there in the rooms. And we're currently working on it. So in case you guys have more questions or something, I'm happy to address them bilaterally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. This is a good exercise, and we look forward to having or to seeing the findings of that exercise of data. So thank you for your intervention. Having said that, I guess with that, the discussion on the technical, on the guidelines for technical response is completed. So with my co-chair, so the guidelines is still to be approved, and then you get a new version after the launch.
Everyone, colleagues, sorry, thank you. So before lunch, I would like to touch upon the agenda item that was planned this morning. Agenda item 12, Santiago network strategy, result framework was already decided. So now I'd like to ask the secretariat to present on the part of strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Next slide, please. Maybe in the next one after that. Thank you. Yeah, yes, could you maybe handle that?
Good afternoon, everyone, again. Just before I hand over to David, I just wanted to refer back to what's included within the work program approved in March this year with regard to the strategy. And that was that we would develop a strategy for the Santiago network, including results framework with key performance indicators and a corresponding M&E system. Obviously, the focus over the last couple of months has been in developing the results framework, and through the feedback that we've received from yourselves, rather than entering into the development of a full strategy document in advance of the director joining, we have developed an annotated outline of a strategy similar to that for the resource mobilization strategy for your consideration and input today. So that at least when the director starts in November, your thoughts with regard to what your expectation would be for a strategy will have already, to a certain extent, been articulated, which would hopefully enable that process to move ahead more quickly. And with that, I will hand over to David to talk through the annotated outline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Next slide, please. So as Ben indicated, you've received this. Next slide, please. Thank you. You've received this for your consideration, and I'll just very quickly walk through it in terms of the outline. It comprises it's proposed to comprise these 12 sections, beginning with an overview on the purpose, and the vision and mission will be tied to the mandate, as is already included in the results framework that was endorsed. The results framework is in hand, and here in the strategy, it would elaborate on how the activities are translated into outcomes. And it may be that as was discussed by the board yesterday, it may well be that in the process of preparing the strategy, there could be some adjustments made to the results framework so that it's aligned. Then the priorities and approaches essentially is a prioritized operations plan for the network, Santiago network. Then on groups, it's the clarity on whose needs are being served, and Co-Chair Alpha, yesterday you were, for example, talking about the SIDS, the emphasis on SIDS and LDCs. That is where that could be included. Also, in the strategic priorities and approaches, the section before that, that's for example where it could be clarified the emphasis on and translating the emphasis on country drivenness and on responsiveness can be elaborated. Then on members of the Santiago network, that would reflect the OB&E guidelines. The partnerships and collaboration, that would be beyond the OB&Es and the network members, such as the relationships with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and other funding arrangements. Then finance and other support, there's already been a lengthy discussion on that topic, but it would be, this is where you link the strategy to staffing and budgeting. As for the time frame, you've had a lot of discussion about the multi-year budget. The way that it was put forward in the work program, if I'm not mistaken, Ben, was that it was to be a 3 or a 5-year strategy. So that obviously, if you're going to speak to finance and other support, those would need to be consistent. Then on monitoring, evaluation, accountability, this would be how to use the results framework, putting the results framework to work for reporting, as well as any other evaluation approaches would be elaborated there. We didn't elaborate on that within the results framework document, but this would include the evaluation of activities, clarifying, is that going to be a self-evaluation according to criteria that are set by the secretariat? That was sort of the assumption that was given. But it could well be that other evaluations are commissioned by the advisory board down the road to look at various aspects of your performance and so forth. Risk management, that's a standard component of any good strategy on anticipating challenges and how to deal with them. And then the sustainability plan here, it's using the term of sustainability really to think in terms of how to ensure that the results that come from the technical assistance are maintained, that those impacts are sustained. And for example, the concept of capacity retention that Co-Chair Alpha, you've raised on a number of occasions, that could be put there as well to make clear that that's a intent. And finally, a gender, but not least, a gender and diversity plan, and to be applied across the network and also pertaining to the entire program of actions. Thank you, Co-Chair. That's the summary.
Thank you, Secretariat, for the presentation. Now, initial feedback. Stella, and followed by Alpha.
Yes, thank you very much, Co-Chair, and thanks, the Secretariat, for preparing this. I do recognize this is at the very early stages. It's just some ideas for us to consider and give you guidance on how to develop this further. And I would definitely have suggestions on amending some of the points that are there, but I don't think this is the objective of this session, to go really into detailed comments. So just some very quick high-level considerations on that, and also requests to clarify the way forward on how we will be working on that and when. First, quick observation would be on the target groups. I think well, it would be good to be mindful that it's not only countries and institutions, but also communities and all sorts of other stakeholders that we want to make sure that the Santiago network reaches out to. I am also not sure if you want to speak about target groups. I don't know if I like that terminology. I think we're more talking about partners, and we can still consider how we frame that, but it's clear that we want to ensure that we build that network and that it has a wide reach, in particular to the vulnerable communities, to indigenous people, to youth, women, and other groups. The other observation in terms of partnership and collaboration, I would like to encourage the Secretariat to make sure that we don't forget that it's that the Santiago network is under the WIM, and that of course we have close collaboration with the WIM EXCOM, and do include that in the strategy. And my third observation is around communication. I do not see it here now. So just a question for clarification, if that is a separate component that is being developed as part of the work plan, or if that is incorporated into this overall strategy. And as I was talking yesterday to the resource mobilization strategy, I think there are very close interlinkages between how we communicate, how do we outreach, and how we can then build our resources. So I think, and as we discussed earlier, there is a very close link between the overall strategy and the resource mobilization strategy. So just making sure we are mindful of those connections and we do not forget some of those elements. Thank you.
Thank you. And Alpha.
Thank you for the presentation, and looking at the outline, I see that this document is very key, and particularly talking to our long-term perspective as a network. So thank you for the proposal. I just want to make suggestion that you might consider when developing this document. First, I guess we need, because it's a strategy, to have a background that presents Santiago Network in the landscape of funding arrangement, but also of technical and financial support provider, so that we know what we stand, and then move to the document. The second point is, I think we need in this strategy to have a theory of change that reflects actually the resort management framework and link to the mission and vision that we will be developing, so that you have a chain of actions that can be easily do something readable. Also think also that the partnership should go beyond, should definitely take note of a critical close relation that we have with ExCom, but also look at the landscape and see from where we stand how we will be approaching the different technical provider, etc. And particularly, I will be interested how the Santiago network sees itself in vis-a-vis the different initiatives. There are different initiatives, bilateral one, and so on. Perhaps if there's a strong relationship there, we can definitely mobilize more technical assistance coming to the Santiago network, but having fundings already. And the last plan is the sustainability plan. And the sustainability plan will be important as an exit strategy. And last point that I wanted to say on the target, again, that's why I think it was wise that the decision on the minimum percentage is kept a little bit, because the minimum percentage as per decision speak to communities, subnational and all these things. But I think in zooming down, what are the specific targeted groups, and what are their specificity, and what type of response can be provided will be helpful to move on. So thank you for that, and we look forward to the document. So since I have the floor, in terms of decision point, I will suggest that the advisory board take note of the outline of the strategy of a network, of a Santiago network strategy, and request the secretariat to further develop the strategy to be presented for consideration. I'm not quite sure whether we can approve that at the first meeting, but for consideration at its next meeting, at its next, okay. Okay. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you. No, yes, thank you. May I, Chair? Thank you. Yes, sometimes it's confusing who is actually chairing the meeting. So I think we have an order of flags, and we have colleagues, and you speak as a member, Alpha. So, and we're making a round of comments first. It would be perhaps useful to hear everyone's comments on the strategy before we propose the decision point. I would suggest that we proceed in that way, if you agree. Thank you.
Yeah.
No problem. I think I was too ambitious and I was helping you, but yes, Chair, we are at your hand.
Thank you. The next speaker, Sierra and Leona and Tete.
Yeah, thank you for preparing this outline and for starting the conversation on this. I think it is a really valuable conversation for us. And I think as we kind of are near finalizing the kind of core documents for operations. I do think we're entering this next phase of thinking about, okay, now that we are kind of operational, how do we really want to orient ourselves and prioritize our activities? I do note, just like in the outline and even in your description of these headers, there is a lot of overlap between this document and everything else we're doing. So I think it will be just good to be mindful of those interactions. And even Alpha and Stella spoke to a couple of those different elements that we have ongoing discussions elsewhere that are going to be relevant to this. And so good to just be mindful of that and think through how we will be feeding in from multiple processes. On the kind of outline itself, I also think some of these are going to be more meaty in terms of discussion than others, you know, in terms of like what are the strategic priorities and approaches. Like that is a big question. And I think it will take quite a bit of time for members to engage in that topic and think through that issue. I note in the document, there's a line about analysis being done to inform this section, and it would be really helpful to better understand what is that analysis. And I think I probably speak for all the advisory board members that I think we would like to be closely involved in the outcomes of this section in terms of thinking about what are the strategic priorities. Similarly, under the partnership and collaboration, I think it is helpful to think about kind of the unique value is the language used here. And I think we also talked about this in the resource mobilization strategy yesterday, is really thinking about like what is the value proposition of the network. And I think that also speaks to a little bit of Alpha's point about the theory of change, because I think that's also very closely related. You know, here I think it was in the actual document, I was also thinking about just how we are engaging in this larger landscape and the value of those different types of engagements. So I'll leave it there, but also definitely kind of think the points from Stella and Alpha were really useful in terms of how we move forward here.
Thank you. I think the next one, sorry, Leona, floor is yours.
The way around is fine by me as well. I can only agree with my previous speakers. Thanks again for the outline. Thanks for having us start the discussion. I think it's very timely and important that we do think about these things further. I think it's only a positive sign if there are lots of overlaps with the guidelines that we've already developed, because obviously that should all be we should all be thinking along the same lines. And I think the strategy can then benefit from sending these higher level messages. And then with the guidelines, we have all the details of what that means. I also want to agree with what has been stated by others before on really focusing on where the Santiago network is located within the landscape. And that means beyond UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, because there are so many overlaps, connections with other initiatives, stakeholders, funds whatsoever. So I think that's important to go beyond that. On target groups, whether we want to call it that or not, indeed, I think it's important to, and you mentioned this under the heading of vulnerability, but also to look into which communities have which priorities, and we can even refer to the minimum percentage here once we get to that. I think on membership, it would be great, and I asked a question regarding this when we talked about the OB&E guidelines and their implementation as well, on really discussing how we can cultivate this network and what would be needed to do that without, of course, duplicating the WIM-XCOMs and the expert groups work, but it's more like how it can be best intertwined and efficiently work together. On the meal framework that is mentioned under number 9, I was wondering, is this something the secretariat will develop? Is this something we as advisory board need to approve, or is this rather something that is really focused on the individual responses to individual requests, and the meal framework will be more on the implementation side than on our guidance side. And with regards to the sustainability plan, I understand and support that this has really a focus on the impacts of the Santiago network, of the work that we're trying to do here. I think it would also be worth, of course, we don't have a crystal ball, but like thinking of how we're sustaining the relevance of the Santiago network, also looking ahead 3 or 5 years, the relevance within the still evolving landscape. Thanks.
Thank you. Tete.
Thank you, Chair. I would not be repeating the points already previously mentioned, but just to add that I'm also curious about the theory of change that will come out from this paper. Mine would be a question and a suggestion. In terms of the timeline, what is the timeline that we foresee for at least having a first draft that can probably be shared already with the advisory board? I'm not sure if that's a very helpful idea, but it would be good to have something before, we come up here in a full meeting and then we have a document that we don't really have a lot of time to review. So maybe that would be helpful, especially also because we said that this network strategy, our discussions around the multi-year budget, etc., depends on this paper on the strategy. So it would be really interesting and kind of urgent also, that we have something because a lot rests on this document. Another question would be, what would be the role of the incoming executive director in developing this strategy? And then maybe a question also, or a suggestion. I don't see a lot of distinction between reference to target groups and partnerships and collaborations. Maybe we're just being repetitive. So maybe if that can also be merged into one point, because I think a strategy document should not be an epic novel, no? It has to be a communications piece also. So if we can be short and snappy, so that more people can understand, no, without having to scratch their head and what the what the heck are we trying to communicate here? That would be so helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachit.
I want to thank the secretariat for the effort and also about these drafts. I am very comfortable with this analysis outline at this stage. Yes, this strategy constitutes a remarkable step for the Santiago network promotion. I totally agree with Alpha. So this strategy aims a paradigm shift based on theory of change, but I didn't see or heard about the horizon of this strategy. Is a strategy short term, medium term, or long term? And also, I think that must build on various deliverables of AB, especially the result framework, but also other documents. And also, we should be more exhaustive. So we should also build on the decision by the CMA, by the COP, regarding all the topics that have a direct or indirect link with loss and damage. And also there's a lot of precious deliverables in the reports published by OECD or World Bank, UNEP, and so on. So also we will need to capture all these documents. And also council bodies also has published many information reports regarding the vulnerability and also the climate finance. So I think that it's a very challenging exercise. And we have a high expectation about the outcomes of this strategy. That's why I think that's especially for finance and other supports. That's why I need to have more visibility about the approach of the Secretariat regarding that.
Thank you, Camila.
Thank you, co-chair, and thank you to the secretariat for preparing this draft. I think it's very useful for us to start engaging in what this might look early on. I also agree with a lot of what has been said in that sense, following on what Rashid just said. And I think Sierra mentioned this is a key document that will require consensus and joint reflection on what this is. So we would hopefully set up a process to agree to it. I would like to see in the decision as well a setting up of an intersessional process to work on this, either so that we know that we are continuing to have maybe meetings intersessionally where we can kind of tackle at least the areas that we know are going to need a lot of guidance from the AB on sort of strategic mission. Well, vision and mission we've done sort of in other documents, but strategic priorities and approaches, that would be very helpful as well to respond to that. And in that sense, while I have clarity sort of in the multi-year strategy, I'd like some clarity on the timeline to get to a strategy. And because I know this is done through consultant hiring, what is the timeline that is foreseen for this? And then like that, we can sort of make sure we are having sufficient time intersessionally, mindful that it'll be a while for our next meeting. Going over and keeping it short and snappy, like the Ted said, we are very lucky that this is a constituted body of a convention that has a lot of decisions and textual and language and principles that are already agreed. So I think a lot of this, when I saw particularly target groups and gender and diversity plan as part and under the convention, I would make sure that a lot of this is aligned with the GAP and the work of the FWG. I was a bit surprised by the diversity. I'm not sure if those are, I would try to keep these issues to agreed language, of course, promoting inclusion, and we have been at the forefront. I think this is one of the most inclusive texts, but a lot of this, in any case, needs to be aligned with the work and the decisions that we've already had. Same with aligning it with some of the guidelines that we've already done. And finally, and one of the things that I think I repeat a lot, but we do a lot of work, and if we do not communicate it, I'm not sure what the impact it can have. I think communication, outreach, and knowledge sharing can be part of the strategy, whether it's fed on the strategy that we've said, but it should be guiding. A lot of precisely as a network, communication should be a key activity of what it does. And it needs to be given the importance, because it's how we ensure that we are growing as a network, it's how we ensure that countries and communities are aware of us and know that they can come to us to access technical assistance to loss and damage, is how we promote knowledge sharing on loss and damage, and how the work that we do can then inform the work of the EXCOM and the work of the Loss and Damage Fund. And that is one of the main functions of the network, and it needs to be given the role into the strategy to make sure that we are working correctly.
Thank you very much. Alpha voices.
I guess I can propose a decision point now, if you agree. So I will read myself until the advisory board took note of the outline of the Santiago network strategy and requested the secretariat to further develop the strategy to be presented for consideration at its fourth meeting, taking into account comments and suggestions made by the board. I think that should be agreeable for everyone. Should I repeat? Okay. The advice, perhaps you can project at the same time. So while he presents, I will be very slow.
This computer is not connected. Okay, I can do it.
Okay. The advisory board took note of the outline of the Santiago network and requested the secretariat to further develop the strategy to be presented for consideration at its fourth meeting. For consideration because that reflects the status of a discussion that it is a heavy document and will require exchanges among board members and the secretariat. Perhaps we will not be able to have a final document at the fourth meeting, but at the fourth meeting, we could consider whether we can engage in an intersessional meeting and not wait until the very end. So again, it is projected now at its fourth meeting for further to be presented for further suggestion, taking into account the suggestion made now, taking into account comment and suggestion made at this meeting.
Thank you. So, Sierra and Stella.
We can work.
Thanks. I don't really have any issues with this decision point, but I asked a few questions, and I think a few others asked some questions, and so it would be good to have an opportunity to hear from the secretariat, although I also know we're a little bit into our lunch hour. I don't know if perhaps we can break and then hear from the secretariat, but just flagging it would be good to hear a response to the questions.
All right, good point. Stella, do you have another type of comment?
Yes, it was also to consider Camilla's suggestion on doing some work intersessionally and capturing that in the decision point. But I do also agree with what Sierra has said. Perhaps it's time for us to have a break and come back to it after. I start to feel my brain stops slowly working. So maybe that would be a good way forward. And also I was a little bit confused because I'm trying to follow the decisions in the document. Sometimes they are entered there. I couldn't see it being entered there. Now I see it on the screen. So I think it's going to be challenging in the next hours for us to really stay focused and see what's happening. But maybe we can just take a break and come back to this language to make sure we capture everything that was said. Thanks.
Yes, Alpha.
Yes, thank you. I think that is amendable. The plan was actually because there's no expectation for us to take any decision on this agenda item. It is for information's sake, and I think we, in the interest of time, the secretariat can respond now to the questions, and then if there is any comment on the decision point, we can have that while we address all the decisions point, so that we can move on, and depending on you, that's only a proposal.
Sorry, now several members want to take a lunch, so Camila, do you have it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just confused by that statement. I'm confused, and you said you weren't sharing, then you are, or say, can we please get guidance as co-chairs as to what we want to do and how we'd want to proceed so that we're all on the same page as to what we're doing that.
Alpha.
Okay, I repeat what I have said. The way forward is first to request the secretariat to respond to the questions that have been raised, and then we break for lunch. There is a slot dedicated to decision points. So if there's any amendment to be consistent with our approach as far, so if there's any amendment, anyone can do that online, and then we will address that when we address the decision points. My fear is that we come again and then continue discussion on that while we have a lot of things to cover. So if that is amendable, agreeable for you, we will request before we go to break, before that the secretary respond, and then you have all the information fresh instead of coming and then we start again discussion. So Is that agreeable to all of you? Share, that is my proposal.
All right. I'd like to propose to, anyway, to ask the secretary to respond to the comments now. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. If I could ask David just to briefly respond to the comments made in terms of content, and then I will very, very briefly talk about next steps. Thanks.
We've captured all of the points made, but just briefly on some of the key ones with respect to target groups versus partners and so forth, that's clear. Also the opportunity to incorporate the priorities with respect to the partners, whichever term you want to use, and that this issue with respect to communities and the percentage. The WIM connections are recognized in the founding in the body of the decision on the work program. So, and that is meant to be incorporated in the way this is prepared. As for analysis that may be done, I think the point was made that there's a lot of studies out there that are looking at loss and damage, and that would be incorporated into this wider context. The landscape would go beyond the COP CMA world. As for the timeline, I will leave that to you. The potential for merging sort of targets and partnerships and to make it more snappy, I think was the term. That can also be certainly considered. The intersessional process also leave to you to decide, but sticking to agreed language on diversity, inclusion, and so forth with FWG, GAP, yes, of course. There will be, as I understand it, a separate communication strategy, but that would also need to be consistent as this would need to be consistent with all the other decisions. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, David. And if I could just speak briefly to next steps. As I mentioned at the beginning of the section, the idea behind today was to get your initial input into what you anticipated, what you would see as key components of the strategy. I'm conscious that the new director is starting in 7 or 8 weeks' time, and part of, in actual, the first functional responsibility that she has is to lead the strategy development of the Santiago network. So I think what we'd be looking to do is to, over the next few weeks, develop a participatory approach, roadmap for how this can be taken forward, highlighting this is a very key document for the network. And obviously with a view that we can take that forward in Q4 into Q1 next year, with a view that the substantive progress can be made, and so that a meaningful discussion could be had at the next meeting of the advisory board. But I think further discussions and communication will be forthcoming on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So let's have a break. Come back. Sorry, the order of the agenda, I would like to announce, the two documents, two guidelines documents on technical assistance and managing funds already shared, updated version, final version is shared with you, please check. Then we will, after the lunch, we will directly go to the session for approval. Then I want to, 60 minutes. 1, 2, 40, 45. 40, come back to 2:30. Sorry, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to introduce the agenda item number 4, secretariat recruitment. I will now like to invite the member to turn to item 4, secretariat recruitment. On day 1 of our meeting, we discussed how regional and sub-regional UNDRR UN office could be used to provide relevant services and support to the Santiago network. Yesterday, we adopted the budget for 24-25 with different scenarios regarding the staff of the secretariat. I now open the floor to members to share additional reflection on the staffing of the secretariat, particularly the staff to be located in UNDRR UN regional offices. Bearing in mind that because of a decision on the budget 2025, at this point of time, the recruitment process is on hold until further resources are mobilized, are converted, are materialized. So we hence would like to dedicate a short time for that discussion, also bearing in mind that it is our understanding that the new director, once there, can share her views on the staffing and the regional offices. So I would like to open the floor for 20 minutes on this specific agenda item. The floor is open for comment and questions. Angela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to seek some clarification because I think we already discussed this agenda item. And if I'm not wrong, one of the things that was suggested by some of us was to have some kind of intersessional work or discussion in terms of the regional offices. Some of us suggested, raise the point that we would like to have to use the offices that we have from UNDRR in the different parts around the world and to take the advantage of the staff that is already there. So I do not think that we are ready to have a decision at this point on that, but what we can do is to establish some kind of intersessional work together to continue that discussion in order to have a final decision in terms of the offices that we need and where will be located, just to raise that. And perhaps that could be part of the decision point that we will continue this discussion intersessionally. And I think it's important to move this discussion forward, particularly because we need support for our process to request technical assistance in all regions. Thank you.
Thank you, well noted. Any other view? Leona.
No other view, just additional. I think intersessional work would be very good. Perhaps a decision point on that could also entail the role of our new director in that. I just wanted to make us all aware of the fact that we want a good balance between secretariat costs and technical assistance cost, that we're also aware how much work our colleagues from the interim secretariat have put into this, and they really drew our attention to the fact that it takes some staff to really do the work. I heard some locations already floating around. I heard that there should be regional officers in all subregions of Africa. And while we have not taken a decision on this, and I understand the reasoning behind wanting this, we should all also consider the cost implications of it and what to prioritize and what to do at which stage in the process. I think there's a balance to be struck, and that's part of the discussion that we should be having on this.
Thank you, Leona. Are you done with flag? So if you allow, let me propose a way forward. I think I agree with everything that has been said. We can have a decision on intersessional work the decision point should be specifically requesting the new director to initiate the process and then to initiate the intersessional work on regional offices. I heard also the pertinent view that we should strike the balance between the resources allocated to the secretariat as well as those available for technical assistance. And I think if we have to have this discussion, we can also request the secretariat or the new director to kindly share with us her view how to ensure we keep a lean secretariat under the understanding that we want more front close communities or close recipients approach, and I think that will be fine. So I hope the secretariat more or less capture that. It will be discussed. Specific points or specific amendment could be made in the decision point discussion later on. So having said that, I think we can move on, and I'd like to give the floor to my co-chair. So we had the two guidelines that were shared with you. I personally did not have chance to look at it, but we open the floor for further guidance and definitely for approval. Given the time constraint that people have to eat and the decision text of the new version has been shared, we will kindly request the secretariat to guide us through, and we will start perhaps with a technical assistance and then finalize with a funding management. Or do you have any view on the sequences? Okay, so secretariat, you have the floor.
Thanks, co-chair. So under agenda item 8, we had the guidance for technical assistance. Before the lunch, right before lunch, we shared the most recent version of the document, incorporating the last round of comments that we had received. And I'll just quickly run through the final changes. So one of the comments that we had received was, and this is the cleaner version compared to what we had sent earlier. Under section 4.1.1, a point has been added on request from a member that request on technical assistance should include information on how members of the network were involved in the preparation of the request in line with the guidelines of conflict of interest. And the same point is repeated under 4.2.2, wherein we talk about the members should be required to disclose information while responding to that request as part of their proposal. So both in terms of the requesting entity as well as the member responding to that request based on call for proposal, both of them will need to disclose how members were involved in the preparation of the request. Points on due diligence and others have been edited as requested. And we have made reference to the guidance where relevant on the guidelines for managing funding provided, and Ben and I had a discussion on how best to cross-refer to the two guidelines. So we have referred to where relevant on the guidelines on funding, on managing funding, and you will see Ben will mention how the same has been done on the other guideline side. To ensure that this point on disclosure is also there in the form, we have also added this point that the proponent of the request should indicate in the form as well. Otherwise, this will be a missed information on how an OBNU or a member was engaged in the development of the request. So those are the key changes that have been made since. Thank you.
Thank you, Animesh. And now we'd like to open the floor for
present both of them and the impact of the current.
Okay, I think that's sensible. So perhaps we give a floor also to the secretariat, to UNOPS, to present the managing of funding so that we make, yeah.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Just to go back to the discussions that we had prior to lunch with regard to paragraphs 7 on, well, what was 7 with regard to the inclusion of a multi-year budget, just to confirm that has been deleted in its entirety. And paragraph 7 reflects the discussion and agreement on text with regard to the minimum percentage. And I think that was agreed in the last session and has obviously not been changed since then. In terms of the remainder of the guidelines and linked to the discussions that we had on ensuring alignment between the technical assistance guidelines and the managing funding guidelines, as Animesh was saying, we've discussed this over lunch, and given that the workflow diagram that have been included in the document overnight seemed to overlap somewhat with what was included within the technical assistance guidelines workflow. It's been removed. And also, as Animesh has said, there is a reference for the development of further guidelines subsequent to these being approved to ensure that those procedures are clear. So I'll come to that. As Animesh has said, we have ensured that the sections that were being discussed prior to lunch reference each other. So on fund management, whereas we specifically reference here section 4.2 of the guidelines for technical assistance, highlighting that it provides information on procedures for matching requests for technical assistance with members. Paragraph 18 then goes on to clarify that this section contains information on how the Santiago network will manage funding, and also makes reference to UNOPS's financial rules and regulations, as well as the grant support operational instruction, both of which documents are public and so therefore can be accessed by any stakeholder. In terms of when highlighting some of the key areas that had been discussed, there are 3 paragraphs here which had been drafted previously but have been slightly modified to ensure they align with the language of the technical assistance guidelines and are clear and are aligned with the language of the Santiago network. So firstly, the financial evaluation of proposals. This is obviously part of the holistic view of the holistic approach for reviewing submissions for technical assistance, for provisions for technical assistance, but it's here just to illustrate what would be undertaken in terms of a financial evaluation of a proposal. In particular, making sure that the costing associated or submitted as part of that proposal is fair and reasonable. Further guidelines, as has been said, will be stipulated elsewhere, and that's detailed again here in paragraph 20, which is a mirror of the same paragraph which is included in the technical assistance guidelines. So that doesn't provide a lot of information, but it does in similar way say that this will be detailed elsewhere. In addition, and a paragraph that had previously been included is around grant negotiations, and this is a common approach that we have in UNOPS. So after a member or members have been selected to provide technical assistance, there is this process of negotiation where we will ensure clarity and consistency and completeness and ensure that the proposal can be effectively delivered. And there might be, as part of this, an opportunity to discuss maybe aligning with other members who've provided proposals for technical assistance, if appropriate. The last paragraph here is on the due diligence assessment. And again, just to clarify on the timing, during or on completion of a grant negotiation, the Secretariat will conduct a due diligence assessment of the member or members selected to provide technical assistance, and that members are responsible for conducting their own appraisal of any relevant downstream partners. So if there is a potential sub-grantee, that is their responsibility rather than responsibility of UNOPS in this situation. And then again, these assessment will review an organization's capacity in several key areas, including finance, operations, and governance. And I appreciate that, this is not, and it's not meant to be providing a lot of detail. It's more defining what the process is, and then further information and further details on that will be included as part of the additional guidance, which is referenced in paragraph 20 and also mirrored in the technical assistance guidelines. So that is how that section has been edited in order to try and ensure alignment and ensure that there isn't any duplication. So perhaps I can stop there, unless there's any, or perhaps would you like me to go to the end of the document? Or would that be helpful? Briefly?
I think you can go through the whole document.
Okay. Sure. So we didn't have an opportunity to go through the whole document prior to lunch because we were discussing those key points on paragraph 7 and 8. Just to reflect that the comments that have been received in previous iterations of the document have been accepted and updated in the following sections. They were very limited and only, I think, sort of grammatical. The only major update was in section, I'll find it, is on audits, where we have provided a little bit more granularity in terms of UNOPS approach to external and internal auditing. But I think we'd also discussed that in yesterday's session. So those are the changes to the document that had been submitted previously. And as I said, the main focus is ensuring the alignment between these guidelines and the technical assistance guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to open the floor for any questions you might have. I do have questions later. Yeah, please, Sarah, prepare eyes.
I'm not sure I received this document in my email. And so I was just hoping to see like paragraph 19, if you could just scroll back up there.
Sorry, I should have, it's the same document.
Okay, so it's the same Google document as previously. Okay, thank you. Then I will look there.
Okay. Any other comments? First of all, I think in the future, when we are discussing those documents, it will be important that the tech change remains until we approve a document, because if we see everything is accepted, it's become difficult to track what we've been discussing. That's the first point. The second point is it is around the glossary. I'm not expecting that it should be done at this point of time, but a glossary should accompany this document, particularly to distill the different financial wording. Secondly, I did not hear you making reference to the specific requests I made regarding the evaluation process, particularly the specific rule and procedures that UNOPS will apply. I have requested at several instances that it will be very helpful that UNOPS help us navigate through that. UNOPS has a wide range of grant treatment, and we would like to have to this document those specific arrangement that will apply for the Santiago network. It's very important. It is about predictability. It is about transparency. People need to know on what they're engaging, and we should not have a black box where we do not know what will be applied. So that's very important. And those are my initial remarks. Sarah, is your point addressed? Looks good. So my question is how we address the request I made. I think that we can do that as a decision point. So first, this needs to have a glossary. Second, applicable regulation for Santiago network funding evaluation process needs to be added to this document, the specific, and I think we will consider that, because my fear is not to micromanage you, but my fear is that I have a black box and country coming to me and saying they have access difficulty. So we need to strike the balance that there are reasonable fiduciary assessment, but also not complicating to access to the Santiago network, particularly the different funds under the convention are all difficult for the specific groups that we are targeting, that are targeted in this under this network, LDCs and SIDs. So definitely it is important to have that. So I guess the secretary captured that, and then we can translate that into decision point. So as you remember, we had two documents, the one technical assistance guidelines, one on management of funding. We have received updates by the secretariat on the two documents, and we now are going to decide to approve this document. Oh, I haven't seen Leona. Leona, sorry for that. Take the floor.
No worries, thank you. I just wanted to make sure if the secretariat already understood your point, that's the most important part, but just to make sure I also understand what you requested. So you mean for example, UNOPS financial regulations and rules and UNOPS grant support operational instructions, the documents that are referenced, you would want the secretariat to separately send these to you, and is the question, because the due diligence assessment is also mentioned here, and I think there's no link to a document. Maybe there is no such a thing as the due diligence assessment, that I don't know. But is that the matter you're seeking more clarity on what kind of information would you like? Because I think, yeah, it's definitely good if we understand what exactly UNOPS will apply in these instances. I'm just trying to understand your point correctly.
First, all my requests are for the benefit. It's not for me, it's for the benefits for the applicant. And second, I'm saying, as we heard, UNOPS is managing more or less 1 billion a year, which means they have a wide range of different criteria for different type of grants. So what I'm saying, this is a heavy document. And if we engage in understanding the rule of procedure, I think no one wants to understand that because it is their specialized field. But those in the document that will be relevant for the Santiago network needs to be also put together for our information and should be added for the proponent to know exactly on in what process they are engaging in for transparency's sake. That's what I was referring to.
Yes, if I could respond on that, Co-Chair. Absolutely, I appreciate that we can share the relevant policies and procedures of UNOPS. The documents which are linked within this guidelines are linked because they're publicly available. Other documents, as you would imagine, are internal documents which we don't necessarily publicize, partly just because we don't want people copying them. But we can share relevant documentation with yourselves as key stakeholders. I would also say that as we've discussed, the Santiago network is unique, and we need to make sure that we put in place processes and procedures which are suitable for this network. And it's not just a cookie cutter approach of saying we will impose this process. We will develop it and make it bespoke to the Santiago network to ensure it's fit for purpose. But yes, we can share relevant documentation. On your first point, if I may reply on that, on the glossary of terms, as I mentioned in the session before lunch, we do have definitions in both the documents which I just referenced, the financial rules and regulations, as well as the grant support OI. I think it's important actually that we have a glossary of terms for the Santiago network more holistically, but we'll work on that, but specifically focused on these terms that you were referring to earlier. Thank you.
I fully agree with you across the Santiago network, and we will start with the management of funding to start now systematically compiling the glossary that can be later a knowledge product. Again, we are all on the same page that because there is Leona put something very pertinent in my point of view with connection to the due diligence. There is no connection there. Due diligence is also a process. Perhaps if you don't have any document or if you don't want to copy it, that you get that someone takes your procedures, I think it will be important to further spell out the due diligence, because clarity is needed for country to better engage with the Santiago network.
I could just respond to that point. I completely agree with you, Co-Chair. I mean, and similar to in the technical assistance guidelines, that is why we've included this paragraph 20 regarding this additional guidance on the selection process, because I think it's important. But again, I think to ensure that members and those requesting technical assistance, we don't want to just share something which isn't bespoke necessarily for the Santiago network. So that will be included in those additional guidance as detailed in paragraph 20.
Thank you very much. Now, I just want your attention, because it's a very critical junction now. I take for granted that we all support the two documents. So the two documents are tabled for approval, subject to the decision points that accompany them that we already addressed somehow. So I see no flag. I will not ask it twice. Are you sure? Yeah, make a picture. Well deserved. So thank you very much. I would like now to give the floor to my co-chair.
Thank you, co-chair. Yeah, for grabbing for two documents. Now, I think that next one, the agenda 13. But no. Yeah, next one is agenda item 10. Annual high-level dialogue of the loss and damage funding arrangements. Decision 1/CP.28 endorsed in Decision 5/CMA.5 make provisions for the further operationalization of the new funding arrangements, including the fund for responding to loss and damage, the fund. An annual high-level dialogue will be co-convened by the UN Secretary General and the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage Board. The Santiago network is among the 30 high-level representatives to be invited to the dialogue. Decision 6/CMA5, Paras 35, requests the advisory board of the Santiago network to designate one or two representatives to take part in the annual high-level dialogue on coordination and complementarity with representatives of the main entities forming part of the new funding arrangements referred to in paragraphs 2 of Decision 2/CP.27, endorsed in Decision 2/CMA.4, pursuant to paragraphs 11 to 16 of Annex 2 to Decision 1/CP.28 and 6/CMA.5. At the second meeting of the board for the fund held in Incheon, Republic of Korea from 9 to 12 July 2024, the decision was made to launch the high-level dialogue during the high-level segment of the upcoming sessions of the governing body or bodies, scheduled for 11 to 22nd November 2024 in Baku, Azerbaijan. The first high-level dialogue will take place in the first half of 2025. The interim secretariat of the fund, in coordination with the Office of the UN Secretary General, will prepare a concept note on the high-level dialogue for consideration at the third meeting of the fund's board, scheduled for 18th to 20 September 2024 in Baku. At our second meeting, the advisory board discussed the importance of working with the new fund and developing and strengthening necessary coordination and complementarity. The advisory board mandated the co-chairs to contact the co-chairs of the fund on the progress made so far in the operationalization of the Santiago network. I would like to now invite members to discuss the high-level dialogue, including potential nominees to take part in the dialogue and collaboration with the executive committee as appropriate. Now I'd like to open the floor for your comment. Camila.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I wanted to do this. I think I'll be brief. I think the high-level dialogue is a very important space in promoting collaboration and coherence across communities of action. I think it's also a crucial place for the Santiago network to be present, as a lot of these possible OB&Es, members of the network, will be a part or represented or interested or involved in the high-level dialogue. As the decision called, we should make a nomination because the idea of the dialogue is to be sort of also lean and efficient and mobilize people from actual outside of the convention. And the decision speaks of designating people jointly with the ExCom. I would propose to have one person from the Santiago network and one person from ExCom nominated, and try to avoid sort of occupying many more of the seats that are available, and happy to support nominations from the advisory board.
Thank you very much. Alpha, floor is yours.
Thank you. I think we have a chance that the first official dialogue will take place early next year. And perhaps until then, the strategy has also advanced. We might be specific and take advantage in positioning the Santiago network in the funding arrangement. I just wanted to flag that the decision speaks to 1 to 2 representatives. So from the Santiago network. And I think despite the good collaboration we are having with the ExCom, the Santiago network is going there with its own young but very confident message to take advantage and to explore further cooperation and partnership. So since the decision is not clear on the number for the Santiago network, I will suggest, if you accept, to have 2 representatives, because that's what the decisions allow for, and then yes, to nominate 2 representatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now see Stella.
Yes, thank you, co-chair, and thanks, Camila and Alpha, for already making the start on this discussion on this point. I was just trying to quickly check. I think my recollection of the decision was that it's 1 to 2 representatives for both Santiago Network and the WIM ExCom. So I just wanted to double check, but I think that is the case. So I think we do have to take the opportunity of having the ExCom meeting next week to have some kind of communication to the co-chairs of the ExCom and to the broader ExCom colleagues to see how we want to approach this in collaboration, so that we can jointly agree on what and how many representatives we are sending. I think if it is 1 to 2, I think it would make sense that it's 1 from Santiago Network Advisory Board and one from the ExCom. But that is for the participation in the first annual high-level dialogue, which has been decided to take place next year. We know that the board has decided that there will be a launch of the high-level dialogue at the high-level segment of the COP this year. I am not sure if we have more information on what the launch will be like, if there is already some concept note. I think that will be on the agenda of the fund of the board of the fund for responding to loss and damage in 2 weeks' time. But I think it is also an opportunity for us as the Santiago Network Advisory Board to be proactive and to share information with the board of the fund about what we have been doing, what the progress has we have been able to achieve in this time, so that whatever the format of this launch at the COP29 is, that we can also make sure that some information about the Santiago Network progress is presented in that context, so that I would encourage us to have some communication with the co-chairs of the board of the fund. So perhaps that's something that the co-chairs could take forward, just to be proactive and update them on our progress and to see what are the plans for the launch and if there is a space for us to be participating in that and in what capacity, in addition to the kind of yearly high-level dialogue that will start taking place next year. And we do not have the date yet, so we don't know if it will be before our first meeting next year or after. So I think we have to be proactive and have this exchange with the co-chairs on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I see Edie followed by Leona.
So thank you. So just want to maybe have to see what will be the format of the dialogue, or what will be also the level of discussion engaging. If do we need to have more representative than one, or if we want to have two, we will have two to be more precise in what we are going to inform, and if there is some other activity during the lunch that during the dialogue that people from the Santiago network will put on the table in terms of technical information. How can I mean? Resources for the Santiago network. I think if this is this kind of discussion and dialogue we're going to have there, maybe we need more representative than one. If it is only a session of information communication, I think we can go with one representative. But we need to have more to know more about the dialogue and what will be exactly discuss during the dialogue to see what will be the high-level representative that the Santiago network can have within this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Leona, you take the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, I think it's great that we're launching the high-level dialogue still this year. There were some conversations whether it's premature, whether to wait until next year, but I think it's good that we're launching it this year, as the decision also called for an annual dialogue. And as far as I know, there's no concept yet. I'm sure there will be invitations coming in, so maybe you also have to wait whether we're being told in the way we're invited that there should be one or two people from which organization. So we also, I think, have to wait for how this whole dialogue is conceptualized. At the same time, I think it wouldn't hurt to support the fund board in being proactive. I believe there has already been in the letter, which is, I think, still to be shared with us, also to the ExCom, but also in reaching out, letting them know that we're ready to take part in this dialogue, and potentially even suggesting or coming with some idea on the programmatic approaches that we are to align with the programmatic approaches of the fund, which could be one of the topics to be discussed, for example. So I think it doesn't hurt to come with the fact that we're ready and that we're happy to engage, and that we also have something to bring to the table along with the other funding arrangements.
Thank you. Alpha, you take the floor.
Yes. First, to confirm that decision 35 of WTO of of a loss and damage fund actually said that the Santiago network to designate a representative or two representatives to take part in the annual dialogue. So there's a decision there. The second point, that's the Santiago network decision for Dubai, sorry. And huh? It's our decision. So in any case, I think first we need to work with the secretariat and perhaps in the course of next week to prepare a letter to be sent again to the Loss and Damage Fund, informing that we have done our job and we have expectation, and perhaps we will have in the course of next year better understanding of how we suggest collaborating with them. The second point is I personally had a chance to discuss offline a couple of times with one of the board members from France, and he has shown and has encouraged a strong engagement with the Santiago network. I have been approached during the last board meeting of a loss and damage fund by the secretariat, and they said after the next meeting, before the fourth meeting, they might get they might need some information moving forward in the operationalization of the fund. They will revert to us in due time. And those are my points. I think we need to send a letter. Everybody needs to know that we did our job. I hope we finalize also the annual report, and it is also in good shape. So I think the letter will be welcome, and it might be an entry point for those Santiago network members that are in the loss and damage fund. I see Stella will be there, and I know Angela is also there to understand ourselves as ambassador of the Santiago network. In our role as member of advisory board of the Santiago network, we should take all opportunities to raise awareness around the Santiago network, and then in the formal way, we submit and then engage in the discussion. So far from my end, thank you.
Thank you. Sierra, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. And I support that way forward of preparing a letter to the co-chairs of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. I do think it's quite momentous that we have approved kind of the three key guidelines for the Santiago network to be operational. And so the fact that whenever we are able to start putting those forms online, we're kind of open for business. So I think that is an important message to send, along with the fact that we, as Leona pointed out, stand ready to support in the high-level dialogue and the launch event, and et cetera. Although I think it would also be great to have a discussion, and I think it's still on our agenda on the outreach events. I think we have a really positive message already as a Santiago network this year, but I think we can even further refine kind of what it is we want to be telling the world, and as ambassadors, what our ambassadors should be communicating.
Thank you, Samuel.
Yeah, thank you. So this is more like an inquiry about the participation for the high-level dialogue beyond just the two representatives, which I know is a decision taken by the Santiago network itself. If we can make an inquiry about participation of members, if we can just make that inquiry, I think, because I feel there are some of us that would definitely want to participate, but then would want to know if that provision is given or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so Alpha, can I clarify?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I will try to respond without any guarantee. I'm a board member, but my understanding of a high-level dialogue is to bring high animal of the different institutions. So if you are, I think even the different parties that are here, if they have to attend the meeting, it will be the head of delegation. And it is, I don't know how the format look like, but if it's happening in the COP, I think it will be open. But the format of the dialogue, how it will be designed, will be further developed. I think next year we'll have guarantees. And I encourage everyone, if it's possible, to attend those points. And again, as ambassador, try to raise awareness for us. So.
All right, thank you. Camila.
Thank you, co-chair. I think I agree. I'm very happy to see all of this engagement on the high-level dialogue. Personally, very happy because the high-level dialogue was a decision it's a decision on COP28, but appeared in TC3 in the Dominican Republic, and we were highly involved in making sure that it took place. In my view, and for it to do its role, and in the decision that founds it within its role of facilitating structure and timely exchange and strengthen capacity and bring together actors, the decision speaks for it to have no more than 30 representatives of entities engaged in responding to loss and damage. So it is the idea for it to be a nimble body, and that is a decision that the fund will have to make sure it's no more than 30. We are all ambassadors of the Santiago network. Everywhere we go, we are defending the Santiago network. We will prepare communications like we have asked. I have said it in every intervention. We want outreach and communication. Part of the decision should be to task the secretariat and the co-chairs to make sure that we have substantive input for whoever represents us in the high-level dialogue to really represent the Santiago network and defend our interests. It is my view, however, that in order to comply with them only having to nominate 30, because the actual decision says that one of those would be representatives, it will include inter alia, the WIM, EXCOM, and the Santiago network, which is why I've mentioned them together. It's because in the high-level decision, they are lined together, that it would be more appropriate in understanding what the dialogue is, how it is convened, and who is there, to have one person nominated. They will do an incredible job. Whoever it is of this group, I know will be an incredible representative of this space and will count on the support of all of us in making sure that they have the inputs that are needed. And that should also be part of the decision that we take here today. But I feel that it is more appropriate or more in line with the original idea of the dialogue. Even the decision that speaks of one or two is our decision, not the decision on the high-level dialogue. And I think that is an important distinction.
Thank you. Any other, Alpha?
I just wanted to propose a decision point.
So we need a floor to observe, according to the order.
Yes.
Now I'd like to open the floor to observers. Okay, no. Okay, no flag. All right. Okay, so
Thank you very much, my fellow co-chair. So what I wanted to propose was a decision point on this agenda item so that we move on. So the advisory board decided to formally communicate with the board of the fund as a follow-up letter to be sent by the co-chair after the second meeting. Yeah. So the advisory board decided to formally communicate with the board of a fund as follow-up to the letter sent by the co-chair after the second meeting to enhance collaboration and updates on the guidelines approved to operationalize the Santiago network. It is a heavy language from my perspective, but the whole idea is that we that we sent a letter. The second point is we should also agree here. We should also agree here, once we receive an invitation, this invitation will be circulated to all members, that we collectively decide on the way forward. So intercessionally, we need to finalize discussion about our participation into the high-level dialogue. Those are the two decision points. One, confirming the agreement among us to send a letter to make clear that we've done our job, and we are looking forward to further collaborating with the fund and the funding arrangement stakeholders. And the second is there's an agreement that once we receive a letter, an invitation, it is systematically shared among the members to agree on the best way forward, since we don't have any content on how the event will be. If that is agreeable, we put that aside, and then we handle that as part of a decision point discussion later on.
Yeah, thank you for the proposal. Stella, you want? All right, okay, so if there's no further comment, now I'd like to hand over to my co-chair for the next agenda item.
Thank you, co-chair. I'd like now to introduce agenda item 11, annual report of the Santiago network. I would like to turn once again to agenda 11, annual report of the Santiago network. As agreed yesterday, a small group comprising Angela, Sierra, Stella, Alpha would assist the advisory board with revising the draft that was shared with the members yesterday evening. So I have some changes here in terms of participation. In fact, the committee met. Stella, Sarah, and Samuel and I met. So I think Angela, as usual boss, delegated very smartly her presence. So I would like now to request one of the lady to report back on the discussion we had in the discussion, noting that we have benefited from that meeting already, because we addressed a certain element of the technical guidelines that has been already incorporated. So I suspect who? Sarah has the floor.
Yeah, I'm told that by Stella that I'm responsible. I guess I will present what I think is the agreement. But we had a pretty lengthy discussion last night about the content of the annual report, and specifically how to reflect the financial information in the recommendations. So based on that recommendation, or based on that discussion, the language that I think is agreeable is as follows. So there's two paragraphs here. The first is pretty similar to what was paragraph L, I think. Acknowledges and appreciates the pledges made to the Santiago network totaling $49.1 million, and the $7.2 million that has already been converted into contributions, and look forward to all pledges being converted into contributions in order to enable the Santiago network to fulfill its mandate. Second paragraph, request the Santiago Network Secretariat to facilitate contributions to the network for its operations and for the provision of technical assistance, and further request the Secretariat to develop and implement, under the guidance of the Advisory Board, the Santiago Network Resource Mobilization Strategy. So those would be the two paragraphs under the resource mobilization. And then, yeah, so perhaps I will pause there as where we are.
One point I wanted perhaps to let my co-chair facilitate the discussion. You will be, because I'm going to interact a little bit more to make it clear that I'm acting as a member. I would like to complement what Sarah presented. It was we spent at least 1 hour here, and it was a very good spirit of compromise, and I guess discussion of explanation has contributed to the agreement on the way forward. So to have a sentence that is building on a proposal by the secretariat on the paragraph that captured the two amounts, one, the total amount pledged, and the second, including the resources that are currently available in our account. And we also agreed that two additional paragraph will be added to that. The second, which speaks to the encouragement and request to the secretariat to facilitate the process of converting pledges into real money into account. And the third, which, if I'm not mistaken, I think it is also to make a call for additional resources if possible. So, I think this is the work we've done, and I think the best thing is we have narrowed down and we have entry point in the text. So, and the second point is there is an agreement more or less on the text. There are slight differences that we need to discuss. And I think everybody can engage in that discussion. And Sarah presented, as she said, in her view, I received this morning a proposal by Stella on the two paragraph that found that I had also my two paragraph, and then I withdraw my paragraph to reflect the comment in the document, and that's what we are having here. So now the floor is open, and from my point of view, for people to react on the way forward, and if you want, you can engage in the text, on the text as well. So, Kusha, you.
I see flag by Stella. You're first, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, thanks Sierra, and thanks Alpha and Samuel for engaging the good discussions yesterday. I think, as Alpha has said, we have a proposal, but I think for all of us to be able to really follow, perhaps we need to take a couple of minutes to actually see it on the screen so that everyone can understand what the changes are. We were not able to send that in on time, but we can maybe take a couple of minutes to just write it and send it on the chat to the secretariat and to all the colleagues, and we can project it on the screen. But also, I think in addition to those two paragraphs under the recommendations, as we were discussing yesterday, to give more clarity on where the funding is, we also added, and I think that was already captured in the new version prepared by the secretariat higher up in the section on the funding, we added not only the table on that reflects the contributions that were already transferred to the account, but also the pledges. So kind of more detailed information on where we stand that would accompany this report, and then the recommendations that we perhaps still need to find a final language on, but perhaps we need to just take a minute to send that in so that everyone can see it.
Thank you. The next person is Sierra, followed by Leona and Alpha.
Yeah, thank you, Akio. And I just want to, I think the first paragraph that I read out is fully reflected here. I don't have WhatsApp on my computer, so it's really hard for me to send in the WhatsApp chain the text. I can read out the second paragraph if that's helpful, or I think Stella and Alpha also have the text that they could forward along. But Alpha, your comments also lead me to question whether it would be easier if we just huddled very briefly, because you're right. There were kind of two bridging proposals made, a bridging proposal from Stella and then a bridging proposal from you. And we've been working on the one that you proposed, and this reflects that, but maybe you preferred ours. So I don't totally know. So it may be helpful just to huddle on that and make sure that you can agree to what I read out before having everyone else engage on it, to make sure like just the work of our little drafting committee is complete, because I don't think we really finalized things because there was so much else happening today.
Thank you for your proposal for the huddle. Please, Alpha. Sorry, Leona.
Yeah, let's hear.
Thank you. I will not engage on option 1 or option 2 because also to me it's not clear yet which options are on the table. I think in any of the options though, there will be a reference to the amount of funding that's already been transferred to the accounts of the Santiago Network Secretariat. And I think it would be good for transparency to be clear in some way that this is to date, or even say September 6th, because I think we're in a very important stage. Many of those who are contributing are in an important stage of finalizing their contracts, and this is really just a picture for today. And when we look at this report again, maybe at COP, things may already have changed. So for transparency, I think it would be very good to be clear, ideally even saying to date in September or whatever, just to make clear that this is really only a glimpse for now.
Thank you. Now I'd like to hand over to Alpha for your next.
Perhaps to provide first a background, there are two paragraphs there. I think we need to make differences. The yellow one is the one that I propose, and the second one seems to be the one that is agreeable by Stella and Sierra. So the yellow, just one line down so that we know the difference. Okay, so that's the first point. I'm happy to engage in a, that's not correct, eh? Okay.
Yeah, Alpha, maybe we should just huddle as I proposed, and to seek clarity on the way forward.
So, all right, to set up a huddle.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience. Now let's resume as a result of a huddle. Yeah, I think Sierra sent the, the new paragraphs to us. Excuse me. Sorry. Right. Please check the text. Right. Sierra, floor is.
Okay, thanks. Apologies to everyone for the delay, but thanks for giving us a little time to hopefully land on something that's agreeable to all. So the first set of edits that I'd like to draw your attention to are actually in section 2 under the advisory board of the Santiago network. And here in paragraph 5, where there's a reference to the annual budget for 2025, this has been updated with the text from our report of this meeting, noting that there were 2 budgets presented and approved, given kind of concerns about levels of funding. The next set of edits are in the recommendations. Well, no, let me pause at the funding overview, which is section V. So here, since the last time I think we've all seen this document, the table that includes the pledges has been added. Yep. And so that was not in the previous version, that only included the cash receipts. So here we have more information about the pledges that have been made. And then in the recommendation section, we now have a consolidated set of recommendations, L, M, and N. The paragraph L is, as I had, very similar to what I had read out in response to Leona's comment. We added the date, I think it's as of the date of this report. Sorry, I think we've all been having a few Freudian slips today. And then M and N are different than I had spoke to earlier when proposing a bridging solution. These were Stella's proposals. So the first one speaks to asking the secretariat to facilitate processes for contributions to be made. And N is about resource mobilization strategy and encouraging contributions from a wide variety of sources.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to hand over to Alpha, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the proposal, and I think the report reflects what we decided, what we agreed on. Just for the background, the initial proposal that we have in L was containing the notion of budget constraint. That is the reality, and the colleagues indicated that even though they acknowledge the budget constraint, but it is not a message, a positive message that we should bring. So the understanding was that the part related to budget constraints been deleted. That's why the L, please, the L. That's why we have the sentence closed effectively. So the understanding was that the budget constraint being reflected in the paragraph 2 that Sarah presented. The second, the M and N are subsequent actions point that we agreed. One, there's a necessity of converting contribution into real money, and the second is that a resource mobilization will be developed that will encourage further contribution from the wide variety of sources. So I'm reading that, I'm just grasping the text. I think the last one might be problematic, but I'm in the spirit of compromise. That's why I think the crunch issue is how we reflect the whole situation in the budget part. So I will kindly request the secretariat to go up to the paragraph 2 on the Santiago network. Stop, please. Can you go back to the table first? I think the table is I don't know how we address that, but the table is not reflecting. Can you go up a little bit? Okay. Okay. So if you go a little bit down, because we have 2 pledges that are being received, and I think we need to find a smart way without bothering any of the donors, but we need to, to recognize that 2 pledges have been made, and the way it's presented here does not reflect that. In the sense, okay, there's a cash receipt. Okay, perfect. So can we go to the 2? Sorry for that. 0.5, I guess she said, eh? Section 2.5. Okay.
Yes, Alpha, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I think we, at least from my perspective as a member, throughout this meeting, I have shown a huge sense of compromise. So, and a lot of decisions that have been taken that are also endorsed are compromise outcome first. The second point is, for record, we want to be as factual as possible. And I think we have discussed among ourselves. Samuel, you want to report that what we agreed there?
Samuel, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So part of what we have discussed is first like Alpha mentioned about the compromise, and also looking into this current test, if it can reflect the uncertainties that we are looking at in the current budget of the Santiago network, which definitely doesn't speak well for the network. And we are also willing to go with this test as long as it's able to reflect those uncertainties. And I don't know if I've spoken well. And also looking at as well the two other tests that wasn't started, which we see like recommendations, definitely not this one. For me personally, I think that is also like a way to go in the areas of calling for more support for pledges to be turned into contributions, and also calling for the network to facilitate necessary approaches needed in getting more funds for the secretariat in fulfilling its mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Alpha, yes, continues.
Yes. Based on what he said, I have some amendment to propose. First, we are not the fourth today, we are the sixth. And I think we do not need to put a specific date here, because we can say as the time of adoption of the report.
That reflects the date.
Okay.
Right. Oh, Leona.
Thanks. I wanted to ask Samuel, because you said we, I didn't quite understand who just told. You mean you as the three representatives, or who is the we you were representing just now?
Okay, like, I mean, is it the question I asked you about the? Oh, sorry. Okay, so part of what from my constituency, that is the youth and children, I understand the area you're coming, the area you approached me for this question, on this question, yes. And part of what we are looking at is a scenario whereby even the youth and children, we also know the current what is the word? The current state, yeah, that's the word, the current state of this account of the network, and also the implication of this state of account. What is the implication for the network? And also what is the implication for the constituencies, for not just the youth and children constituency, but for youth and children globally, because I'm not just here representing a particular constituency or as a name, but the constituency looks at the global phase of youth and children in that regard. And in a scenario whereby we don't know what is at stake, I think everything is vague. And I think it's not as inclusive as possible. And that is what we are reflecting here. And I understand why you asked that question. We are not, in essence, saying, okay, we are taking this stand because these people proposed this and we are taking it. But then we are looking at a holistic picture and also in the spirit of oneness, compromise, and making sure that everything is more inclusive. And I will also propose as well, because I know concern, thank you for also asking me this question, because I will also look at a scenario whereby there is more like an aspect, a budgetary aspect that is allocated for the activities of youth and children, especially when they are, for instance, trying to request for technical assistance to make it more flexible for them. I feel that will be very, very important. This is something that I would bring up during the managing funding, but then we wanted everything to go as smooth, which I think is captured, right? When we talk about the request for technical assistance from 2.1 to 2.3, reflect the need for youth and children to submit, right, to the secretariat directly. So I feel that was captured. So I wouldn't want to go into like further details so we can save time and make progress. Thank you.
Leona, you understand?
My confusion was whether you were now representing the small drafting group that had just huddled or not, but I understand no, so good. Understood.
Sierra, floor is yours.
Thanks. I'm a little confused on where we're at the moment. I'm happy to reflect the change that Alpha has proposed on the deadline, on the date, with the time of the adoption of this report. I don't know if at this point we can continue to move through the report and clear the other sections as we go, recognizing that we have members leaving us very shortly. Stand in your hands, co-chairs.
Thank you very much. So yeah, this paragraph is approved with this revision. It's okay. This one. And so other parts. So yes, please show from the top. Yes, this section, if you have any comment. Section 1. Section 2. And then 3. Deleted. The next. Camila.
Sorry, just don't know where, but just to make sure that we would update this, because I think we are forgetting the COI there. And and not sure if the rules of procedures would also apply there. So this is fairly straightforward, but to make sure that it reflects all of the guidelines and documents that have been approved.
Thank you. Sierra, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. And sorry, these are on the previous section. On section 3, these aren't major issues, just flagging. I think there's some English errors here in terms of like, it is anticipated the term of the director will commence in November 2024. And the director, it's probably not once recruited because they've been recruited, but unless they're already having actions now. Okay, I guess that's okay. Or the director once in place will do this.
Thank you. And now it's 4, section 4. Sierra.
Yeah, thank you. And just noting the email that we also received from Marcella about some potential additions here. And I think it raises an interesting question. It's just for OB&Es. I know there were a few OB&Es that had kind of indicated interest when the UNFCCC was still an interim secretariat. And they were on the Santiago Network website. If those are reflected here anywhere.
Samuel.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to make reference to that is the section 4, IV. I just wanted to ask about some specific question for events and communications, which I feel like is, in as much as it's an agenda that we are yet to discuss, but then I would want to know how we can make that reflect in the report. How can that reflect in the report? Because I know it's an agenda that we are going to discuss and we are going to talk elaborately to an extent about that. So is there any way we can make that reflect, or is just going to be abstract till, I don't know, or is there a text that could cover that? Thank you.
Thank you, good point. Yeah, just to, yes, the next week we are planning to have this agenda item, not yet deal with it. Camila, floor is yours.
Thank you. And following up on Samuel's question, because we have not had yet that agenda item, but because, as we have discussed, this is a factual report of what has happened, I would prefer for this report to remain as is now, because it's speaking to the actions that we've already had, and for us to have hopefully strong language on decision points on how we are going to scale up our outreach and communication to make sure that we grow this network of members. And hopefully that both clarifies the process and gives Samuel certainty that this will be dealt with accordingly.
Thank you, Camila, for your suggestions. Okay, all right. Samuel confirms. Let's continue. Thank you very much. Section 5. And section 6. Section 7. Sarah, floor is yours.
And sorry, I'm still reading through the recommendations here. I did just also want to suggest that we acknowledge and appreciate the support from the UNFCCC Secretariat. And I also am not sure if the conflict of interest is included in here. I know it was earlier in the document as well, but whether we should have a recommendation to have the governing body or bodies endorse the, not the conflict of interest, the rules of procedure. I'm sorry. Oh, it's in here. Okay, I hadn't scrolled down far enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Sierra, you finished? Sarah.
Yes, thank you. Just on A, there was still the placeholder for other decisions pending. I think we adopted also we adopted also the conflict of interest guidelines. So just maybe adding them, I can add them there. And the guidelines for managing funding as well were adopted. So I think that's the reason for the placeholder. So let's just write them out so that it's all complete. And then because we have now the new MN points, there is still the highlighted, I think, leftover, which repeats the M under the P. So we have to delete that one as well. So the M is correct. And then when you scroll down, the highlighted part, that's the repetition left over. Thanks.
Thank you. Tete.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether we should also reference here that the incoming director will lead the development of a Santiago network strategy, because we mentioned here the resource mobilization strategy, but I'm not seeing the network strategy paper.
Alpha?
I have one suggestion to make to the paragraph O. I think we will stop by contribution from a wide variety of sources. We delete that.
Sierra?
Thank you. I would suggest that we delete all of the recommendations and replace them with the language. The governing body and bodies may wish to take note of the information contained in this addendum to the report of the Santiago Network to the governing body or bodies at its, I guess, I don't know, it's the 29th session. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella.
Yes, thank you. So just in reaction to that, I think in the spirit of compromise, we have been spending quite a lot of hours on those paragraphs. So if we now changing them in the last moment, then we might just as well delete them all. I think it was a carefully crafted text that we discussed last night and also today. So I would not support deleting that last bit at this stage. Thank you.
Alpha, please reflect.
I think the sense of compromise doesn't imply to delete everything. And secondly, the O is a text coming from Stella, just presented to us while we were huddling. So I think that is also a sense of compromise that people are talking about. And in my point of view, the wide variety of sources is first not an agreed language, and secondly, I think it's further qualifying the strategy that has not been yet developed. So in that spirit, I think without prejudging what the resource mobilization will tell us, we will keep on contribution. It is not donors related. It is not specific. It is contribution. Contribution can come from everything. But you all know how difficult this language is in the context of loss and damage, overall climate financing. And that's why I think we could go with a sentence without any qualifier, because that prejudge the resource mobilization. The resource mobilization will tell us the type of variety of sources we will be doing. So without prejudging the outcome of the resource mobilization, that's why I'm suggesting that it has nothing to do with negotiation, but it has to do with ensuring that the resource mobilization is approached in a very neutral manner. Thanks.
Sierra.
Thank you for that explanation, Alpha. I would again suggest that if we are going to edit these paragraphs, which we did have exchange on, that we delete the recommendation section and have a generic paragraph that suggests that the governing bodies may take consideration of what they'd like in our annual report.
Alpha.
First, we did not engage in this paragraph. It was shown to us in the huddle. Now, as your bridging proposal, it was not sent to me, or did you send to? This morning, but I sent you another bridging proposal. Okay, I don't, the first point is, what I'm learning from this process, never be a share because it puts you in a weak position, definitely. And secondly, after confirmation, I see that is consistent with the Dubai decision. That's why we let it go.
Thank you very much. So I see no further comments. So I'd like to ask Secretariat to create a clean version, then to share with you and to final review for approval. We don't have a time. So, yeah, Harper.
So the document, as it is now, require further editing, number of decisions to be reflected, placeholders that are related to decision points, etc., etc. That's why early next week, a a finalized version of a document will be sent on no objection basis for approval, because as it is now, we cannot approve a document that will be further elaborated or edited by the Secretariat.
Stella.
Yes, thank you. I think the Secretariat is doing an amazing job in updating the documents in a huge speed and during the night and as we go. I think there are just a few cleanup exercises that need to be done. We are not finished yet with the meeting. And we have cleaned the document going section by section, so we know we are all in agreement on those sections. It's just the editing of probably some footnotes and making sure there is no highlights left. Since the meeting is not over yet, I would strongly encourage us to adopt this document at this meeting rather than having further possibilities for members coming with changes after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for suggestions, Stella. Samuel, do you have any other suggestion? All right, so.
Okay, so not like a suggestion, but I would want to say, since this document will be on no objection basis, I would want to refer to Camilla if you can come up with like tests decision about what I raised about the event and communications, which you said is going to be captured. So if we can come up with something, or if you can come up and send to me, I don't know how we're going to do that, or if we can develop something here just to make sure it reflects. I understand the area you spoke about, that we are actually reporting on the actual stuff on ground, and that is something that the network have to look into and probably could be captioned in subsequent reports, which I definitely understand. But then until this agenda is being discussed, which is not discussed at the moment, I feel there are some informations that are necessary that may be probably entertained in this report. However, but not on actual activity. But if there is a text that could reflect that this agenda was discussed and with potentials of bringing up activities that could reflect on subsequent reports, I think that would make sense. Thank you.
Camila, would you like to say?
I mean, I would say I'm in the hands of the co-chairs for Ways Forward. I would also be agreeable to agreeing on this now. That was the process we started actually when we went over the areas I abstained myself from making small or tweaks or things that maybe I would have changed because we were approving this now. So if we are giving then another period, that would have been a different sort of discussion. If this is going to go for no objection, then I'd want clarity on what the process is going to be. On the specific question, my sense is there is a recommendation now that reads that we approve it now to develop an outreach and communication strategy. And there will be an opportunity in the document that captures the decisions from this meeting to continue on that. I do not feel as it stands that we would need to add anything to this document on that.
All right, thank you very much. Camille?
Yeah, and thanks. I think I've seen that, so thank you so much. I think I'm okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, Secretary Anime says in 30 minutes they can create a clean version, but I acknowledge most of you want to agree now on today, but I heard the Sierra that some of them have to leave in a few minutes, but if you are okay to wait for 30 minutes, we'll come back to receive and to approve on the clean version today. Is it okay? All right, thank you very much. So let's come back in 30 minutes. Ask the secretariat to create the clean version within 30 minutes to share with us. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Before going to the discussion on decision point, we have one item to discuss on the any other matters on the our response to the letter by African group. I'd like to ask the secretariat to update. Thank you. Camila.
Thank you. It is my understanding, as it's in the agenda, that we are to go to Santiago Network Events and Communication. This is an agenda item that has not been open in the meeting, that I have been very clear. It's very important. I would pretty much like us to go on as scheduled and open this agenda item that we have not had the chance to.
Understand. So, all right. Yes, we decided it's order. So I would like to go to the item on network events and communication. Right. Okay. Decision 12 slash CMA.4 Annex 1 endorsed in Decision 11 slash CP.27 sets out the roles and responsibilities of Santiago Network Secretariat, which includes promoting and disseminating information on the Santiago Network. In this context, I'd like to request the Interim Secretariat to provide an overview of forthcoming events, including the regional platforms on disaster risk reduction as contained in the draft concept note documents SNAB/2024/3/15. So I'd like to ask the Secretariat to present.
Thank you, Co-Chair. This is an update, and the relevant document and concept note on this topic were shared intersessionally with the advisory board. So in terms of the events and communication, we had a plan as initially discussed in the first work program that was approved in the first meeting to organize outreach and advocacy events in relevant events. One of the plans was to do so at the regional climate weeks this year. Considering that the regional climate weeks were not organized this year, we identified the opportunity to do so at the regional platforms on disaster risk reduction, which are UN General Assembly mandated events to be done in the regional offices, in the different regions. So there are 4 regional platforms that were planned this year in Africa, in Namibia, in Asia Pacific, in Philippines, in Europe and Central Asia, in Montenegro, and in the Arab states in Kuwait. For Latin America and the Caribbean, the platform was already held late last year in Uruguay. So these sessions are very broad in general to introduce Santiago Network to a broad audience, enhance the efforts being taken to avert, minimize adverse loss and damage, provide an update on the progress that we are making here, and more importantly, orient the audience on different operative guidelines, including the 3 that we have approved, the advisory board has approved so far, enhancing the understanding of capacity gaps and share opportunities for joint action. So we have planned for these sessions, and invitations to the advisory board members from the respective regions are being sent out on this topic. Back to you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much. The floor is open. Alpha, and followed by Leona.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I just would like first to thank UNDRR for the tremendous effort they are doing to support the network. I do have some comments on the document. First, we need to make sure that this document, that the context and the background is clear, reflecting matters related to loss and damage, because I don't have a text here, but my notes is telling me there is a notion to work that stakeholders working in building resilience that are there, and I think resilience is definitely an aspiration that might include also, to some extent, some response to loss and damage, but it is definitely connected with adaptation. That's the first one, and the second one is, I think, in those events where a context note is developed, to actually try to the extent possible to make reference to decisions in relation to Santiago Network, to make sure that we are in that consensus. And secondly, also, I would like to know how in conducting the event, you make the firewall. Of course, they are very connected, but to ensure that is the platform that is disaster risk reduction produce dedicated slot for Santiago Network on loss and damage and not disaster risk reduction. Those are my comments for the time being.
Thank you. Leona, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My question was a very practical one. If I understand correctly, these regional platforms are planned anyway. So do we already have dates? I don't think they're in the documents. I was wondering, when is this taking place? But happy to see dedicated Santiago Network sessions on that occasion. And I, for my part, but we shouldn't go into that discussion at this point. I think there shouldn't be a firewall. We should learn from the different communities of knowledge and practice should learn from each other.
Thank you. Camila.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I think this is a key agenda item for this network. As I have said in various occasions, this is one of the priorities for the work that we need to do now. I think, as I mentioned in resources, I very much look forward to the hiring process for the communications officer, who will play a key role in leading on this. Generally, during in this decision item on decisions for this is where I probably more naturally see the request to develop a communications and outreach strategy. In what I see should be included there and actions that are to be carried over. I am very happy to see that we are already engaging with the UNDRR regional platforms and agree that it is a crucial space for us to be present because a lot of the communities of practice and knowledge are there. Having attended both a global platform and a regional platform in the past, I can attest to my colleagues that maybe have not of the importance of this space in mobilizing communities of practice in the disaster risk reduction world, but more globally in how it links to climate change, which has always been the work that I have done at these regional platform, and they will be attended by key actors that will become, I hope, OB&Es, but also by country actors that are probably national focal disaster risk reduction focal points, and in some countries also loss and damage focal points. I would say, though, that this effort should not be reduced to those platforms. We should include in the strategy how we would make this sort of yearly participation, and in that, of course, part of the in-kind support in terms of knowledge of having UNDRR as the host of this network and UNDRR hosting these platforms. But we should also include considering how we will engage in the climate regional weeks, because I also think it's a key space where the Santiago network needs to be present and make sure that our knowledge products and our members participate. I would love to see how we design a strategy to engage in all of those platforms. This should also include having tailored messages to go out strategically, both for advisory board members, as we mentioned at different points. We, even as advisory board, we do not really have the means sort of to respond to the questions by OB&Es that want to be part of the network. It would be great to prepare some messages that we can start sharing out. Same for the ExCom expert groups. While the annual report says that our communication was sent to the ExCom co-chairs, we would love to see that communication and be able to know how that can then be sent and what can be shared with our expert groups, and have messages tailored to be shared in the expert groups, as well as for constituencies within the UNFCCC, like the LCIPP, to name one. I would also like to see discussion on social media use and have a question for the group. This is, as it being a hosted secretariat, my view is that we should have our own social media presence and not necessarily use the one of the hosts. I would like to see a strategy for its development and how we plan to engage and what our communications kind of will be. But I would like to see this sort of spelled out and be able to comment on how we would be making use of that. I would also love to have messages or opening, or how we are guiding for all of us that act as voceros, ambassadors. Thank you. To have sort of guidelines of what kind of presence we want and would have. And the other thing, and now speaking kind of coming from ExCom as well, we have received an invitation from the ExCom to have joint outreach and side event at COP. We have not responded to that request. If we are interested in holding a joint side event at COP, this is the moment to do so. My understanding is that ExCom has already reserved a slot for a side event, so that work would be done for us. Also, my understanding is that ExCom would be happy to collaborate and make this a joint side event. This is what it was communicated. I also believe that XCOM has not decided on what its outreach event would be. This is also a good opportunity to engage with national loss and damage contact points. That is the role of the outreach event. And if we plan to hold it together, which I think it's an incredible opportunity for the network to start reaching out to national focal points, then this should be done. And I would like to see decision item on that if it is the general agreement of the board, and I will keep it there to try and be short.
Thank you, Samuel.
Okay, thank you so much, Camila. I think you've said most of the things that was at the top of my head, and I would just like to echo that. And I would like to stress more on the need for collaboration, because this is, like Camila rightly mentioned, this is very, very integral to the, not just to the operationalization of this network, but also to the continuity of this network. Because there's a difference between we existing and for people to know that we exist and for them to utilize what we have as a result. So I would like to recommend collaboration with other platforms. Collaboration is very, very welcomed in the areas of communications, especially when you collaborate with other platforms to roll out some campaigns or some activities. Like I stated ab initio, which was, I think, 2 days ago, about the youth and children and indigenous CSO groups that are very, very strongly in that presence of advocacy, awareness creation and all. I think is good when we utilize these groups to get a lot of awareness raised, and also include them in most of the events, because most of them also have this access, direct access to these communities and these people who want to engage with. And I would also recommend, just to stress the need for communication structure. There should be a strong structure for communications when we look at activities. So we should have streamlines of activities that we want to undertake. Structure could be either monthly that reflect activities of the week, or it could be quarterly that reflect the activities bi-weekly, or it could be annually that reflect the activities of the month and sub-activities of the week, which could be probably twice a week or once a week. I think this would really make sense to give a structure of what the communications is all about and also the activities in that regard. And I would also request or recommend a strong advocacy plan. I think that is very, very important. When I talk about advocacy, I mean the context of telling people more about the Santiago network. And by advocacy also includes campaign. So we should have like strong media advocacy and campaign plan, which reflects the work we are doing, that encourages people to apply for technical support. And this strong advocacy and campaign plan would have like a call to action that people could easily engage. For instance, those links that is already available for people to apply to be members of the Santiago Network as an Obianese. I think those links should be embedded as a call to action for them to apply actually. And then I also want to stress about global events, as Camila raised. We have like COP that is already coming up. I know beyond just the WIM, I know we have like UNDRR who is here, and I know that you guys should have like a side event at COP. Yes, and I know this would also be like a strong platform for us to showcase the Santiago network. And beyond just the UNDRR, I know probably I wouldn't say for facts, but if UNOPS also have like some side event as well. I know we talked about the need for pavilion, which we can't actually do right now due to costs constraint, as is going to have like a strong effect on the budget. And in this regard, I would also like to propose about the need for the representatives here to, to come on board to fast track this whole process, to make it much more engageful, especially utilizing these platforms I've mentioned. And at COP2, if that would be considered, would also like to engage in a stronger platform. For the youth and children, we have over 100,000 members, and we know we make up about 40% or less of participants at COP, and including other civil societies as well that are here. So we would like to engage in that process and make it a far-reaching one for the network. Thank you.
Thank you. Alpha process.
I will be very short. I just wanted to say that I'm actually in line with what Samuel indicated. So we should explore all possibility of raising awareness and using side events that are available. But I do believe at this early age, the Santiago network should have its own side events. It can be, invited for the XCOM, but it should have its own side events. And I just checked with the secretary it's possible. So perhaps the decision point should request a side event for it possible.
Thank you. I think Sierra is first, then followed by Gideon. Sorry. I missed it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure who was first either. I just a note on language. I think rather than advocacy, I would prefer different terms like communication. I think oftentimes when you use the term advocacy, it means something specific, especially when you're talking about governments. So just a small point there as further work happens on this. I don't have any concerns about what you proposed in terms of encouraging action of, members to OBNEs to join as members or people to submit technical assistance requests, but just that specific language has meaning in the context of governments. And since many of us are government employees, it's a little tricky to engage with. And then on the issue of COP, I also think it could be helpful to hear from the interim secretariat if our director plans to be there. And if there's any other plans for COP. I actually think I would suggest that we focus on trying to do events with the XCOM at this COP, given that it is a WIM review year. I think that showing a unified WIM is actually really important. And I think we've heard quite strongly from the Glasgow dialogue and in other contexts that people want to have more coordination and coherence between the bodies and don't really understand the respective roles of the different entities under our system. And so I think that a joint kind of events would be quite helpful to clarify that and then also kind of be able to launch that work moving forward.
Thank you. Gideon, floor is yours.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'm also echo what my colleagues talks about the visibility, communications, and advocacy. I know, Sarah, you're trying to find out the good terminology instead of using advocacy, but all we are trying to make sure that we make the Santiago network visibility through the regional meetings and COP as well. And for the indigenous fraternity or constituency, we are planning to host a side event focusing on the Santiago network on loss and damage specifically in our own side event, Indigenous People Pavilion. And would like to extend the invitations to all of you whom we planning to attend COP. And we have also extended our invitation to the co-chairs of the Santiago network to be part of the panel. Speakers to explain more about the Santiago networks and how important to address loss and damage related effects. So I think this is part of the initiatives that every one of us should spearhead and ensure that we promote the work of the Santiago Network. Thank you.
Thank you. Now see Samuel.
Thank you so much, Gideon, and thank you, Sarah. So I understand like advocacy is like, will I use the word verbose word or verbose term to bring in, because to government at times it could be good, at times it could mean probably a potential threat, maybe advocacy against a particular thing or for something. And then I would like to use the word like awareness campaign about Santiago Network. I think that would make more sense than just advocacy and all. And I would also like to stress that in support to what Gideon said, like the youth constituency, we like I have been a contact point on loss and damage for about a year and almost 2 years, and I understand the need, especially to sensitize people about this, and not just sensitizing people, but also saying about this that we as the youth constituency will be hosting side events on loss and damage. However, we need that assurance this time around. We hope to engage with the secretariat as well to make this possible, to host side events, not just for the youth constituency, but for every other person here who has or who can identify with a pavilion that can host a side event for the Santiago Network. I don't mind volunteering time to develop that concept notes where we can submit. If they are still accepting side events, we can submit. However, not just submitting, but also knowing the context at which we are submitting those side events and the available speakers for that side event. I think this is more like a recommendation I'm making as a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ratchet, floor is yours.
So we have to admit that all of us are driven by the desire to promote Santiago Network and to be part of different initiatives in terms of raising awareness, advocacy, and also to promote and to give the right place for Santiago Network within the international scheme regarding the climate change, mitigation, loss and damage, and so on. But I am not very comfortable with this approach. First of all, my expectation regarding I couldn't deny the efforts done by the secretariat, but I have some concern about the concept note that you prepare, about also the slide that you show us. So there isn't enough clarity about what you are looking for, what you are seeking from our side. Also, for instance, Leona has raised that when this event will take place, so the information is in your website, in their websites. So we need at first enhanced communication and put in place the right channel in terms of communication between EB, between UNDRR, between OBNIs, and so on. And also, there's a lot of regional events and platforms. And also, there is a lot of initiatives that we can integrate it. But what I am looking for, and I fully support Alpha also, what I am looking for is to have a clear roadmap and strategy in terms of communication, in terms of raising awareness, and so on. So we need kind of roadmap, a plan in terms of the activities, outreach activities that EB should be part of it. But just jumping on the kind of his initiatives or platform, so it's not the appropriate approach. And also, based on my experience as CDM-EB in terms of side events, so we use it to organize 2 side events to promote the activities of the CDM-EB. during the SBs, but also during the COP, so we can plan during the COP and during the SBs to organize such side events. But we should look really pay attention about the approach. Yes, we have in common the objectives, the ambition, and so on. But the approach, we should pay attention about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the next one is Alpha. All right, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So in terms of, I think communication, I think Rashid, you're demanding a lot. The advisory board is still just starting, so maybe it can be in our plan maybe to develop a strategy of communication maybe in these incoming months, or that can allow us to have a very large view that can be the politics of communication within all the Santiago network and the advisory board. And also, I was discussing with some colleagues in the during lunch, but we will need to have a sort of PowerPoint presentation that will be that will allow us maybe to give to people expectation what is the Santiago network, what is the work we are doing with the advisory board. I think when I was initially at the first ExCom committee, this is what we had. We had a PowerPoint presentation that is presenting the WIM and executive committee. I think we must develop one PowerPoint like this in terms of communication of all members to allow them maybe to have the same message and the same words to say what is the Santiago network, what we're doing, and how we can benefit of it. So I think this kind of communication we needed, and maybe take the time to develop a real communication plan or communication document for the Santiago network and the advisory board. I really also support an side event at COP, maybe SB, why not? But I every time used to say that when you are in the meeting rooms negotiating, to have a pavilion will be very difficult, Samuel. Who will be there? Maybe members of the secretariat, but you will not have a member of the advisory board. And yes.
Thank you. Alpha, please.
Thank you. Just to make the point that, of course, we could have a joint workshop with or side events with the ExCom, but I think we need to have a side event for the Santiago network itself. We need to have our own space. We need to show ourselves. And I think it is very important at this early stage that, of course, the coherence and coordination are presented, but we need to tell the world also we are a equal institution under the WIM Warsaw International Mechanism. So I'm in favor of having if possible, a co-side events with the ExCom, but the secretariat will definitely have to explore hard the possibility of having a Santiago network dedicated institutional side events. Thanks.
Thank you, Camila, followed by Tete.
Thank you, co-chair. And I think this was an overdue discussion. A lot of what we're hearing now is because we needed to have had this discussion much earlier, and it was one of the items that were brought up in AB2, but maybe not follow up. At the stage at which we are now, I absolutely agree with Rashid's concern that we should do this in a structured way, and that is what a strategy should do. However, I also understand that given that we won't have another advisory board meeting until next year, and we will have a lot of moments for engagement in this latter part of the year, and we want this network to start delivering on technical assistance immediately. We want to do technical assistance this year, and we want the Secretariat to be able to give Secretariat technical assistance early next year as well. Engaging and reaching agreement and getting partners is a crucial moment, and we cannot lose the opportunity that the regional platforms will provide in showcasing the network and placing it in its role that it wants to play. On the issue on the side event, Alpha, I cannot agree with you more that the Santiago network is its own thing. It needs to show that it is here to stay, and that it is here to actually provide on action and support for loss and damage. I am also mindful of budget and of timing. And as Sierra said, this year is the WIM review. The WIM review includes the EXCOM and the Santiago network. We also agreed on a WIM review side event. So there would be a WIM review side event. The side of the COP EXCOM request for space does not have an agenda, does not have a determined outcome. Is for us to decide together what we could do. And if you're saying to show itself as both and equal partners, the invitation from the EXCOM was to do it jointly as equals. The reality is, as well as Edie was saying, for us to be negotiators, if we have to be in like the working loss and damage space at COP is small. So let's have one big one where we can all strongly be present and where we can showcase the progress of the Santiago network there and make sure that we have strong messaging from the Santiago network. This is also a smaller COP, a smaller place. I'm not sure if the Secretariat has already advanced on securing spots. And to Edie's comments, this is for a side event. I do not think we are considering, or we have, I know it's somewhere I saw, but I do not think we are considering having a pavilion at COP or, yeah, but rather a side event. So I think for now, a couple of things would need to happen. I would love to see some intersessional work on this. I would love to see some basic information of what it is, like, yes, to the Secretariat, participating in this regional platform, but that would need to be preceded by some general information, much more information to the advisory board members as to what we will be doing there, how we will be engaging. Is there opportunity for members to engage and participate for those that are in the region and might be able to be there, and what is the messaging that we're going to be sharing there as we work on a communication strategy that is more strategic and framework and where we can all have a grip as to what it is that we are communicating. Thank you.
Thank you. Tete, would you? Okay, please.
Just a short note, Chair. I'm very excited about all of these plans, for outreach, etc. But I think I would agree that we need to establish why the Santiago network is unique and special. What makes it unique and special? We initially, of course, we appreciate piggybacking and taking making the most of opportunities like in the regional platforms, etc. But we can't just forever be piggybacking on the work of the UNDRR and others. And we have to show that we are here for a specific reason, and it is that on loss and damage. It's not just about resilience, etc. So I think we need to be mindful of that. I also think that when we think of an activity to highlight why the Santiago network is special, we can also address it from different angles or lenses. Like, of course, our mandate is to catalyze TA, etc. Bye, take care. On behalf of everyone. Yeah, but for me as a constituency representative, Santiago network is special because this is a place where we can speak freely and engage freely. you know, with all of you. This is not something that we can find in other constituted bodies. And for civil society, we say that the space for us is shrinking and shrinking, but not here in the Santiago network. Of course, we don't want to get into the voting part, no, but trying to avoid that as much as we could. So I think when we think of activities, we can try to be creative and outside the box so that there's more excitement about the innovation that we can offer as a young network within this institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, after giving Samuel, then I'd like to ask the observer if you want to say have a feedback. Then, sorry, Alpha, you want still you want. Oh, all right. Sorry, Samuel, and I think Alpha, you're first.
Yes.
Please.
Just to be very quick, I think I see the point of the WIM review, something, the necessity to work together, and I do not exclude this possibility that we should have. But again, this is a Santiago network, and I think to the extent possible, the secretariat should explore possibility of having a side event or a press release or a questions response, but we cannot go there at this initial year to be always labeled or in connection with the EXCOM. So I do have concern with that for the simple reason that the Santiago network is different from the WIM, from the EXCOM, and that's the reality. So as a decision point, to the extent possible, the secretariat should explore possibility of holding one event dedicated to the Santiago network to show our independency and to show the progress we made and have the solely attention of those stakeholders that are meeting the event, the Santiago network. Thanks.
Thank you, Samuel.
Okay, thank you. So in reference to Camila in absentia and Tete and Alpha and every other person who has spoken well here. So in the areas of like side events, I would like to suggest, since the interim secretariat is around, we can explore hosting a side event. The interim secretariat always have a pavilion, which is very, very open and free to welcome people. I think like the UNFCCC, they always have this open space that hosts side events, because I know last year there was a lot of like side events that they hosted in their pavilion, which is all over everywhere. So I think we can explore that if that option is still available. And for just to stress again, for people here that has like pavilions, we can also explore hosting side events in those pavilions. And a specific one, like Alpha rightly mentioned, we don't need to host like each day we have a side event, no, but we need to like host at least a specific one, then develop a communication strategy where we are able to engage people to talk about the Santiago network and how they can be able to be part of it. I think that would also make sense beyond just telling people a side event once and for all, but also a strategy whereby we are able to connect with people on ground to talk about the work of the network. Like rightly mentioned, we are all ambassadors of the network. As such, we are also in this part whereby we need to also tell people about the network. And with the concern raised by ED about like negotiations and all, we are also here as well to give our support in facilitation of some of these side events and making sure that it goes on smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you. So, you all right. Yeah, thank you very much. Now I'd like to give a floor to observer. FAO floor is yours. Please have a feedback. Briefly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Just really briefly to say that, to reiterate that FAO is ready to support us on these events for disseminating, for creating spaces for the Santiago network to be better known. And so if developing a communication strategy, count on the members of the network too to support in those kind of events, specifically for COP29, if there's anyone that's going to be there from the advisory board, not only FAO, but many other colleagues can work in seeking spaces for speakers, slots, So just to say, count on the wide membership too to support in the dissemination as we develop a communications plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see there's no more flags. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for your strong support to promoting. Yes. Please ask.
Thanks, Co-Chair, and thanks for all the comments. I think they are very good comments because we already have the process of, and we had earlier as well in terms of having a proper communication strategy. So that is something we'll definitely take it up. I think the idea of having key messages, including say a simple PowerPoint standard slide, which anybody is a spokesperson from the advisory board to share is something which we should definitely do. Just to respond to some of the questions that were made earlier, one on the dates of these regional platforms, Asia Pacific it's 14th to 17th October, Africa is 21st to 24th October, Arab States is 28th to 31st October, and Europe and Central Asia is 6th to 8th November. I've shared with the members a link to all these platforms. And also just wanted to inform that we had come up with this idea and discussed this with the co-chairs, and with their permission had developed a concept note and shared with all of you. We also wanted to inform that there's a global platform which is planned next year on 3rd to 6th of June in Geneva, which is a culmination of all these regional platforms. We keep exploring different relevant events where the advocacy pitch on Santiago Network can be enhanced. For example, at the subsidiary body meetings this year, we had events where XCOM and Santiago Network came together, and the interim secretariat supported the co-chair in speaking at these different events, including at the Glasgow Dialogue 3. In terms of the COP29 side event, it's a bit too late. We are just 2 months from the COP, but we'll make our best efforts to ensure that we can find a spot. I can assure you of a few events where we can have advisory board members to speak on Santiago Network. We'll, of course, explore further with other partners in their pavilions, including what we heard from FAO and other colleagues as well. We are also hosting a few events in the Resilience Hub at the COP, so we can also keep that in mind. And happy to hear from other members as well that there are events that have been planned. So I think what we can do is to compile all these events that are happening at the COP and share with all the members. And based on availability, we can also identify speaking roles for different members and co-chairs. I think that's what, and then we can have a decision point.
Yeah, thank you very much for your assistance. All right. All right, thank you very much. With regard to the annual report, clean version is coming soon. So, all right. So, animation. All right, so yeah, taking this, for saving time, would like to go to the matter on letter by African groups. So may I ask the secretariat to introduce our draft response?
Thank you, Co-Chair. Yes, we had shared a very initial draft letter with all the members early this day, and I'm going to share it now on the screen. So this is addressed in response to the letter that was received from the Africa Group of Negotiators from the co-chairs. And I would keep it on the screen, or should I read it out? Yeah.
By the way, it was sent to you by the secretariat already. Is it shared? Yeah, already. So you can check already, yeah, also. Scroll up, please. From the top. Right. Floor is open. All right, thank you very much. So there is no, Angela, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you, Secretary, for the proposal. I can go along with those amendments that were suggested, I don't know by who. But perhaps I want to say that could be much better to say that we acknowledge the reception of your information letter because we just received it, the first day that we arrive. So my preference is to delete. We acknowledge receipt. And I can go along with the rest of the comments made by others. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachid.
I feel very comfortable with this response. Just regarding the AGN, is African Group of Negotiation. You can go to the last African Group of Negotiation. Okay, that's okay.
Thank you. Rachid, do you have more? Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments? I think, yeah, this letter is confirmed by members. So I'd like to ask Secretariat to proceed. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to go to the discussion and decision point, hand over to my co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I also hand over to the Secretariat to present the decision text item by item, and after each item, we conclude with adoption. Bear in mind that we will finish with a rule of procedures. Thanks.
Thanks, Co-Chair. So this is the draft decision text, and as after every agenda item, whenever we receive the messages, we have been compiling it, and also this is the same link that has been shared with all of you. So we have been receiving comments and inputs, which we also have been incorporating. First agenda item was an opening of the meeting. We acknowledged the dates and also the welcome remarks made by CPD. Adoption of the agenda, the provisional that was adopted. Organizational matters, the list has been annexed. On the secretarial recruitment, we acknowledge the effort and the status by the host. The advisory board welcomed the progress made during the selection, and that the director will start on 1st of November. And the advisory board agreed to discuss intersessionally the potential recruitment staff of the secretariat to be located in UN and UNDRR regional offices. And it was agreed that the meetings will discuss how to ensure a lean and cost-effective secretariat. So that was the draft decision point that we had received. If we had kept a placeholder, if there was anything else to be added on the recruitment. So I'll just pause and ask co-chairs to confirm on the recruitment. So proceeding on the fifth, sorry. Yeah,
You have the floor.
Oh, sorry, apologies for coming in late. I also, on this second paragraph, recall, although my memory of these discussions is rapidly fading, that we also agreed that the new director would lead that discussion, if I recall correctly. But again, stand ready to be corrected. But I thought that we had kind of wanted to have her input into those discussions.
Is that fine? It's noted. Thanks. The fifth agenda item was on the guideline on preventing potential and addressing actual and perceived conflict of interest. This was adopted and has already been gavelled. We have just kept a placeholder for the document number. Sixth agenda item was on the rules of procedure, again adopted, and then has been subsequently also addressed in the report. The seventh agenda item was on the designation of OBNEs as members of the Santiago network. The advisory board welcomed the progress with respect to the building of the membership, including the creation of a web page with relevant information, the phased rollout of an outreach strategy, and the membership forms. The advisory board noted ongoing and planned outreach activities and requested the outreach plan developed by the interim secretariat to be shared with the advisory board for the information. This was only briefly shared while presenting the status. So we received inputs that this needs to be shared. So we have added this as an action point. The advisory board further requested that the plan considers outreach to indigenous peoples and local communities, regional outreach activities, and the use of diverse content to reach a wide range of OBNEs. The advisory board welcomed the planned translation of guidelines, which was adopted in the last meeting on OBNEs to be translated into all UN languages, and also decided to keep this matter as an agenda item for the next meeting and requested the Santiago Network Secretariat to update the board accordingly. So these are some of the action points. Mm-hmm.
Sarah, you have the floor.
Yeah, sorry, just a question of clarification. When it says this matter, it's referring to designation of OBNEs as members. Yeah, in the third paragraph, when it decided to keep this matter as an agenda item for the next meeting, we're talking about we are deciding to keep designation of OBNEs as members on the agenda. Okay. As long as we're all clear, I'm all right with the text. It just wasn't clear to me, especially following the paragraph about translation.
No comments? Hmm?
Thanks. Are you going to gavel each section as we go, or are you going to just gavel at the end?
Based on the advice, we should close each agenda item. So there is no further comment on that. It is so. It is adopted. So let's move to the next agenda item.
Thanks, Co-Chair. The eighth agenda item was on the provision of technical assistance. It had 3 items under discussion. One was the guideline, second on the status of Vanuatu, and third one on LDC and SIDS workshop.
Yes.
Thank you. What did we just approve and gavel? I think they're different interpretations, and to me, it's not clear what was just gavelled. Just the decision points until number 7, or just 7, or the letter as I hear, or the entire document. And then we hear the next point on the agenda. So I'm like, so
Secretary, can you
please clarify?
Yeah, some of the decision items under 5 and 6, which were the previous ones, had already been gavelled. So because this agenda item 7 was not gavelled, hence it has been presented and now gavelled. So the gavel was only for agenda 7.
So the gavel is confirmed. Let's move to the next agenda item.
Thank you. Agenda item 8 was in provision of technical assistance. The advisory board approved and gavelled the guidelines and procedure for responding to requests for technical assistance and encouraged the Santiago Network Secretariat to translate these into UN languages in a timely manner. If there is any further item on this, I see a placeholder that has been added, so we can open the floor for that. But before that, the advisory board further requested the Santiago Network Secretariat to initiate the process of receiving requests for technical assistance consistent with the approved guidelines. Advisory board took note of the support provided to Vanuatu and encouraged further engagement to expedite the responses to the technical assistance request. The advisory board expressed appreciation to Interim Secretariat for the organization of the workshops and LDCs and SIDS, beginning with the workshop to be held in the Pacific, expressing appreciation to UNDRR for co-financing it, and encouraged the continuation of the work to develop guidelines and procedures for enabling access to assisting in preparing requests for technical assistance that recognize the significant capacity constraints of LDCs and SIDS. So these are some of the textual inputs that have been added. So back to you, co-chair, on this agenda item, of which the one of the points on guidelines has already been gavelled.
Any comment? Sarah, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. And I added, it's a little confusing to me about what's been gavelled. I don't recall gavelling any decision. So the guidelines were gavelled, but none of the decision text has been gavelled. So I think it's important to make that clear. I do think it would be helpful to add a decision about encouraging work on the addendum on evaluation criteria. That was kind of a key part of our discussion around this item. And it seems clear that that work should start before the next advisory board meeting. I don't think it's yeah, I think that's a request to the secretariat. I don't know if it's encouraged or request or whatever. I also just, maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention to the discussion. I just don't feel like these second two paragraphs actually reflect the discussion that we had. I think it's fine that we take note of the support provided by Vanuatu. I think it's okay that we are okay moving forward with your engagement. I'm a little worried about like an expedited response. I don't totally know what an expedited response would mean. And given the fact that this isn't a regular process, I'm a little worried about, frankly, how in the last meeting, the Vanuatu was able to get added to the agenda and have a specific call to the advisory board. And I think it's important that we aren't setting a setup where we typically have proponents and specific proponents discussed as an advisory board. Right, we as an advisory board are not supposed to be approving specific technical assistance requests or determining which members are responding. And so I think that I'm a little wary of this language here. I think it's fine to just, the board took note of the support provided to Vanuatu. I'm happy to end it there. Or I mean, or I feel like encouraged is like, yes, keep doing your work as secretariat is kind of what I understood as the message from our conversation. And then also, I'm a little concerned about the point here about develop guidelines and procedures for enabling access. I think it's great that the secretariat will continue to carry out the work of enabling access for LDCs and SIDS. I don't recall us talking about guidelines and procedures. And I'm sorry if we did talk about it and I just don't remember it. But I would suggest finding a different language here around just the advisory board, encourage the secretariat to continue to provide assistance in preparing requests for technical assistance and, in line with its mandate or whatever it is.
So thank you. Anyone who would like to take the floor? Leona?
Thank you very much. Also, wanted to take the opportunity to give those who are not in the room anymore, but who are in the chat adding to the discussion. Just wanted to highlight that there are some inputs there. But I wanted to thank Sarah for taking a step back, because we took a long time to discuss other issues. I think we should also go through these decision points thoroughly, so they like adequately cover what we've discussed. Thanks, Sarah, also for adding that decision point on the advisory board, requesting the secretary to work on establishing evaluation criteria. I want to make sure whether in the end, in the documents, we call them evaluation criteria or selection criteria, and perhaps even good to specify selection criteria or evaluation criteria for to identify the best suitable OBNE to respond to a request or something that will make sense to us in a few months' time still. And I would also rather have had that the advisory board agreed on establishing these, but if we want in a first step, we request the secretary to work on these, I'm also fine with that.
So, Angela, you want to take floor? And then afterwards, I want to take floor.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. And just in the same line, like Ileana, because when I see the text on the criteria, I get quite confused if it is for the percentage discussion that we had, or what kind of criteria we're talking about here. So we need to be more explicit if it is for the matchmaking process or for the selection of the OBNEs, or, I mean, I agree that we need to add something about the criteria, but just to be more specific, because it's quite confused to me what kind of criteria are we talking about. And on the Vanuatu proposal, I understand the comments made by Sierra. This was not part of the agenda in the last advisory board. I mean, I prefer to keep expedite. I don't know who's moving the screen, but it's difficult to see, expedite. But if it is not possible, I would like to keep and encourage further engagement to facilitate a response, because I think it's important to recognize that they were the first country that submit a proposal. And I think at this point, we are quite late to give some kind of response to them, even if we do not have a process. At that time, I think it's important to engage, to continue engaging with them. I think it's fair with them to give a response as soon as possible. So we can work on the language, but I can support the idea to keep this as part of the work that we need to do with Vanuatu. And the rest of the amendments, I can go along with them. Thank you.
Thank you. No one want to take Samuel.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to also support the need to keep the expedited process as well, because by the term expedite means like to fast track things, to make it fast, especially like, I don't know if it's accelerate yet, that's also the word as well, especially in a situation whereby the TA requested is very urgent. And I remember during the last meeting, we removed the option of a fast track, which I think was something that we are trying to contemplate. But then with the expedited option, I think it gives room for some level of flexibility in releasing technical assistance to country that needs it urgently, without going through the rigorous process, especially when after evaluation there is need for that to happen. So I support that as raised by Angela and the other person. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like now to make comments as a member. I think we agree with the changes made, that we use the evaluation in the context of managing of the funding, and selection in the context of technical response. So with the amendment, I'm fine. The second point is, I think there was an expectation. Actually, our plan was to approve the Vanuatu proposal before going to COP, right? So, and we did not manage, and I guess it is important that we encourage, if not urge, the secretariat to upon the approval of the different guidelines to facilitate the process, to expedite the process for approval of the technical guidelines. The last point is the last point on the advisory board encourage the continuation of the work on technical assistance for LDCs and seats. I think here the decision point should definitely give a sense of time when we plan to do that next year, because it is a very specific request. There's a specific dedicated decision text on that. So perhaps the decision text can say it by the second meeting, but I will prefer by the first meeting to have a document that will inform how we better engage, how we better support LDCs and seeds in the preparation of their technical assistance guidelines. So those are my comments. And so I see Camila.
Thank you, Alpha. I'm having a hard time from the train, and I'll admit that I missed some of what you said, but I just wanted to come in and say that I would prefer the language to go back to how it was put. That is a textual input from the Dubai decision that speaks that the Secretariat will develop these guidelines. I copy pasted the Dubai decision. I would agree with Alpha's proposal to contextualize them in time and in the hands of the Secretariat as to when in hopefully the next year that could be done. But I did come in when we discussed the SIDS workshop. I did say in my intervention that I wanted to see the decision item on the work to personalize these guidelines to take place. So just wanted to come in to contextualize that decision item. Thank you.
Okay, I think there are many proposals that have been made. So I see two people taking the floor. Let's go systematically. The first sentence, are we agreeing? Then we go down. You will have the chance to react on everything. So the first decision point that is in yellow, do you agree with that? As you agree, because your flag is on. Do you agree on the text now, yellow, marked by the secretary, highlighted by the secretary? Okay, thank you. The second paragraph, do we agree on that? To establish criteria for selection process, just go up, please. The paragraph, the decision point on the establishment of criteria that we just approved. Okay. The third one is on the on Vanuatu. If you do not agree, please come up with a textual proposal, how we can bridge that. And if we are not at all supporting, then you should indicate that. But please, let's be working on the text. I don't, Sarah, you have the floor, or Amila? Sarah, please.
Yeah, thanks. I would suggest facilitate here. I realize that expedite means to accelerate, but we don't have a process to accelerate from. So it just doesn't make sense to me that we are asking for an expedited process when we have no process. So I guess I'm just, and I'm a little concerned that, again, we are making external processes here outside of kind of a process that we will systematically use to have technical assistance requests considered and approved and responded to. So again, I would prefer facilitate here. And then on the latter paragraph. Thanks for that.
Please, Sarah, we work on the one first on Vanuatu and then we move on, please.
Right.
Thank you. Do you have any points? Are you fine? Yes, sorry. I think Sarah made a proposal to delete expedite and keep facilitate. And I have asked, do we agree on that? Okay, let's move on. Next paragraph relate to the LDC workshop. Is any point before you take the floor? Can you make a split with the advisory board encourage, because that's a different. Okay, so the paragraph now at hand on LDC and seats needs to be commented. If you have textual proposal or you agree that the way forward. So I guess there is no problem around this paragraph. Then let's move to the next one, where we, yes. Do you have any textual proposal?
Thanks. I appreciate Camila's justification. I went back and looked at the text and I'm all right keeping it as it was.
So can I take that you approve, you are fine with the text as it is now? So no reaction. So let's move on. Let's move on perhaps the secretary will give you the floor. Yeah.
Thanks, Co-Chair. So on the agenda item 9, on the guidelines for managing funding, the updated draft guidelines for managing funding provided for technical assistance was presented. Advisory board approved the guidelines and encouraged the Santiago Network Secretariat to translate these guidelines into UN languages in a timely manner. The advisory board requested the interim secretary to develop a glossary of key terms in the guidelines and share with the advisory board applicable regulations for Santiago Network and relevant financial evaluation processes as per the draft text then proposed. The advisory board requested the interim secretariat to ensure necessary synergy and complementarity between guidelines and procedures for responding to requests for TA and the guidelines for managing funding provided for TA. The advisory board further requested the secretariat to share relevant information and process of due diligence at its next meeting. The advisory board will continue its consideration of the levels of minimum percentage of TA funded directly by the Santiago Network to be made available to communities particularly vulnerable to the adverse effect of climate change intersessionally for further elaboration and agreement at the next meeting of the advisory board. The advisory board also agreed to continue the discussion on the multi-year budget in future meetings.
So let's go line by line or paragraph by paragraph. So the first paragraph, do you have any problem with the first paragraph decision point? So let's move to the second one. So I have some comment here. I would like to have the advisory board requested the secretariat to share information on the process of due diligence becoming a dedicated decision point. not be in the same yeah. This one, is there any comment first? Yeah. So are you agreeing on this paragraph? So I do have some suggestion on this paragraph on the glossary. So I think there are two different ideas here, and I want that the two ideas being reflected in decision point. One is a glossary, one is on the regulation applicable. So it is just to split it in two decision points. Angela, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a comment on the glossary. I'm not against of this idea, but I think it's not only that that we will have this glossary and will be presented to the advisory board members and that's it. I think we need to review and approve and evaluate. So there is a phase miss there because I want to ensure that whatever we have in that kind of glossary, we agree with that kind of interpretation and definition. So I think we can work on the glossary, but we need to have some kind of review and approval by us.
That is my understanding as well.
But it's not clear in the text, not to me. Thank you.
For consideration, for its consideration at board meeting. And the same applied for the next one, the next decision point, please. Yeah, for consideration. We are not going to amend. Huh? The point is they're going to present a regulation. They have a range of regulations. So we will discuss with them whether that regulation is the most appropriate in the wide range of regulations. So I think there should be a consideration. We are not overriding their procedures, but we need to look at the appropriateness. Yeah, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Alpha. And I'm happy to have these two ideas separated into two different decision points. I do think that maybe we could just combine it with the other point around relevant information processes of due diligence. And so, yeah, I don't think I have specific textual suggestions, but as long as you are moving in that way, I'm happy to see that revision.
Thank you for having the same idea like me. And I think I'm agreeing with that. So this paragraph, there are two paragraphs now, animation. So split them, please. So on the first paragraph, glossary, we are agreeing with that. The second one, there is no strong views. So Leona.
Not a strong view, just a point of clarification, because we're asking the secretariat to share applicable regulations. That doesn't mean anything to me. We make the applicable regulations. I know you're referring to what kind of financial regulation, the UNOP, which kind of UNOPS financial regulations they're applying to the Santiago network. It would be good to be a bit more specific here. Otherwise, I don't quite understand what we want from whom.
Will you help us with specific proposal in terms of language to specify as you are referring to, please?
If indeed we want to say what I just suggested, it could be something like the advisory board also requested the interim secretariat to share UNOPS financial rules and regulations as they apply to these guidelines.
Yes.
Don't know if that's good English though.
Including due diligence.
So is your proposal finished now? Are you fine with what you suggested? Could I move on? So thank you. Angela, do you have any proposal or any view?
Yeah, I just want to support the comments made by Leona, because when we talk about regulation in a broad scope, I don't understand what we mean, regulations
you.
of what. But I just want to get some kind of clarifications. Is just only UNOPS? I understand that UNOPS will be dealing with the resources, as I understand the proposal, but also UNDRR will be able to receive resources from donors and contributors. So if I'm not wrong, I would like to know what are the regulations of both of them, not only UNOPS, I think UNDRR also. But just correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, if that is the purpose, we need to have a balance between, what we are requesting to the institutions, but just clarify to me. Thank you.
I think I see the point you are making, and I see the merit and the pertinence of it. So we will work on the sentence saying to interim secretariat to share the relevant rule and regulation that apply. So then we are fine. Then there is an exception, an expectation that we have also insight on those that are applicable by the by UNDRR. Thank you. Any comment on that? Can we move on?
Apologies, Co-Chair, but I don't understand. I don't know if it is my English or, if someone can help me, but we are talking about relevant rules and regulations from who? As they apply for the Santiago network. Is our regulations, what kind of regulations are we talking about, from who? So, it's not clear to me what we are talking about here, so we need to be more specific. I mean, just to clarify, Co-Chair, we have been spending 3 days. I know that we are rushing out of time, but we need to do things right. So please don't rush and ensure that everybody is understanding the same thing.
That's what I'm doing. That's why I gave you the floor as well. Thank you. And I've shared with you that we can be more accurate in this text, and pose whose regulation. I think that is addressed by requesting the interim secretariat. We understand under the interim secretariat both the UNDRR and UNOPS. I think that point is addressed, but I do believe that the point that you make to apply to the Santiago network, we can be more specific there by making reference to the technical assistance process, to be more specific. And so any suggestion? Okay, Leona, please.
I think so. I hope so. To share relevant existing rules and regulations of the host as they apply to the Santiago network processes or just Santiago network.
So yeah, so it is now reflected. I give you 1 minute to check whether you are fine to move on. I see no reaction. So we should go ahead. Next paragraph, please. The next paragraph is not contentious, it's clear. Leona, you have the floor.
Not contentious at all. I think it would be very beneficial, and I would like to see it here, to see it reflected here, that based on this, there will be a new process chart created to see the entire process and how it works. No?
I didn't get you. Perhaps you can explain further.
Well, it's true that there should be synergies, and we said it's a bit tricky because the technical assistance guidelines and the guidelines for managing funding are so intertwined. And it would be great also for the benefit of those who want to work with the Santiago network to see a flow chart. I know that Ben used a different word. This is why I'm hesitating. A process chart, process flow chart to illustrate the workflow of the Santiago network. Very happy for better language suggestions, of course.
I actually have no problem with your good remarks. So in the spirit of time, anyone who have any additional points, I give you 1 minute to check the text before we move on. So let's move on. The last one, the advisory board agreed to continue discussion on the multi-year budget. Okay. The one on the minimum percentage. So the floor is open. Can I go ahead? It's not quick, it's not too quick enough. Okay, thank you. The last paragraph on the multi-year budgets in future meeting. So I have some questions around that, because the issue of multi-year budgets, as I consistently indicated, is very much linked to the strategy and the resource mobilization. I don't mind having this point, this decision point, but I think having it in the silo and then saying that there will be a discussion, it has to be in the connection to the two documents. That's why I suggest moving this part to the decision point related to the strategy of the resource mobilization strategy. Okay, thank you of having the same plan like me. This is for consideration now. Come back again, please. Are we fine with that part? This is on managing funding. Can I take for granted that we all agree the decision points related to agenda item managing of funding? It is so decided. So agenda item number 10, annual high-level dialogue. I will give the floor to the secretariat for presentation.
Thanks, co-chair. So this is the 10th agenda item, and this was the discussion towards the end of the day today. So we have taken note of what was discussed, and saying that advisory board took note of the decision of the board of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage to launch the annual high-level dialogue in the upcoming sessions. The advisory board decided to formally communicate with the board of the fund as follow-up to the letter sent by the co-chairs after the second meeting to enhance collaboration and update on the guidelines approved to operationalize the Santiago network. The advisory board agreed to share the letter of invitation received from the fund with the members and representatives once received.
Any points? Leona?
The advisory board agreed to share the letter once received with its members? Or do you mean the co-chairs will share?
We agreed. But the secretary, we agreed that the secretary share the letter.
The secretariat.
The advisory board agrees. We all agreed.
Requests even. I mean, not a matter of agreement, but we want to see this, obviously.
We request the secretariat to share the invitation letter related to the high-level dialogue. Perhaps after invitation, comma, and then dialogue, comma, received from. So I think Stella, you are the only English speaker here, native speaker. So first, let me finish with Leona, then we will address your point. Leona, do you have any other points?
Yes, on the sentence just before, of course, we want to show that we want to enhance collaboration and update on our guidelines, but also to inquire about the high-level dialogue. I think that would be.
I think that's a good point. And one additional point, perhaps you can split that because I think it is too much on the same. There you can split one and then the last part also. Now, are you fine now? Okay, let me turn to Sarah. Or your mic is, you are fine. Okay, thank you, Sarah, for having the same page like me and Leona. Let's move on. Stella. Stella. Sorry, Stella. You are.
Thank you. Thank you, Alpha. I hope you can hear me okay. It's a bit noisy. I'm at the train station right now.
We can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yes, it was just in the same line that Leona's comment about also inquiring about the high-level dialogue. My intention was also to kind of really, apologies, to proactively express interest in participation in both the launch of the high-level dialogue and the first annual high-level dialogue. So if we could capture that as well, I would be very happy with that decision point.
Thank you, Stella. So the secretariat still needs to reflect the idea of inquiring update on the high-level dialogue. Stella, is the legacy hand or the current hand?
No, I was happy to read something in, if that's helpful. So when it talks about the letter to enhance collaboration, I would put comma, delete end. So we would then have an update on the guidelines achieved to operationalize the Santiago network. And at the end of that sentence, add and inquire about and express interest in participating in the launch of the high-level dialogue at COP29 and the first annual high-level dialogue in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. I think we have too much end there. So I think I suspect that this text is going anyway through editing. So the point is that the inquiry is about the high level dialogue, but we also express our keen interest to participate in it. So we can keep as it is now. If you have, do you have any point, any objection? Okay, so I don't see anything. Can I? Decision point on annual high-level dialogue is also adopted. This is this high-level dialogue. I repeat, I'm saying that the decision points pertaining to agenda item 10, annual high-level dialogue, is so adopted. Secretary, please introduce the agenda item, decision point on agenda item 12, please. The 11 annual report, should we skip it because there is some changes that need to be reflected? And then we move to the 12th, that's why.
Thanks, Co-Chair, and it's being cleaned up, should be ready in a few minutes. Agenda item 12 on the Santiago Network Strategy and Results Framework. The text is the advisory board took note of the outline of the Santiago Network Strategy and requested the secretariat to further develop and guidance needed here, whether it should be the outline and annotated outline of the strategy to be presented for consideration at its 4th meeting, taking into account the comments and suggestions made at its 3rd meeting. The advisory board also agreed to discuss the outline intersessionally with a view to giving further guidance to the Santiago Network Secretariat for the development of the strategy. The advisory board reviewed and adopted the interim results framework as contained in the document number to be inserted. The results framework will be revised if needed once the Santiago Network strategy is developed.
First, one question, because we've been approving decision point and there are important information that are not available, including the number of a document and the number of the decisions. So just to remind you, thank you for the proposal, for the presentation of the decision point. Let's start with the first one. So any idea? Angela?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretariat. Just in terms of the text that is in brackets, I would like to support an annotated outline. I think it would be more useful to get some kind of detail in terms of what we are doing, not just the heading of the main areas that will be covered by the document. And the rest of the paragraph, I can go along with it. Thank you.
I have one question to you. I think if we have to set up an intersessional discussion on that, we need to go beyond the annotated outline. So if we stay or stick to the annotated outline, then the part of intersessional discussion is not needed. So as then guided by you, it doesn't make sense to have this intersessional discussion only on annotation or annotated outline. Hence, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. I understand your point of view, Chair, but I think, I mean, in my understanding, perhaps we will need more than one meeting. So what we can do is at the first meeting, intersessionally discuss the annotated outline and provide additional guidelines in terms of what are the additional elements that we are thinking that should be covered in that heading. But if we mandate the Secretariat to develop the whole guideline without providing guidance in terms of how to develop each of the elements, I think is perhaps we will, at the first meeting destroy the guidelines because it's not aligned with our thinking. So I think it's a step approach. So we can work on the language, but I think that the Secretariat should, how at this moment we have been working in that way. So they prepare first draft with headings. We already comment the headings. We need to see what could be the content. And then after seeing what could be the content or the granularity of each heading, then we can mandate the Secretariat to elaborate something more detailed. It's my proposal, but I'm open to, of course, if everybody wants to give a mandate to develop the document out of the blue without providing guidance, I can support that also. At the end, we will review everything. But I think a step approach will be much better for all of us. Thank you.
I fully agree with you. I'm just wondering the pertinence of having our time also. We are very busy people to discuss on intersessionally on only to stop on the outline, annotated outline. So if we have to work intersessionally, we definitely need to address the annotated outline. We should, because we have already discussed the outline, and but as then guided by you, I don't have a strong view on that. It is just to remind that we should not meet to only, so I'm fine. You have the floor.
Yeah, just to reiterate that the network strategy, have you agreed that the incoming executive secretary will continue the development of the strategy? The other second issue is on consistency, the language consistency. Whether are we using the secretariat or the interim secretariat throughout the document? This is just general remarks.
Thank you for your very pertinent points. I think the secretary will bear that in mind. This is a good point that you said. I think we have two options. We make reference to the director, but I think at this point of time, and in light of the scarce resources budget that we are having here, the director has to work with the interim secretariat because we cannot hire people, we don't have the money. That's the reality. So I think we could accommodate the point by naming the director to lead the process because that's what we agreed on, and I'm also fine with working on an annotated outline to move on. But I see now, are you done now? Is your point considered what you said? The point on consistency, the secretary will look at that later on. Now I want to give the floor to Sarah.
Yeah, thanks, Alpha. I think we probably shouldn't be too prescriptive here. I know that the strategy is one of the budget lines in our budget to hire a consultant to do that. And so here, in response to the question about who's going to be responsible and lead, I think I would prefer not to have specific language there. And to the point around, what are we going to be engaging on? Whether is it the outline? Is it the something else? I think it's fine to just keep it more open and to let the secretariat develop that process for us. And so maybe it is took note of the outline and requested the secretariat to further develop the I don't have much, I don't have a strong view. I mean, I think that if we leave it open, that hopefully there will be a handoff. And I don't know, like I said, I don't want to be overly prescriptive. I would just say requested the secretariat to further develop the strategy to be presented for consideration at its fourth meeting, taking into account the comments. And then the advisory board also agreed to meet intersessionally or engage intersessionally with a view to provide further guidance. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. Is that now reflected what she suggested? Are you fine with the proposal made by Sierra? Angela, the outline, so I think we can go with that, but I will request splitting the decision point because there are two actions point there. One is on the point on the development of the strategy. The other is the intersessional work by the by the advisory board. So let's move on, please. So we have a paragraph here that reaffirms that the resort management framework will be updated once the strategy is developed. That is the sense of the decision point. Is there any concern about that? I do not see any reaction. So I can assume I can go ahead. What is it? So that said, the strategy and resort management, resort framework, the decision point on strategy and resort framework is now adopted. Please, Secretary, introduce the decision on resource mobilization.
Thanks, Co-Chair. On agenda item 13, the Interim Secretariat presented an annotated outline of the resource mobilization strategy. As part of the guidelines for managing funding, the advisory board agreed that a resource mobilization strategy will be developed together with the Santiago network strategy. Advisory board also agreed to continue the discussion on multi-year budget in future meetings, the line that has just been shifted from the decision above to this one.
So as a member, I have a specific addition to the second paragraph. I think there is an agreement and there is an understanding that we need a multi-year budget in future meeting. What I want now to suggest is to make it more operational by saying that they agree not to if you say continue discussion on the multi-year budget in the future meeting once the strategy and the resource mobilization are approved or adopted. So those are my any comments on the proposal made? So I will give the floor to Camila.
No, my hand is up, Alpha.
Off. We don't get you. We see your hand here.
Can I come in?
Yes, you can come in.
Thanks. While I understand that we discussed this and I was fine with having this moved down, my concern is that this then leaves it not time bound and as an after process. And I believe that as we discuss the budget and the strategy, it is important for the Santiago network to be able to have multi-year projections. In that sense, I would not feel entirely comfortable to have it once, which means that there would be no discussion on this until those documents are finalized, but rather have, if you really feel strongly about that part, to have, as we continue discussions on the strategy and resource mobilization or in parallel or aligned with, but this is very much a part of the discussions that we need to continue to be having because we cannot, it's part of the projection and the planning that we are going to be performing on a multi-year level.
Yes, I agree with you that the part referred to discussion. It's not about approval of a multi-year budgets. I'm fine with the proposal you made that we continue the discussion in parallel. But the point that I'm making that the multi-year budget can only be approved once only once the document are done. But we can work on it so that perhaps ultimately the same meeting when we approve the the strategy and the resource mobilization, because we've been discussing it, we approve it at the same meeting. So is that agreeable to everyone? Sarah, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. First on the first paragraph, I don't know if we actually need to keep the second sentence as is. I feel like now that we're talking about the resource mobilization strategy and we kind of all engaged in the discussion under this agenda item, perhaps we can have something more similar to the strategy decision that is like request the secretariat to continue to develop the resource mobilization based on the views and comments expressed by advisory board members at the meeting. So I would just suggest that instead of the second sentence here. Personally, on the second decision point on the multi-year budget, I am uncomfortable taking a decision at this point around when we may or may not adopt a multi-year budget. I think it's pretty hard to say it's not going to come until after the strategies agreed. I don't know how long that process will take, honestly. I think there'll probably be discussions in parallel. If you need to have that in there, Alpha, to have the discussion on the multi-year budget, I would suggest we just don't take a decision point. I don't think we need to have that here. And, we can discuss it within the process of developing a resource mobilization strategy or the strategy if it's needed. But like, I don't think we need that decision point.
Okay, I think we can get rid of a decision point. The point that I'm making, for me, the logical the logical step is that we develop a multi-year budgets. Once you have a clarity about the direction you are having, and once you have a sense of how much you are dispersing or how much you want to disperse, and then reflect the vision. So I don't want to entertain any discussion. I'm going with the proposal you made that we get rid of that point, under the understanding that the discussion, the multi-year, is ongoing and is part of the two discussion. So I see you having the floor, requesting the floor. Leona.
Thanks. If I understood Sarah correctly, she suggested to have the sentence just in a similar structure as on the strategy, the Santiago network strategy. So it would just read, sorry, can you? Just to say the advisor would requested the secretary to further develop the resource mobilization strategy, period. To me, that's what I had understood. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And then we get rid of the rest, correct? Because that would be a doubling otherwise.
We stop there, right?
I mean,
can I give you the floor?
You asked me a question, so I assumed that was giving me the floor. But I would prefer to have also the language that we had before in the strategy about based on the comments from this meeting. And at this very moment, taking into account comments and suggestions made at its third meeting. just so that we are giving direction to the secretariat to take that into consideration. I can copy and paste those down now that I found it.
So I didn't get you. Are you fine as it is now, or what do you to come back with?
Now, what is on the screen is what I suggested. And this is the same as for the strategy.
Yes, I'm fine with that. And to make clear, I am not against discussion on the multi-year budgets, but it is a sequence that we need to skip. So having said that, we are now having the decision point on agenda item 13, Santiago Network Resource Mobilization. Is there any additional input? Are you all fine with the decision points? I see no reaction. It is so decided. So I'd like now to give the floor to the secretary to introduce the agenda on the budget.
Co-chair, Santiago Network budget. The text is as was read out yesterday and was gavelled. So I guess we can skip it.
This text was subject of a discussion just before.
It was gavelled yesterday after it being read out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Don't forget book because no. Point is, we had a discussion on this paragraph in the context of a finance as part of a deal. Okay, that's why I need to remember because we spoke about it. So no reaction. I rely on you that the budget is approved. So next agenda item on event and communication.
So this one is very recent. So the text is as discussed for your consideration on events and communication. The interim secretariat presented a plan to hold communication and outreach events at the regional platforms for disaster risk reduction to be held in 2024. This was supported by the advisory board as an opportunity to share information on the Santiago network. The advisory board also expressed the importance of hosting a joint event with the executive committee at the session of the governing body or bodies to be held in November 2024. The advisory board decided to hold intersessional meetings to plan further for these and other communications and outreach activities. The secretariat was requested to explore the possibility of hosting a side event at the upcoming session of the governing body or bodies to be held in November 2024.
Any reaction? Camila.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you to the Secretariat. I am generally happy with these 2 points. I would say that, as I repeated often, I would put one decision item first, which is that the advisory board agreed or tasked us, requested the Secretariat to develop an outreach and communication strategy. And it's important that this comes before because this is the sort of guiding item that will follow on the next 2 that that are sort of more information and encouraging on the work that it's doing, but that the more strategic outcome would be to develop a communication strategy. Thanks.
Thank you for reminding us. Any additional points? Samuel, please.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to support the proposal made by Camilla. And I would also like to see situation of room for collaboration if possible. If there's any way we can put that in. I mean, I would like to see a test or a language that speaks into collaboration of the secretariat in advancing its work for communications and events. I don't know if that is captured already, but I don't think it's there.
Can you make textual proposal
Okay,
or
I'll
explain
make.
yourself?
Should I? Can you give me a minute to draft something? I would like to see a test or a content that reflects the secretariat's ability and willingness to collaborate with necessary, necessary stakeholders in for communications and events, more like.
Are you saying that the stakeholders will be should be involved in the process of development of a communication strategy?
No. It's different.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they should be involved. All I'm saying is in the implementation process, like carrying out these exercises, there is need for collaboration of necessary stakeholders in facilitating the circulation of these. Yeah.
Okay, I do understand, but I think I will give you the floor, Leona, just soon, just to respond to your question. I think this is to request to develop a communication strategy. And in the process of communication strategy, one of the points that you should make sure when we develop the communication strategy is that a special attention is given how other stakeholders can be involved. But at this point of time, I think, or at this point of a process of developing the communication strategy, unless you want a specific involvement of of some stakeholders in the development, there's no need for that at this point of time. Noting you have a chance in the development to reflect that. So you can think of, Leona, you have the floor.
Thank you. I agree. Well, I'm being very sympathetic with outreach and collaboration with all the relevant stakeholders, especially when it comes to communication and outreach event activities. We kept it very broad so far because we couldn't really engage in specific ideas just yet. So the advisory board decided to hold intersessional meetings to plan further for these and other communication activities. To me is broad enough to mean with stakeholders, with certain groups, with whoever else. I think it's broad enough, and we didn't really discuss in detail who to explore collaboration with. So I think it's, at this stage, it's better to keep it broad, unless we have a very specific request here, which I think we haven't discussed yet.
How about the last test?
I don't think it doesn't really add anything specific, so.
So there was a proposal by the secretariat exploring further collaboration with relevant stakeholders as it is. So perhaps as a spirit of compromise, because I guess our dear representative of a non-governmental organization or entities very much are keen on that. So if there's no objection to that, we can keep that. Are you fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
We are fine
So
with the text.
that is no. So no reaction. It is so decided. Secretary, please introduce the next agenda item.
The next one is on the date and venue of the next meeting.
On that, I think we can do that online because it is an open-ended, lengthy discussion. We shouldn't start that now. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, this agenda item was on our agenda. I don't know if the Secretariat has prepared a proposal for us or not. But if they have any input here, that'd be helpful. If we're starting at 0 and it's just supposed to be a discussion among us, I agree that that often is a lengthy discussion and we probably don't have time for it at this moment. But also that it is helpful to get these dates down as soon as possible. If we don't take a decision now, I would suggest that we decide in the next week or two, or as soon as possible.
So my co-chair advised me that that perhaps we should do that offline. I do understand the necessity of having back-to-back meeting, and that's one of the reasons we are here. Otherwise, we will be here in Geneva. There is another point also, perhaps as part of the discussion. Since the first meeting, we indicated that we want to be a network that is close to the people. So, and we want to have advisory board meetings happening in developing world, and very much, I think perhaps it might be even cost effective. So we had this meeting. Unfortunately, I don't know whether my co-chair are staying for. I'm wondering whether are you staying for the ExCom meeting?
Sorry, just point of order. So this agenda item, we haven't done so far, so we have to go not discuss here, but with any other closure of the meeting on date of venue and also annual report we haven't finished, so we have to.
Thank you, co-chair. Sarah, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. I would just say that we agreed to discuss intersessionally to decide the date of the 4th meeting. I don't think we agreed right now to do it back to back with the ExCom. We haven't had the discussion yet, so I think it would be better to remove that clause. I note your point, Alpha. I know, I'm not sure how it will work in our body, but I know that in other bodies, typically when we host it when we have meeting outside of the location of the Secretariat, it's when an offer has been extended to host. And so I think that that is necessary for us to consider it to be somewhere else. And, just putting that out there.
Co-chair.
Sorry, again, we haven't dealt with agenda item 16 yet, so yeah, we have to come back to this point after the discussion, regardless of reaching agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, co-chair. I do understand what you said, but I would, since we are trying to brainstorm, there is an agreement that we are not going to take any decision on the date and venue of the next meeting, but we are only, since we haven't discussed that, members are sharing initial views. So if you allow, perhaps we devote 2 to 3 minutes on that. If we have heard the proposal made by Sierra. If someone has, you have heard also my proposal of having one that is close to countries, to recipient country, to get first-hand information of what our technical assistant is doing or supposed to be doing. Perhaps if you have any point to react on that. Otherwise, we will proceed as proposed by my co-chair to sort it out intersessionally. Angela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to support the comments made by Sierra in the sense that, I mean, I understand that it could be really useful to have this meetings in a developing country because we are the recipients of the technical assistance. But in reality, we need to have an offer from a developing country and evaluate. So at this point, we do not have any kind of proposal. I think the best way to deal with it is, as you suggest, to have it, and I think Sierra, to have a discussion intersessionally, but also we need to have some kind of mapping in terms of other international meetings. For instance, I have to say, all of you already know, I'm dealing with other treaties, so I don't want to, have clashes between other conference of the parties. So I think it's important because it's next year and the conference of the parties of the UNFCCC will be at the end of this year. It's important to know what other process are in place. And with that kind of information, we can take an informed decision and establish, the best dates for these meetings. Also, we need to have our EXCOM meeting. The EXCOM meeting is going to be next week, so perhaps the UNFCCC secretariat can provide us, at that meeting some kind of information in terms of the future meetings, so we can have a discussion in the EXCOM, and perhaps someone has a useful proposal that could help us to move forward on that. So we need to see everything. So with that, I fully support the idea to postpone this discussion and until we get the information of the mapping of other international meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, and I fully agree with you. Just one point that I wanted to make. I think it is important, and I think from now on, I personally will start raising awareness. But I think we need to have a decision to indicate the developing country can offer. We cannot sit and then say an offer has to come at later stage. But again, this is subject of intersessional discussion, and I see Sarah, you want to take a floor.
Yeah, sorry, Alpha, I don't know if you were suggesting a decision point or not, but I do just wanted to note that in the rules of procedure, it does speak to having meetings elsewhere and the possibility to do that. So I just want to note that we as a body have kind of agreed that that is something we want to do, and I think it was in previous decision points too. So I don't think we need to reiterate it here, but just want to note that it is open. Yeah.
Okay, having said that, I think we can move on with the understanding that we will sort out how we organize ourselves next year. So please, Secretariat, can you come to the other matters?
Thanks, Co-Chair. And on the date and venue, actually, we had checked the calendar of UNCCC, and there is no event planned in March as of now on the calendar. And we also checked with the Secretariat, and we thought it will be more at the EXCOM discussion as well, where this could be discussed, and we might have a date. So we will get back to the board members intersessionally with more information on this. On any other matter, there was only one topic, which was the letter to be which we have discussed on the Africa Group of Negotiators. So the decision point here is the advisory board considered the letter from the Africa Group of Negotiators on the subject of head office of Santiago network, and okay, waiting for your guidance on this. Thank you.
So as introduced by the Secretariat, we have the last decision point related to the letter by the Africa Group. They smartly let us the biggest task. Perhaps I will open the floor to ask if there is any suggestion how to complete the sentence. So, Sarah, you have the floor.
Apologies. I feel like this is a little bit of a Mad Lib exercise. Respond accordingly.
to respond, not correspond. So I will suggest decided to provide written response to the letter. I think that is more formal than to respond accordingly. That is already confrontative, and I think we don't want that these issues escalate. So there is a proposal to now made to that the advisory board considered the letter and decided to provide a written response, a written response. Yeah. So the decision point are done. There's one remaining things, which is that correct? So we have the annual report that is not approved because, and the rule of procedures, because as soon we have the rule of procedures approved, we are going to have other settings. Okay, the rule of procedure will be effective only once the COP and CMA, the COP and CMA approve. So with my question, if he allows, I will, while the secretariat is preparing the annual report, I will give you the floor to let our director address and then present herself.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. And good evening, members of the board, observers, and colleagues from the Interim Secretariat. It has been my honor to join you in this third meeting of the Santiago Network Advisory Board in an observer capacity. Congratulations on the important decisions that have been taken and that we are taking at the moment, and that bring the Santiago Network closer to full operation. First and foremost, I would like to express my deep gratitude for the confidence that you have placed in me through my appointment as director of the Santiago Network. It is both an honor and a responsibility that I take with pride, humility, drive, respect, and a strong commitment. As I step into this role, I bring with me extensive experience on climate policy and access to climate finance, building an organization from the ground up through my experience in GCF, servicing a multilateral board decision-making process, managing a diverse network of entities to respond to country priorities, and running the largest capacity building program for climate action globally, the Readiness Program. Rest assured of my commitment to put the best of my professional experience at your service and at the service of the Santiago Network. I will spare no effort to advance and deliver on the Santiago Network vision and high-level objectives, ensuring that together we set a precedent for how international collaboration can drive progress on responding to loss and damage. Joining this third meeting of the Santiago Network Advisory Board has been incredibly helpful to listen to your directions and guidance on aspects related to the recruitment and maintenance of a lean secretariat, maximizing available resources for technical assistance for developing countries, developing a resource mobilization strategy for predictability of funding, setting in place an outreach and communication strategy profiling the uniqueness of the Santiago Network, ensuring that processes are clear and consistent to enable access to developing countries. These, among many other directions that you have usefully provided in this meeting and that have been duly captured for appropriate follow-up. Over the coming months, I look forward to engaging with each of you to get to know you personally and to gain a deeper understanding of your perspectives as we navigate together challenges ahead and also grasp opportunities for the Santiago Network to prosper and to flourish. I will be in Baku in COP29 in my new capacity, and this will provide an excellent opportunity for us to meet personally. I also look forward to continue engaging with my colleagues in the Interim Secretariat and to learn from their professional and diligent support. Thank you once again for your trust and confidence, and I look forward to working with all of you closely to deliver and fulfill the vital vision of the Santiago Network. Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and thank you very much to each one of you. Looking forward to continue collaborating very closely.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carolina. On behalf of the advisory board, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to your very encouraging and strong message to support Santiago Network and Advisory Board. So we will be happy to work with you soon. I look forward to meeting you in Baku during COP29. Thank you very much for joining us. And anyone, if you have any comment during the message. All right. Alpha, you. Thank you.
So I just associate myself with a sentiment shared by my co-chair to warmly welcome you in the Santiago network, and we look forward to a strong collaboration that will help the Santiago network become and has its due place in the Los Angeles financial landscape. So wish you all the best, and we look forward to having some chat with you in Baku in the case that you will be around. Thank you from my end.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you in Baku.
Yes.
Okay, so we have only one thing left, if I'm correct, and I'm very happy because we said that we are going to make it, and I hope we will make it. There are missing part of a document to make it clear what we are forwarding to the UNFCCC secretariat for editing. So I would like the secretariat to present the additional edits and flag any missing information that will be needed to finalize the annual report. Secretary, you have the floor.
Thanks, co-chairs. So we have been working out to cleaning this document based on the comments and inputs that we just discussed an hour ago. So I would hand over to Leanne, who has been working out to finalize this document to and present. Thank you.
Thank you, Animation. Thanks as well, co-chair. As was said, we used the document that was shared previously with the members and representatives, and we've now shared a clean version of that document for your review. We have also highlighted some sections where we have heard that these were areas for us to include in the report going forward, and we would like to bring those to your attention. We could perhaps go to paragraph 18, which is one of the first sections. This is with respect to the annual high-level dialogue. There was a placeholder initially, and we have now pulled text based on the decisions that were just adopted. So we're open to seeing if this is the text that members and representatives would like to see reflected in the annual report. Should we just go section by section, co-chair?
I think that would be fine. Perhaps you can read out straight the text. Thank you.
Thank you, co-chair. The section that was added is as follows. The advisory board decided to formally communicate with the board of the fund and the fund was referenced previously with the full name, to enhance collaboration
update on the guidelines approved to operationalize the Santiago network and inquire about and expressed interest in participating in the launch of the high-level dialogue at COP29 and the first high-level dialogue in 2025.
Thank you. You have heard the editing. So here I will be very quick. We need to be very concentrated. That's why the secretariat will read out the changes. So I'm gonna ask once and look when, if no flag raised, I think we can move on. We agree on the process. So any comment on that? Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Let's then move to paragraph 21. There was further discussion regarding the communications and outreach agenda item. And so we've added a section here and it reads thus. The advisory board encouraged the interim secretariat to identify and engage in diverse opportunities to share information about the Santiago network, including regional platforms for disaster risk reduction to be held in 2024, and the side events at the sessions, maybe we need to adjust the language here, at the governing body or bodies to be held in November 2024.
So if there's any editing, it has to be made now because when we leave here, the document has to stay like that. So if there's any editing required, let's take time to reflect that so that we close the agenda. Any other comments? As I'm getting confused. So thank you. And next, please.
Thanks, Co-Chair. And the change was just an editorial one where instead of saying at the governing, it should have been off. So apologies. The next section is in section 7, recommendations. We heard that acknowledgement should be given to the UNFCCC Secretariat, and reference was also made to the support given to the development of the guidelines on preventing potential and addressing actual and perceived conflicts of interest. And that was added and here in highlights.
So let's move on.
Thanks, Co-Chair. I am seeing where members may be trying to add additional text, or maybe I'm missing something, but those were the main edits. So over to you, Co-Chair, and members, if there's anything missing or any further adjustments to be made. Thank you.
So I think if something is missing is Animesh, who said to delete straight. It was an editorial. Tete, you have the floor.
Yes, just to ask, Chair, have we agreed on O or on N from a wide variety of sources? I do remember Sierra and Stella. No, not yesterday. I do remember an exchange that seemed to be unresolved yet. So I was just seeking clarification on that.
Yes, I can confirm. I was the one who had some issues with that, but it is an agreed language. Those are the accidents that happen in the COP, so we have to live with. So I've turned around, but I don't see any way to. So So it is. So it has been discussed. Okay. I have seen some yellow part in the document. What does that mean?
Thanks, Co-Chair. We're in the process of finalizing all the documents and creating the links. So we've put placeholders to be able to reference those once they have been finalized. So those will be editorial and updated. So those are just the links that you're seeing here. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for that. Two action points. First, to kindly share the document as it is with us now, and I think it will be also very good if we get the documents once the links are there, or you keep us updated. So I don't know how we will conclude, and I think I'm gonna give that the honor to my co-chair, but I wanted to first acknowledge the observer following us, and perhaps ask if anyone wanna take the floor to say something, your sentiment about our milestone and our achievement. Anyone would like to take the floor? Observer first. Observer first. The closing for the board will come through my co-chair. I will also One point is, I think we need to give applause to the secretariat, the interim secretariat. They have been working hard, including those that have facilitated to us to be here, particularly with travel arrangements, the whole team. Sincerely, I very much appreciate. It was a good year, a learning curve year, and I do believe that we are all engaged in the best interest of the Santiago network. So I now would like to come back to the last point before I hand out the closing of the meeting to my co-chair, which will be a very quick one. Do we adopt this document, the annual report as it is? We don't have quorum or anything. Okay, do we adopt the annual report, accept the annual report as it is now? Much. I now would like to hand. So after approving the annual report, we are going to also gavel the decision point related to the annual report that we left because the decision. So please, your last attention. for the day. And so you have in front of you the decision point on the annual report for your consideration. So I see no reaction. It is so decided. So my co-chair is on the way to here, but I think we need to be proud of all of us. We had a meeting, a very tense, in my view, meeting with the executive director. You have A, B, C, D to do. We say yes. And I think Marcela, you will convey to him that we did our part of the job. And we are still waiting for my co-chair to close the meeting. So any reaction from your side now? Sarah? Samuel?
Okay, so I want to express, I wouldn't say on behalf because I know everybody have something to say, but on behalf of the children and youth constituency, we want to express our gratitude to everyone for making it to this board meeting, most especially for accommodating most of our proposal. I think if there is nothing else I am happy about is the result of this meeting to accommodate, especially when we saw like need to compromise, we compromised, and when we saw need to, accommodate, we also did that. And for me, that means a lot. And also moving on, I would also want to thank the co-chairs who did great work to facilitate this whole process. I understand how complex it is. I haven't been there before, but as a mediator, I understand how complex it is not to take side and to take side when you should take side. So it's very, very complex. Playing neutrality is complex, but they did a perfect work, and I just want us to, celebrate them for that. And with that, I would like to also lastly commend the secretariat, the interim secretariat, and the two hosts, UNDRR and UNOPS, for providing us with the necessary documents, for making sure that we have those documents on time, and for even effecting those corrections. That was a hell of a work, and you guys delivered professionally beyond even my own expectation. And I think we didn't make the wrong choice. And also during COP, the wrong choice was not made to adopt you as the host and secretary, as the host to, host the Santiago network. And I would say, hopefully, to see every one of you here at COP, to engage and to preach the message of the Santiago network, for the need to engage people and for the need for people to join the network in advancing the work of addressing climate change induced loss and damage. Thank you.
Okay, my co-chair is back, and we requested observer to share their views on their first sentiment about the whole year. Nadia, you have the floor, and then I'm also handing out the closing session to my co-chair with that. Nadia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair, Secretariat and Advisory Board. From UNICEF's side, we appreciate the opportunity to participate and your receptiveness to feedback and children's integration. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Advisory board members, secretariat, and observers. Yes. So now I declare this third meeting of the Santiago Network Advisory Board closed. Thank you very much, everyone.